But we're about to get underway and the umpires are walking out to the middle. Warwickshire have won the toss and have elected to bat first. It is hot sunshine here at Cardiff. Crowd in. The capacity, I heard, they reckon, is effectively around about 2,200 or 2,300. May not be quite that many in, but there are spectators here.
And to open the batting for Warwickshire, Chris Benjamin and Ed Pollock.
And as you have heard the announcement, it's Chris Benjamin and Ed Pollock to open the batting. Chris Benjamin is playing. He has been called up after one first-team appearance. Admittedly, it was a very good first-team appearance for the Bears in the T20 Blast. He has been called up to the 100, but he has been allowed to play at least in this game. The Bears, as all counties, have got a somewhat different team from usual. They signed 3 players on 3-week contracts especially for this. 2 of those are playing. Ashish Chakrapani and Kiel van Vollenhoven. Also making his debut is Manraj Johal. So the Bears lined up with Ed Pollock, Chris Benjamin, Matt Lamb, Michael Burgess, who'll captain the team, Jacob Bethel, Ethan Brooks, Ashish Chakrapani, Kiel van Vollenhoven, George Garrett, Ryan Sidebottom and Manraj Johal. As Glamorgan's Mitchell Hogan prepares to bowl. The Glamorgan team: Nick Selman, Hamish Rutherford, Stephen Reingold, Kieran Carlson, Billy Root, Callum Taylor, Tom Cullen, Joe Cooke, Lucas Carey, I should say. Lucas Carey played for Bristol City and Coventry. Lucas Carey, Roman Walker and Michael Hogan. I'm Clive Eakin. David with us.
Good morning.
How are you?
Good, thanks. Yeah, looking forward to this late call-up. Like
yes, I was going to say, you weren't last night, were you? Yeah, as Hogan's going to bowl the first ball, and it's played to point for no run. Warwickshire are in blue with yellow numbers, and Glamorgan are in blue with yellow numbers, although they do have yellow front shirt. But that's about the only difference between the two kids. Is only cricket can do that. Have coloured clothing with the two teams in the same clothing. List A debuts then for Glamorgan 4 as Hogan comes in to bowl, and that's just played into the ground for no run. So Callum Taylor, wicketkeeper Tom Cullen and Joe Cooke are making their List A debuts, while Stephen Reingold is making his debut, full stop. And also Hamish Rutherford makes his competitive debut for Glamorgan. So it's all a bit different.
Indeed, yeah.
As in comes Hogan to bowl, and that's left, and there's no run. Well, I mean, there was some speculation as to whether this fixture would this competition would go ahead, but the Warwickshire coach, Mark Robinson, was absolutely emphatic on this in believing that it should go ahead. And so it does. So in comes Hogan. That's played out to mid-off. It's a no ball for overstepping. So 2 runs, and it will be a free hit. Watching the 100 last night, the commentators there didn't understand the free hit rule, but we do. We're used to it. It is a free hit. Actually, to be fair, one of the umpires didn't understand it either. She had to correct herself. But anyway, this is a free hit because he overstepped. So a chance for Ed Pollock to swing with abandon here, and that's what he's done and pretty much missed it. In fact, he's hurt himself in the process. That wasn't quite what he wanted, so no runs from the free hit, just a slightly sore batter. I think he might have hit himself with the bat as he tried to hit that somewhere towards Wrexham, and he hobbles back. It's 2 without loss. I'll have to do an update very shortly, which I'm going to do without leaving the box in a moment. And this is Clive Eakin at Cardiff, where the Royal London One Day Cup is underway, and Warwickshire with as all sides have, something of a makeshift team. They are batting first, they're none without loss. They are giving debuts to Manraj Johal, to Keel van Hollen, and also to Ashish Chakrapani, with players away with the 100, and also players playing for the County Select 11. But Ed Pollock is opening the batting with Chris Benjamin. Michael Burgess keeps wicket. One no ball, but the free hit was missed by Pollock, so Warwickshire in the first over are 2 without loss. I've got no idea whether that went out or not, but I hope it did. That's pushed out in the offside for no run. And it's the end of what would have been a maiden over if he hadn't overstepped. Michael Rutherford, as it is, it's 2 without loss. So Glamorgan also missing players, David, and having to...
Yes, a very similar story. So there are List A debuts for Callum Taylor, Tom Cullen and Joe Cooke, as well as a debut in general for Stephen Reingold. So very much a makeshift team for Glamorgan as well, as will be the case for many counties as the 100 gets underway. And we'll have Lucas Carey bowling from the Cathedral Road end. Lucas Carey having starred for the Welsh national county side against Glamorgan earlier this week, and being a Glamorgan player, having something of a point to prove, and he made it very well, bowling well, taking 3 wickets and hitting a few useful runs at the end of the Welsh counties innings. So an opportunity here for Lucas Carey, who's played a fair bit for Glamorgan in the past, less so this season, only 1 appearance, so you'd think this is the kind of game he will have targeted to make an impression.
He'll be bowling first to Chris Benjamin, and just bowls down the leg side, and that's a wide. So at the moment, Warwickshire doing everything in extras. 3 runs, 2 from a no ball and 1 from a wide. 50 overs, of course. The 50 over competition. You have to get used to that. Players have to get used to that. To get used to the fact that they don't have to rush quite as much as you do in T20 cricket. And this next one goes right through Benjamin to the wicket keeper. Goodness me. And the batters are finding it very tough out there so far this morning. I think it's quite a well-used pitch, I'm led to believe.
Yes, this is the same pitch they played on against the Welsh minor counties side, and it does look worn, doesn't it, with a green strip running through the middle of it. So Lucas Carey there making the most of that green area on the pitch, making the ball wobble just a little bit as it went through Benjamin.
And next one, Benjamin does get bat on. They think about a quick run, but it isn't to be had. Chris Benjamin, of course, who made his first team debut. You couldn't make it up, really. He having impressed in the second 11, made his first team debut in the T20. Did play very well. It was a match-winning performance, and on that basis, he's been called up for the 100. Just when the Bears thought, or Warwickshire thought they'd have him as a key player in the competition. Now, they may still, because I think he's kind of backup for Birmingham Phoenix. Unfortunate injury to Adam Hose causing that call-up. I mean, it's great for him, but it just leaves Warwickshire a little bit more bereft in terms of players. And that's a good ball, which goes past the outside edge and straight to the wicket-keeper for no run.
Yeah, an encouraging start here from Lucas Carey on what's a rare appearance for the first team of Glamorgan this season, but he does seem to be extracting a little bit of movement and a bit of extra bounce as well early on.
And this next one from Carey is pushed out onto the onside for no run. I'm aware that there are some people are getting problems in locating the stream at the moment, so we are working on that. And hopefully that will be resolved. It seems to be on some places, but not others. But well, anyway, we'll carry on. Carey comes in to bowl, and that's going down the leg side. Now they're appealing for a catch here. It's not a catch, and it's not a wide, so presumably it has hit something. I don't think that was one of those we'll appeal and to try and persuade the umpire not to signal wide. I think they definitely heard something, thought it was the bat, but the umpire thought differently. So, for those who have got it doesn't appear to be on the sports app at the moment, our fixture.
But it appears to be on the website, so
right.
I think it's been worked on. Hopefully it will be on the app soon.
That one is lobbed in the air and not struck cleanly, but it is the first run off the bat. It's one without loss. And end of the over for without loss after 2 overs. And Benjamin on 1, Pollock on none. They've got 3 extras.
Yeah, perhaps the first sign of the wear in the pitch from that over from Lucas Carey as Michael Hogan prepares to bowl his second over, the third over of the match from the River End. And it will be Benjamin to face. Hogan's in, and it's on a length and defended by Benjamin and gathered by Hogan. Fairly quiet start here from Warwickshire, just getting the measure of Hogan and Carey on this greenish looking pitch. Caused them some problems against the Wales minor counties earlier this week. As Hogan retreats to the start of his run-up and turns back and runs towards up with a galloping style. He's in, and it's short of a length and just played down to third man by Benjamin for an easy single, and Carey will throw in over the stumps. A rare run off the bat.
Yes, it's not easy out there, and certainly the speculation here was quite a low scoring T20 match, wasn't it? The speculation was it's not necessarily going to be an exciting fast scoring pitch. And no doubt Warwick should be aware of that. They might have in mind what sort of score they need to aim for.
And here comes Hogan with a slip in place. On a length and well defended by Pollock. No run. Yeah, Sophia Gardens does have a history of sometimes playing slow or with a bit of wear, and batting can be quite tricky, but there are rewards for the batting with these short boundaries straight behind the bowler. As Hogan begins his run up once again from the River End to Pollock, who edges it, and it's dropped at first slip. And it was Billy Root who shelled that particular chance. It was a tough one. He was diving to his left. Is perhaps what you would class a nice height, but he was diving at a fair way to his left. Yeah,
not an easy chance, but I think you're right. I think Billy Root will be disappointed he didn't hold on to that. He did have to dive full stretch, to be fair. It would have been one of those ones that would have looked really good if he'd held it.
Indeed. So first chance goes begging for Glamorgan as Hogan turns and runs back in to Benjamin, who seems to get an inside edge onto his pads there. Gasps of frustration from the Glamorgan fielders, but no run there as Warwickshire remain on 6 for none. They managed to scamper a single after that chance went down from Billy Root. So this will be Hogan's final ball of the third over, with Warwickshire 6 for no wicket. And here comes Hogan. On a length, defended by Benjamin. He considers a quick single, but he's turned back by his colleague Pollock. And that's the end of the over, with Warwickshire 6 for no loss.
I mean, these two, Ed Pollock and Michael Burgess, and it sounds, I don't have to say it about Ed Pollock, but they are two of the more experienced players in this team, and I'm sure they will have that in mind. I mean, the top of the order, you've got, it's Chris Benjamin out there at the moment, but Ed Pollock followed by Michael Burgess and Matt Lamb are among the more experienced players in the side. So they'll be mindful of that top order, that first sort of 4-5 batters, if you include Chris Benjamin, who's only played one game, but did well in that. They'll be mindful they need to get a good start. Van Vollenhoven did score some runs in the second 11 T20 finals day, which saw the Bears triumph. We're going to see Carey continue. He's got one slip in place, right arm over, bowls, and that's punched out to the offside, and there's no run. Pollock on 1, Benjamin on 2. Glamorgan have been generous in donating 3 extras to Warwickshire. So it's 50 overs per side. The format of the competition is as it was when it was last played, as far as I can tell. Last played in 2019. Wasn't played last season. Neither Warwickshire nor Glamorgan will remember 2019 with great affection in this competition. Neither got anywhere near getting out of the group stage. That's quite a wide delivery, which Pollock makes a late decision to swing at and misses it. Not quite wide enough to be called wide, outside off stump. Pollock just struggling now. He'll feel under a little bit of pressure. He lost his place for the last T20 group match to Chris Benjamin. He'll play in this competition, I'm sure, as long as he's fit. I'm sure he'll play in every game in this competition. But he'll want to impress and get his place back for the quarter-final. This next one is pushed back. There's no run. Not sure whether Adam Hose will be fit for the quarter-final. We're talking about 4 to 6 weeks, which gives him a chance of being fit for the trip to Canterbury to play Kent on August the 27th. But Ed Pollock, having lost his place in that last group game, will be anxious to try and win it back. No squad number noticed for Benjamin, and I think that's going to be the case with quite a lot of the players from both teams, actually. That's lofted in the air by Pollock. He's got hold of that one. Did that clear the rope? Yes, it did. It just cleared the rope down at fine leg, and he turned round, played that round his body, in the air, over the field in the circle. We are in the power play, so only 2 fielders allowed on the boundary, and there wasn't one there. So while he didn't get hold of it quite perfectly, I don't think, in terms of his time, and he got enough on it to double the score. And Carey comes in to bowl him again. He drives that. That's a lovely shot from Ed Pollock. That 6 obviously gave him confidence, and that's a shot he could have played 2 balls ago instead of going for the wild swing. This time a more classic drive and a very effective one for 4.
Yes, suddenly an acceleration from Ed Pollock, a hoisted 6 down to fine leg, and then a sumptuous cover drive there, really. 10 runs off 2 balls.
The power play, by the way, is... I'm just trying to see who the second one is. They're supposed to have 2 fielders in catching positions. That's within 50 yards of the centre of the pitch. Though I have to say, I can only see one. Unless the fielder at mid-wicket is close enough. But the power play is for the first 10 overs anyway. So only 2 fielders allowed outside the 30-yard circle, i.e. on the boundary. As in comes Carey to bowl. That's a good accurate delivery, but it's been picked up beautifully by Pollock, who's gone 6-4-4. Suddenly Ed Pollock is getting into the groove, and that's dangerous for Glamorgan. He's on to 15. The format of the competition, by the way, as I was saying, is as it was. So you've got 2 groups of 9. I don't think they're regionalised. They're certainly not the same as they are for the T20. But unlike the T20, you have to get into the top 3 to progress. So each team plays each other once. So you've got 4 home games, 4 away games. That was the end of the over, by the way, the 4th over, 20 without loss. Each team plays each other once. The group winners will go straight to the semi-finals, where they'll be at home. Second place and third place teams will play each other in a sort of playoff, a quarter-final if you like, for the right to get into the semi-final.
And after a rather sedate first 3 overs, those 14 runs from Ed Pollock have injected a bit of life into this Warwickshire innings early on, as Michael Hogan begins the 5th over from the river end. And that's on a length, just pushed down backward of square, but there won't be a run there as Hogan gathers the throw back. Yeah, this will be a bit of a test for Lucas Carey at the other end, but he's got a very experienced partner in Michael Hogan to keep things tight from the river end. Benjamin, like his partner Pollock, made a very watchful start so far. Might we see him open his arms a bit as Hogan comes in? Ball's on a good length and Benjamin pushes it back for no run, fielded at mid-on.
Well, he's only played one first-team game, and he did reverse sweep his first ball in first-team cricket, so he has no fear. I know you might almost feel slightly more pressure in this competition in a way. It's a sort of key part of the team. He had a slightly almost nothing to lose approach about him in the T20. He did brilliantly, scored an unbeaten 60.
As Hogan runs in once more. And Benjamin does try his luck here with a bit more of an aggressive shot. It was an attempted pull, but he didn't get any of it, and it just struck him on the pads, but it was going comfortably down leg, so only a half-hearted, half an appeal, I think, there from the fielders.
He probably batted a little bit of the power play by the time he came in. He may have benefited, the theory was he may have benefited from having a little spell as a runner after Alan Hose got injured. So he sort of had a little bit of a taste of it out in the middle, running up and down.
Here is Hogan, tall Australian, bowling on a fine length and just leaving Benjamin outside off. That's a good length from Hogan.
Yes, at the moment Benjamin is finding these bowlers quite difficult to play. It was a good ball, very good ball from Hogan, and Ed Pollock has a word. And we have got to remember how inexperienced Chris Benjamin is. He's 22 years of age, scored lots of runs in the second 11. He hails from South Africa, but he's been over here for a while. He was a Durham student, has played a couple of first-class games for Durham students.
As Hogan comes in once again. Again, Benjamin defends well. It's tight bowling from the wily Western Australian. And I suppose if you're Benjamin in this situation, it's a matter of patience perhaps from this end, isn't it? Because Hogan is bowling that kind of probing line and length. It is, and he's got Ed Pollock at the other end, who is the one who has a licence to go for it, even though it's taken him a couple of overs. He's seen Pollock now play some shots, and Pollock will continue to try and do that. As Hogan comes in, a ball away from a maiden. And that's exactly what it will be. Defended once again by Chris Benjamin. A maiden over from Michael Hogan, and that leaves Warwickshire on 20 for none at the end of the 5th over. Yeah, so after a first double figure over, 14 coming off it, then we get the first maiden. India are batting in the County Select 11 match. Chester Street, they're 16 without loss. Craig Miles is bowling 4 wickets in the first innings, did really well. He's none for 11 after 1 ball shy of 3 at the moment. There is the first men's 100 this evening, the first women's yesterday. I did watch that. And I mean, I enjoyed it, but there was never any doubt about that because I just enjoy cricket, so I've never doubted that I would enjoy it. Some things that were said about it do slightly puzzle me. The idea that it's so incredibly different, it really isn't. It's a 2020, just a bit shorter. And obviously the only change as Carey comes round the wicket to bowl, it's pushed out to the onside, there's no run really. It's obviously because it's 100 balls, they've had to rethink the overs situation, so you've got 5s now and the bowler can bowl 10. I mean, that's really the only difference. Yeah, and that's not less complicated, I have to say. To the average watcher, that's more complicated. So I heard a report on the radio this morning said, oh, it's cricket but not as we know it. I'm thinking, it really isn't.
I'm sorry, but it isn't. On free-to-view TV, that certainly helps. And that's quite a wide delivery. That will be called wide. Carey just a little bit too wide that time. And umpire calls wide. That's a second wide bowled.
Yeah, I think it's the paraphernalia around it that's perhaps a little different. But
again, you're right. But again, this chap on the radio this morning said, "Oh, there's fireworks." Well, I mean, there's blooming fireworks at most T20 games that I go to. Drive me mad, to be honest. And there's plenty of music and razzmatazz at those. So, this next one is a hit in the air and brilliantly caught. That's a really good catch from, I think it's Cooke, who's taken that low down, and Pollock, just as he was getting into his stride, has gone for 15. It was a square cut, a low chance, and brilliantly taken. It's 21 for 1.
That really is a fine catch at backward point there from Cooke, making his list day debut for Glamorgan today. As we watch the replay, and Carey, it was just short of a length, and Pollock did make a good connection, but that was well taken, two-handed, diving to his right by Joe Cooke. That's a fine breakthrough for Glamorgan.
It certainly is. It's an important wicket. And Pollock goes. He'll be disappointed just as he got going with a 6 and 2 fours in the previous over. Maybe a little unlucky there. Did hit it aerial, but he could easily have got away with it. But he goes. And I'm going to...
Coming back to for Warwickshire is Matt.
Yeah, Matt Lamb will be the new man in. He's been a regular in the Championship side this season and has played some T20 blast cricket. So yeah, I mean, look, I'm trying to be open-minded about the 100, but it just struck me that people are exaggerating the differences between this and the 20-over game. It's shorter, it's on free-to-air television, which is obviously crucial, and it's also giving the women's match more of a profile than it's had before the women's game. Because last night's match was a women's game. It helped that it was a good game, close game, brilliant performance by one player in particular. And I think there are about 10, 12,000 there. Some people are a bit sneery, saying, "Oh, lots of free tickets given away." That doesn't bother me, to be honest, as long as they get them in.
Absolutely.
It might bother the accountants, but it doesn't bother me. As long as you get the people in, if you have to give the tickets away to do that, fine. No problem with that myself. Carey runs away from us to come in to bowl, and that's played out to the onside for a single. And it's 22 for 1. Lamb off the mark first ball. Now Lamb will be thinking he's now one of the senior players in this young side with 3 debutants. He'll feel he's got to try and play an innings here. So anyway, it's the Oval Invincibles against the Manchester Originals. Same fixtures yesterday, only it's the men's team this evening at the Oval. And that's a wide delivery, which would have been a wide, except Chris Benjamin has decided to loft it away for 6 instead. He's picked that up superbly and lobbed it high. It was the 9 iron into the short par 3, but it was quite a short boundary over there, and he's cleared the rope for the second 6 of the Warwickshire innings.
Yeah, if you're on 2 runs from 16 balls, I think that's exactly the kind of ball you want, isn't it? A long hop, going down leg, asking you to help it over the ropes, down over the fine leg boundary. That'll do his confidence a world of good.
Indeed, he's on to 8, and Carey comes into bowl. That's more accurate delivery. Yeah, he's got hold of that and lifted it over the top. It's plugged, won't go all the way to the ropes. You'll just get 2, Benjamin. So we are in the 6th over. Remember, it's a 10-over power play in this competition. After that, 5 men are around the boundary, so still 2 on the boundary. So I guess you sort of think in T20 you want to get to about 50 at the end of the 6-over power play. I suspect it's quite similar here. You probably want to get to about 50 at the end of the 10-over power play in this format. He makes a little bit of room there. Benjamin swings, and did he miss it? Yes, he has missed it. And It was a bouncer, but a more effective one this time, and it's the end of the over. They did get 10 runs off it, and Warwickshire, but there was also the wicket of Ed Pollock for 15, and Warwickshire are 30 for 1 after 6.
Yes, an eventful over there, with the first wicket to fall. Well taken by Joe Cooke at backward point off the bowling of Lucas Carey, and then Chris Benjamin's first boundary in the form of that big 6 over the fine leg boundary down at the river end. Yeah, a bit of...
Yeah, it's other scores I was just going to go through. It's, Hampshire 21 for 1 after 7 against Essex. That's at Southampton. Bowlers very kindly waited for me to get some more scores in. Durham 45 without loss in the 7th over. They're after a good start at Beckenham against Kent. Spoke to our colleague Matt Coles the other day, and he was in Beckenham trying to wire the place up, ready for broadcast.
And here comes Hogan at the start of his over from the river end. And again, it's that unerring line and length. Once again, it's blocked by Matt Lamb.
Derbyshire 29 for 1 against Leicestershire in the 8th, and Yorkshire 36 for 2 against 36 for 3. They suddenly become against Surrey at Scarborough. Good to see cricket at Scarborough. And there's one game, there were supposed to be a lot of these warm-up matches. Most of them haven't gone ahead, but Worcestershire are playing Herefordshire at Worcester, and Herefordshire are 38 for 1 in the 8th over.
There comes the tall and rangy Hogan once again, and he's bowled him. Matt Lamb clean bowled, just a slight bit of movement off the pitch, and his off stump and off bail is gone. Warwickshire 2 down, it's 30 for 2.
Big blow that, Matt Lamb going for 1. He was a key player in this team, but Hogan's been bowling well, and he's also obviously a key member of the Glamorgan team, and effective there in removing Matt Lamb.
Lamb was bowled by Michael Hogan for 1.
So I would imagine Michael Burgess will come out next, the captain. Will Rose will captain the side, I think, probably in all the remaining games, fitness allowing. He's just missing this one because he's captaining the county select 11 at Chester Street against India.
And that really was an excellent delivery by Hogan. The replay showing that, yes, indeed, it did just move a little off the seam, moving back to dislodge the stumps and crash into off stump. And Hogan's figures so far really tell their own story. 3.2 overs, 1 maiden, 4 runs, 1 wicket. It's been accurate and relentless, really. And you can see why the Warwickshire batsmen have struggled to get him away.
Yeah. He's done a very good job, particular while for the new batter to come out and get timed out if he's not careful. I think, is it Burgess? The quite a long walk at Cardiff when the pitch is anywhere near the middle to the right from where the dressing room and
the incoming batsman for Warwickshire is Jacob Bethel.
That's young Jacob Bethel, 17-year-old, who's made his debut this season during the T20 Blast, played a couple of games in that. So he is the new man.
Correction, it's Michael Burgess.
Except he isn't, it's Michael Burgess. I thought it would be Burgess. There we are, it is Michael Burgess. You can see it now, number 61 on his back.
So the captain Burgess facing Hogan, who's into his galloping run once more, and it's back of length, and Burgess works it onto the onside for a run, and they'll go for a second, which they make safely, and that moves Warwickshire on to 32 for 2.
Okay, it's an opportunity for Burgess as acting captain. He's not really had that much opportunity. He's tended to come in the T20 when the innings is almost over, so hasn't really had much opportunity to make runs in that format, but he's got plenty of time here now.
As Hogan comes in again from the river end, that's on a good length, and Burgess just blocks it. Hogan still only have gone for 6 runs off his 3.4 overs so far. Of
course, they've only used the 2 bowlers. He has bowled well, Hogan. That's another difference between the 50 over format to the 2020. You don't get the bowlers rotated after every over. You get bowlers get an opportunity to have little decent spells.
Just as Hogan likes it with his rhythmic action, which he's into once again. And Burgess blocks once more. He does have that kind of action, doesn't he, Hogan, which you can just repeat ad infinitum.
Yeah. He's bowling accurately. So the real blemish was to overstep and bowl a no ball, which unfortunately from Warwickshire's point of view they weren't able to take advantage of the free hit.
And it'll be hard work bowling in this heat. 30 degrees, blue skies, as Hogan is in once more against Burgess, who plays it finally down behind square on the leg side, and he'll come back safely for 2 runs.
Good running. The shot had a bit of an inside edge feel to it. Good running to make that a 2.
So at the end of the 7th over, Warwickshire are 34 for 2.
So 4 runs and a wicket in that over. And should mention, by the way, a couple of retirements of former players have been announced from a Warwickshire point of view, and that Ricky Clark announced his retirement, won everything with Warwickshire, won the championship, the T20 Blast and the 50 over Cup. As Carey continues, so still no change of bowler. He comes in to bowl to Benjamin, and he's given him a bit too much width there, and Benjamin says thank you very much and has cut that square for 4. Away from his body at right angle to him, and the ball races through the inner field. Still just 2 men on the boundary because we're still in the power play. So we've got a fielder at third man and 1 at square leg on the boundary, but Carey just not quite matching Hogan's accuracy, and it's 38 for 2. So yes, Ricky Clark has announced his retirement. A real all-rounder, including catching. He set a record. I remember a game, I think it was at Liverpool, when I was covering for the number of catches he took in that match. This next one is on leg stump. It's pushed out to a mid-wicket for no run. There is a misfield, but it's a misfield that Warwickshire aren't able to take advantage of. So there's no run. Also, Josh Poysden has announced his retirement. After 8 years in the game, Josh, always a very popular character, ended up at Yorkshire, but he's stepping away from playing cricket now. That one is pushed out to the offside for no runs. We wish them both well.
Absolutely, the end of an era with Ricky Clark retiring.
Yeah, 39 years of age. Career really revived. He started very well, got into the England team, but had a bit of an unhappy time at Derbyshire, particularly when he became captain there. Didn't really work out for him. And Ashley Giles sort of salvaged his career, really, bringing him over to Warwickshire, which proved very successful. That's short, and it's Paul. I'm not sure how well he timed it. It's gone straight to the fielder anyway, so it'll be a single to Benjamin, who's on to 15, 39 for 2.
Yeah, Carey just struggling for a little consistency here, isn't he? He's picked up the wicket, but he's also been expensive at times, losing his line on occasion.
Carey, number 17 on his back. Red soles with his boots showing as he runs away from us, rolls out onto leg stump, and that's pushed to mid-on for no run. Burgess has to scamper back. He's actually hit by the throw by the fielder, who looks apologetic, Hogan, but I think he was entitled to throw because he was dawdling slightly there, Burgess. And anyway, he's not harmed. 39 for 2. So it's 50 overs, no break in the 50 overs. We get a half-hour interval between innings. Should come around about 2:30. But it tends to be a little bit earlier than that. That was pushed with an open face of the bat by Burgess. That's a nice shot. It's running away on quite a fast outfield. They'll get 2. Seems to have been hot here. This is the ground where we saw Ian Bell play his final first-class match and score a century in the process. I remember well, I say it's a special occasion. Obviously, there was no crowd here, which was a sad thing. But even so, seen him walk off. Let's say it's a long walk. Seen him walk off for the last time after his last first-class game. It's I think quite emotional for Warwickshire supporters. He's been signed up to coach in the 100.
Excellent, yeah. Emotional day for a lot of English cricket fans and cricket fans in general, really. Such a aesthetically pleasing player, a part of some of the great England teams of the last 15 years or so. But good to have his involvement with the 100. Hogan is going to continue from the river end in this 9th over. He's in, and Benjamin will pinch a quick single, just pushing it over to the leg side, and Burgess is through safely with him for that quick single, moving Warwickshire on to 43 for 2 at the start of the 9th over. You know, discussing the consistency that you get with bowling spells in the 50 over game compared to the shorter formats, and it'll be quite taxing work in this heat, I'd imagine, for the likes of Hogan and Carey. But Hogan doesn't seem to be suffering any ill effects yet, as he's in once again and bowls. Burgess pushes the ball into a similar area on the leg side to where Benjamin just picked up his single, but there's no run.
Yeah, slip in place, and the other fielder who's in the close catching position, not really all that close, but close enough to be within the rules, is sort of mid-on-ish. So there's a slight difference in the power play rules from what we're used to in the T20 and the 100 for that matter.
As Hogan runs in from the river end, it's on a good length, and Burgess just pushes that onto the offside for no run.
You got the 100 here, haven't you, at Cardiff? Is it the Welsh Dragons?
The Welsh Fire.
Oh, Welsh
yes.
Fire.
Dragon related,
yes.
certainly. Yeah.
Yes.
So a bit of disruption with the overseas players, with the Australians, Steve Smith, Mitchell Stark, and then Jai Richardson all having to pull out. But there's some firepower in the form of Glenn Phillips and others who've done well, as Hogan is in once again. And Burgess pushes this through to square leg for a single, which he'll trot comfortably.
So the first home game here I see is on 27th of July against Southern Brave. The women start at 3 and then the men at 6:30. Sold out, it says here.
Yes, and a bit of disruption for the women's squad as well, but a number of big names there as well. Alex Griffiths among them.
Birmingham Phoenix's first game is on Friday. That's tomorrow indeed. At Edgbaston. More on that in a mo.
As Hogan is in. It's shorter. Benjamin tries to chop it away, but it's stopped for no run, just backward of point.
They take on London Spirit. Sounds like a brand name for a gin. The women's game starts at 3. Amy Jones captaining the women, now the Warwickshire and England wicketkeeper, and the men start at 6:30, and there are tickets available, I think, still for that one.
And great to see Sarah Taylor back for the Welsh Fire as well.
Indeed, yes.
As Hogan starts his run up from the river end, final ball of the over, which Benjamin pushes to the offside for a single through to mid-off. Carlson fields, and that's the end of the over, and Warwickshire end the 9th over on 44 for 2.
So Hogan doing a good job. One more over the power play to go. Whether the batters are talking about that, saying we've got to make some runs this over, it's the last of the power play, or whether they just want to settle in. They've got to bear in mind it's a 50 over innings. There are already 2 wickets down. Now I'm going to see the first bowling change.
At the Cathedral Road end, speakers coming on to bowl for Glamorgan is Roman Walker.
Couldn't put it better myself. Roman Walker then. Roman Walker is going to come in to bowl. And Carey, first spell 1 for 33 in his 4 overs. Didn't quite match the accuracy of Hogan. But did get the wicket of Ed Pollock, courtesy of a very good catch. So first delivery bowled by Walker is pushed out to the onside for no run.
Yeah, Roman Walker, one of those players looking to benefit from a run out, another run out in the white ball game. He's performed well in T20 cricket for Glamorgan, so interesting to see how he gets on in this longer format.
He's, jogging back to his mark after adjusting his footwear. And he turns now. Number 37, right arm over, and that's inside edge onto pads. There's no run.
Yeah, just 20 years old, Roman Walker from Wrexham, quite powerfully built seam bowler. With that strapping on his left elbow that seems to be favoured by quite a lot of seam bowlers these days.
Yes, Nick Webb, who sadly can't be with us today, has furnished me with very useful information. That one is played out straight down to mid-on. It'll be cut off, so it'll just be a single. 20 years of age from Wrexham. Nick says surprisingly he wasn't in the squad earlier, so there we are. Perhaps Nick should join the selectors. That's play for England's under-19s, Roman Walker. There is an opportunity for these sort of players. So it's a point Mark Robinson made when he was arguing very strongly for this competition to go ahead. Gives him an opportunity as a relatively new coach to work with players. He's not had much opportunity to do so far. That's played a backward point. There's no run. You've got players in the Warwickshire team like Ryan Sidebottom, who's very much a first team squad player, but his opportunity to be limited. Ethan Brooks, we haven't seen George Garrett before this season, having played in past seasons, so it's an opportunity for them and also an opportunity for the coach to work with them, see what they've got. Hence with Roman Walker here as he comes into bowl, just drying his hands as he bowls, and that's hitting the air but safe, and it's a misfield, and it's going to go through for 2 runs. It was an awkward one for Hogan, but he was a little laboured in getting down to that. He has just bowled a 5-over spell in the heat, so maybe mitigating circumstances, but probably should have stopped that and restricted them to 1, as it is a get 2. 47 for 2.
Yeah, and speaking of those opportunities, like you're saying, the coach is keen for this competition to go ahead. I'm sure fans are as well, to see the next generation of players coming through.
Indeed, in comes Walker. That one nips into the batter somewhat. He just leans back and pushes that down to the ground as a nip back to him. So a decent over from Roman Walker. The last over of the power play, he's only conceded 3 runs. It should have been 2 as well, and not been for the misfield. So at the end of the power play, it's a fairly modest power play for Warwickshire. They are 47 for 2. They've lost Ed Pollock, Cooke bowled Carey for 15, and Matt Lamb bowled by Hogan for 1. So 47 for 2 from 10.
Yes, and it'll be interesting to see what Glamorgan opt to do here, whether to continue with Michael Hogan from the River End for the 11th over. Looks like there might be a change. Captain for the day, Kieran Carlson, in conversation with his players and the umpire. They seem to be...
There's a change of bowling at the River End as well, because comes on to bowl for Glamorgan is Callum Taylor.
And there we go, Callum Taylor making his List A debut for Glamorgan today. Will come on to bowl at the River End. And Nick Webb has kindly furnished me with the same stats. I'm a late call-up for Nick today, but happy to tell you that Tom Cullen, this is only his 2nd competitive appearance this season. Often the 2nd team captain for Glamorgan, and as we can see him going through his bowling routine, we'll see that there's a bit of spin to come from the River End. Always a bit of a risk with a short straight boundary, but in comes Cullen. And the first ball is pushed to the leg side by Chris Robinson for a simple single to move Warwickshire on to 48 for 2. Yeah, Glamorgan do have quite a few spin options at their disposal. Andrew Salter not playing today, has featured regularly over the years. As Callum Taylor now gets the opportunity to bowl at Michael Burgess, who just prods it back to the bowler for no run. Taylor through for his third ball, wasting no time. Burgess just dabs that one, that spun a little more.
A bit of turn there, wasn't there?
Yeah, darting little off spinners from Callum Taylor at the river end as he rattles through his first over. Burgess working the ball to the leg side for a single. First over after the power play, meaning Glamorgan have a few more fielders outside the ring, as Warwickshire inch towards the 50. They're 49 for 2. 2 balls left in this 11th over. Taylor's in, and a reverse sweep from Chris Robinson, but for no run. That stopped at short third man.
Yes, needed to get it finer to beat him. You can see why he played it. If he does get it past that fielder, it's there's no one protecting the boundary down there.
Taylor's final ball, now a conventional sweep from Robinson, which will get him 1 run, fielded in the deep, and that takes Warwickshire on to 50 runs. They're 50 for 2 at the end of the 11th over.
So the 50, taking into account the no balls, come in 67 deliveries. And, well, it's a fairly even start to the game. People were predicting it could be quite a slow pitch, so maybe Warwickshire will feel they're setting some foundations here. Glamorgan have taken a couple of wickets, a couple more would put Warwickshire under real pressure. And, we're going to see Walker continue his second over. And Captain Carlson just sorting out his field, putting a man in a sort of sweeper position on the offside, boundary right if you like, to use the modern term, one on the onside as well, and plus a third man and a long leg. Is that delivery short, and he thinks he's got a chance there. Benjamin, it doesn't bounce as high as he expected, and he didn't make proper contact with it. Comes off the bottom of his bat onto his pads for no run.
Yes, this field spread far and wide now, but Chris Benjamin, you get the impression he's just starting to free his arms, showing a bit more in his armoury in that previous over with the reverse sweep and the regular sweep.
20 or 33 balls from him so far. Walker bowls to a bit short, he pulls that, does get hold of that, but it's straight to a fielder, so he'll only get 1. It's fielded well on the boundary by Hogan. He did slightly fumble it, but stopped it and got the throw in quickly. Keeps them down to 1, 51 for 2. Benjamin on to 21.
Yeah, we haven't seen much in the way of short bowling yet, but that was slammed in by Walker. Interesting to see if he continues that particular ploy. Walker bowls, and again it's shortish delivery. Again it's struck well enough, but to one of those boundary fielders, so Burgess is able to get just a single. 52 for 2. And he turns away from us to bowl, and that's a good straight delivery which is pushed back. There's no run. So Walker at the moment keeping it quite tight. You see the 5 runs from his 10 balls.
It's like baking sunshine, a wispy cloud overhead. Those forecast thunderstorms are still not quite reaching these parts. So pushed out to mid-off with no run. Some suggestion the centre of England might get some today, so might get some back home in Birmingham, Coventry and Warwickshire, I don't know. For all I know, it might be like that now, but here, uninterrupted hot sunshine.
Yeah, seems similar forecasts for thunderstorms in South Wales as well. I'm sure club cricketers will be cursing the fact that it's they're due for Saturday when most of them will be playing.
Walker bowls, it's short and it's pulled, and it's very well stopped. And in fact, they only get one in the end. Should really have run two, but it was a brilliant stop. Who is that out there? It was a good diving stop, and it was from Cooke, who's already taken a splendid catch, and they're saved 3 runs. End of the over 53 for 2.
Yeah, Joe Cooke impressing in the field on his List A debut for Glamorgan today. A bit of a mixed bag for Glamorgan in the field so far, with a drop catch, but one very well taken by Cooke earlier. As Callum Taylor will continue from the river end with his off spin. He just tinkers with his field and he seems happy. And he walks in to bowl the first ball, which is driven back behind him by Chris Benjamin for a single, which takes Warwickshire on to 55 for 2. Benjamin and Burgess seem quite settled here at the start of the 13th over, as Taylor bowls to Burgess, who just blocks it for no run. Taylor once again from the river end twirls his arm around. Burgess is back to drive. It looks it'll be at least 1 run, and it will be a second, in fact, comfortably made in the end, just pushed out to the offside beyond the inner circle, and fielded Warwickshire now 56 for 2. It will be Taylor to Burgess, who flicks the ball off his pads, but will be no run. Backward of square on the leg side. Taylor looking to get through his overs at a fair rate, as you often would like to with your spinners. This is the 5th ball of his over. He's in, and it's on a length, and Burgess flicks that away through mid-wicket for an easy single, taking his score onto 14 and Warwickshire's onto 57 for 2.
Not dealing in boundaries though, Warwickshire. There hasn't been one now for nearly 6 overs. The last was the first ball of the 8th over.
Taylor is in, and he's going to bowl around the wicket to the right-handed Benjamin, who just prods that to short mid-wicket to end the over. No run. Warwickshire 57 for 2.
And just the 4 runs there. So the last 5 overs have yielded 15 runs. No further wickets. And Warwickshire will be mindful to build an innings here.
It feels like they're settling into those kind of middle over periods already, kind of gently nurdling, keeping the strike ticking over.
Yes, it's an area where 50 over cricket sometimes gets a little criticised, isn't it? The sort of period where both teams are happy for singles to be scored. Anyway, Walker bowls short, and that's pulled, and it will be stopped again by Cooke. More straightforward stop, but again he was swiftly moved to it and picked it up cleanly, got the throw in, so it's 1 run to Burgess, who's now on 15, 58 for 2.
Yeah, with only 5 fielders in the circle, it seems like Glamorgan are quite happy to let Warwickshire rotate the strike with these singles.
That one was lofted in the air. That might go through, will it? It's two fielders on, almost got in each other's way, really. Neither of them could dive because they were running towards each other. Possibly one of them, Cooke or Hogan, should have called for it, but it was perfectly placed by the batter, bisecting the two, and Warwickshire get their first boundary for, I reckon it's 37 deliveries. So 62 for 2. Benjamin's on to 27. It's only their fourth four. They've also hit 2 sixes. Walker to Benjamin, and he's hoiked that in the air, make that 3 sixes. That's the biggest of the lot so far. It just hits the turf in front of the stand, and very well picked up by Chris Benjamin. It looks like he's celebrating by asking for a new pair of gloves. 68 for 2, Benjamin on to 33.
Yeah, that was a well hit 6. It didn't go an awful long way in the air, but it was firmly hit. It was flat and it cleared what is quite a long boundary.
So Walker responds. Another short delivery, but it keeps the batter tucked up a bit, and Benjamin does well to play it away from his body. Down to wide third man. They only get one. Benjamin's run another half run, but Burgess was reluctant to go. And as a result, they get one run, 69 for 2. But it is 12 off the over so far, with still 2 more balls of it to bowl. A little bit of pressure on Walker here as he comes in the bowl and just gives Burgess a bit of width, but he can only find the sweeper on the offside, so it's just a single. 70 for 2 rather. And Walker trudges back as the ball tossed to him. Quite well built, comes into bowl and right arm over, and that's hit into the ground straight to a fielder, so he bowls a dot ball at the end of the over, but 13 came off it with the 6 and the 4 to Benjamin. Chris Benjamin now on 34, and Warwickshire 70 for 2 after 14. I'm just going to have to leave you for a moment or two while I tell the good folk of well, everywhere really around our catchment areas all about it.
And the players will take a drinks break as well. Well earned, playing any kind of sport in this heat. It's been 30 degrees all week in Cardiff, as it has been across much of the UK, the heat wave. And that over with 13 runs from it nudges Warwickshire's run rate back up to 5 and over. Chris Benjamin, after starting relatively slowly, has moved on to 34 not out from 43 balls, so his strike rate is up to 79 now. A little acceleration from Warwickshire needed just as they were starting to let the run rate drop a little lower than they would have liked, but these are early stages in the game. 14 overs gone, and the visitors 70 runs for 2.
Just bring up to date with the second 11 game behind closed doors at Spitty Park in Newport between.
It's Chris Benjamin and Michael Burgess, the unbeaten batsman. They're having a word in the middle after having a drink. It looks like Callum Taylor, the off-spinner, will continue for Glamorgan from the river end for the 15th over. This is Taylor's 3rd over, one of 3 Glamorgan players making their list day debuts, as well as Stephen Reingold, who's making his debut in all competitions for the county. It'll be Michael Burgess to face the first ball of the 15th over with Warwickshire 70 for 2, and Taylor will come around the wicket again to the right-hander, who plays it down the leg side. Michael Hogan fields, but there is a single for Burgess as Warwickshire move on to 71 for 2. Taylor perhaps looking just to deny these batsmen room to manoeuvre as he comes around the wicket again to Benjamin, who's moving back to nudge the ball over back to the leg side for another single. Warwickshire happy to play for singles after that productive 14th over with 13 runs from it. They're now 72 for 2 as Burgess gets ready to face Taylor from the river end, who's around the wicket and bowling on length, and Burgess blocks. Taylor fields off his own bowling. Taylor again around the wicket. Burgess back once again and flicking the ball through mid-wicket to pick up a single as the ball is fielded deep. Warwickshire 73 for 2 now. 2 balls left in the 15th over. Taylor is in around the wicket, a little down the leg side, but Benjamin feathers the ball down to Hogan, who's on the 45 and fields to deny Warwickshire a run there. Still 73 for 2 with 1 ball left in the 15th over. Taylor waits to adjust his field. He's happy and he's in from the river end around the wicket to Benjamin, who plays the ball to the offside, and there'll be a 4th single of the over there for Warwickshire, who move on to 74 for 2 at the end of the 15th over. Callum Taylor on his list A debut. His figures now 3 overs, no wickets and only conceding 10 runs, so an economical start to life for Callum Taylor as a list A Glamorgan player. There'll be Roman Walker to continue with his seam bowling from the Cathedral Road end in the 16th over. Walker so far having gone for 19 runs from his 3 overs after that expensive last over of his. And Clive is back with us.
Yes, Walker bowls. That's played to backward point. Just beats the fielder's despairing dive. I think there was always going to be one there anyway. And 75 for 2. Burgess on to 18. So these two. 45 they've added now. Going along steadily at a fairly sedate pace. Certainly earlier on, but needing to rebuild again. Conscious this is a 50 over game, so need to guard those wickets as Walker comes into bowl. Good accurate delivery is defended by Burgess for no run. It's been a mature performance from Chris Benjamin, who, having played in pretty gung-ho and very effective style on the T20s, he's adjusting his game for this longer format here. 37 of 47 balls from him. Walker bowls and Burgess hits into the ground straight to a fielder, no run.
Yeah, very much the new age batsman, Chris Benjamin, isn't he? An education in T20 or shorter, and then stepping up to 50 over cricket. Gone are the days where people only cut their teeth in red ball cricket.
India now 58 without loss against the county select 11. Will Rhodes is bowling now, bringing himself on. That's hit well enough by Burgess, but straight to a fielder. He's a bit frustrated with that. I think he feels he may have missed out a little bit there. 75 for 2. He's signalling to the changing room. So the changing room's quite a long way away. The boundary rope's in, well, quite a bit from the stand to our left. Walker right arm over, bowls just outside off stump again. Burgess finds the fielder, just getting slightly frustrated, the Warwickshire acting captain. Elsewhere in this competition, Hampshire 72 for 2 in the 17th over. So it's quite similar to here. Durham going at a fair pace against Kent at Beckenham. 109 without loss in the 17th. Derbyshire 81 for 1 against Leicestershire in the 17th at Leicester. And Yorkshire 85 for 4 against Surrey. They lost 3 early wickets there. That's at Scarborough. This next one, he plays all over that, does Burgess, trying to pull up one that doesn't get up. And Walker bowls a very effective over and it's 75 for 2. Warwickshire after 16 overs.
Yeah, strange end to the over there. The ball certainly kept low, but it didn't seem to be, at least, that short a delivery. I'm not sure if it was there to be pulled, but
didn't miss the stumps by very much, did it?
No. And Michael Burgess ended his follow through on his knees, rather to accentuate just how low the ball had kept. But you do wonder if he was maybe just covering himself up, having missed it by such a distance. Either way, Warwickshire are 75 for 2 at the end of the 16th over, and it'll be Callum Taylor and his off-spin to continue from the river end. And Taylor is to continue with this ploy of bowling around the wicket to the right-handed batsman. He's in for his first delivery of the over. It's on a length and it's prodded to mid-on for no run. Chris Benjamin, the batsman, on strike on 37 runs as Taylor is in to him, and Benjamin hoists that long into the stand behind Taylor for a towering 6. It moves Warwickshire onto 81 for 2. That's Chris Benjamin's third 6 of the innings. He's now on 43.
Yeah, bent his knees there to get hold of that one. The ball has to be retrieved from the black tarpaulin. No spectators on that side of the ground. Well, there are actually, but just from the corner, a little bit away from the black sight screen, there are a handful. Just in the right-hand corner. Are they actually spectate? Yeah, I think they are spectators there, aren't they? And most of the spectators are in the stands below us.
The ball is retrieved and Taylor bowls again. It's down the leg side this time. Chris Benjamin doesn't get anything on it, and the wide is signalled.
Yeah.
Taylor once again around the wicket, over to the off side this time, but Chris Benjamin is equal to it, and not only that, he slaps it over the fielder's head for 4 runs. This is turning into quite a productive over for Warwickshire, and Chris Benjamin in particular. He moves closer to his 50. He's 47 not out, and Warwickshire 86 for 2, with still 3 balls to come from this expensive over from Callum Taylor. And he's ditched his around the wicket ploy. He's back over the wicket, and Benjamin works the ball onto the leg side for a quick single. Smart cricket from Benjamin. He's on to 48 now. Warwickshire 87 for 2.
Well, he hasn't been out in first team cricket yet, Chris Benjamin. He's got 108 runs in his 2 first team games.
Taylor is into Burgess, who moves back and drives off the back foot. The ball making its way down to long on where it's fielded, so a single for Burgess and Warwickshire. 1 ball left in this 17th over. They're 88 for 2. Taylor over the wicket to Benjamin, who plays the ball neatly down to square leg for a single to end the over. Very good over for Warwickshire. 14 from it. They're 89 for 2, and Benjamin inching closer to his 50. He's on 49.
Bit of mirth down below us. A few umbrellas up, but don't worry, that's just to protect people from the sun. No chance of rain. Wide in that over, they've bowled 3 wides plus the no ball, so 5 runs given away that way thus far. 89 for 2 or 17. There's now been 3 pretty expensive overs. There's been 2 4. That was the second over to go for 14. There's also been a 13 and a 10 as well, the double figure overs. That's the 1 maiden in the innings. So we're going to see Joe Cooke in now to bowl for Glamorgan. And so he's the 5th bowler used. He bowls, that's played back to him by Benjamin. Good straight line from Joe Cooke, 24 years of age. Played 13 first class games, but this is a List A debut. already taken one splendid catch to dismiss Ed Pollock. He's now bowling to Benjamin. Pushes out to the offside, no chance of a run. Keen piece of fielding there by Callum Taylor, who swoops onto the ball. For 2.
2 list day debutants for Glamorgan bowling at each end now. So big opportunity for Joe Cooke.
Bowls to Benjamin, who opens the face of the bat and runs it down to Shoreditch third man and gets through for a half century, or for a single to bring up his half century. And Chris Benjamin, having made 60 not out on his T20 first team debut, now makes an unbeaten half century on his list day debut. What a start for Chris Benjamin, who may get to taste the 100. He's in the 100 squad for Birmingham Phoenix. He may get to play in that as well. But his 50 coming off 55 balls. As the next one is bowled to Burgess. Doesn't quite get hold of it. Burgess just struggling a little bit out there, but he's still out there. That's a crucial thing. 3 4s and 3 6s for Chris Benjamin in that half century. And helping to build foundations for Warwickshire. That's a 60-run stand now also for this third wicket. Cooke tosses the ball from one hand to the other, sends his mid-off back to the long-off boundary, comes into bowl to Burgess, who pushes it to the onside, but it'll be fielded there. There's no run. It's 19 off 33 balls now for Michael Burgess. Responsibility of captaincy on his shoulders. Probably just for this game. Will Rhodes should be available again for Sunday's match against Nottinghamshire at Edgbaston. That's a play by Burgess out to the offside for no run. End of a good over, just the 1 run off it, so a good start to Joe Cooke.
50 came off 55 balls, including
Burgess captaining the team while Will Rhodes is away with the county select, and as you mentioned earlier, Rhodes having a bowl against the Indians. Mayank Agarwal and Tejeswar Pujara still unbeaten. They're 68 without loss, so Will Rhodes toiling against some very well set and experienced Indian batsmen there.
Yeah, you imagine India will probably just bat through the day. I heard Mark Church suggest that makes sense. It probably, as much as we'd love them to set up some sort of run chase at the end, I suspect they won't.
Callum Taylor continues from the river end. Chris Benjamin is down to sweep, but Hogan fields well. Backward of square on the leg side. No run. Yeah, Taylor looking to hit back after an expensive 4th over. He's over the wicket to Benjamin, who hits it long and high. Is it long enough? No, it's not. He's caught. His fine innings comes to an end. Chris Benjamin out for 50 off 57 balls. Warwickshire and 90 for 3.
Yeah, didn't hit it perhaps as straight as he intended, and found the fielder out there on the long on boundary. And pity that. Benjamin batted very well, but he has gone now. A decent partnership.
Chris Benjamin was caught by Nick Selman off the bowling.
It was a very calmly taken catch by Nick Selman. He walked in towards the ball, watched it carefully and watched it into his hands.
Yeah, very casually taken, wasn't it? There's, that river end can be quite a productive hitting area for batsmen, and you'll have quite a few people cycling or walking behind along the River Tav, and yeah, Selman had the air of someone just going for a stroll in the sun as he walked in from the long on boundary to take that catch from Callum Taylor's bowling. Benjamin had, just in Taylor's last over, deposited one of the balls into the stand, not to be this time, and that is a very useful wicket for Glamorgan to pick up, because it ends a 60-run partnership, removes a well-set batsman, And now they'll look to capitalise on that.
And there's not a lot of experience to come now.
Warwickshire is
Jacob Bethel, who has more experience than some of them, even though he's only 17 years old. I think he has played a couple of T20 matches this season. Hails from Barbados, but has been at rugby school on a scholarship for a few years now. They think highly of him, but they do remind people he's only 17.
Benjamin now has an average at least.
Yes.
In white ball cricket, it's a nice round 50.
Well, be 55 if he got 60 in the T20 game, so yeah. 50 in
this
form, yeah, sorry, yes. 110 in all first team cricket.
Very decent start to life as a pro cricketer for Chris Benjamin. But yes, Jacob Bethel is the man at the crease now, a left-handed batsman. Could suit Callum Taylor, who's around the wicket. Bethel is back and off the mark with his first ball, driving the ball deep into the offside to move on to 1 run. Warwickshire 91 for 3 in the 19th over. Taylor is back over the wicket for the right-handed Burgess, who's forward to defend for no run. This could be useful for Warwickshire, right and left-handed combination as they had to open the batting, but equally so for Taylor with his off-spin. He's bowling to Burgess, who tries to work down the leg side. He had rather moved across his stumps. A gasp from Taylor, who thought he was close to bowling Burgess perhaps, but it's called a wide. Warwickshire now 92 for 3. 2 balls left in this 19th over of Taylor's from the river end. He's in and Burgess is forward, again playing defensively for no run.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little harsh, the wide. It turned, I guess, wide of leg stump in the end.
Callum Taylor in for his final ball of the over. Burgess on one knee, slaps it, bit of a slog sweep, it's fielded, 1 bounce. The cries of catch come to no avail, and that's the end of the over. Warwickshire 93 for 3, a wicket from it for Glamorgan and Callum Taylor.
Yeah. Warwickshire have done okay, and they'll feel that they're building an innings here, but might just feel in a slightly precarious position with this very inexperienced side. I know Glamorgan are inexperienced as well, but a couple more wickets and Warwickshire could be under a little bit of pressure.
Interesting that it's still quite a conservative field that they've opted for at this stage.
Joe Cooke to continue, and bowls a bouncer which, that's beaten everybody now. That's the attempted pull shot from Burgess. He's missed it, or did he get something on it? Was that single buys or was that be single runs? It's gone for 4 anyway. I didn't see bites signalled, and indeed that has gone to Burgess. He must have just got a little nick on that. The wicketkeeper tried to stop it with his pads and got it wrong, and it raced through for 4.
That's a few that have appeared to keep low from this end to Burgess.
Yeah, Cooke comes into bowl to him, and he plays that to point. There's no run.
On a length, the bounce seems to be fairly true. The batsmen haven't had any trouble, but then when Cooke and Walker before him have just drawn it back of a length slightly, it does seem to have kept low on occasion, keeping the batsmen on their toes.
Captain Carlson in conversation with Cooke as he comes in the ball, just slightly wide of off stump, and Burgess hasn't got hold of it. He's struggling with his timing here, Burgess. He leans on his bat in frustration, hits that into the ground, back to the bowler. Umpire's just looking at where the front foot is landing, so he might be getting close to overstepping here.
You just get the impression that Burgess, with 24 runs from his 39 balls so far, just wants to get going, doesn't he? And it's just not quite happening for him yet.
Cooke bowls to him. Well, he's edged that down to third man. There is a man there, so it'll just be 1 run. Well, it's 98 for 3. Burgess on to 25. Fielders all move around for the left-hand, right-hand combination. Left-hander Bethel now on strike. Wearing number 2. It comes to something when players start playing the T20. They weren't even born when the format started. As in comes Cooke, and that's a bit of an inside edge onto the onside for a single by Bethel. 99 for 3. He moves on to 2.
That is a depressing thought about Bethel, isn't it?
Yeah. It's Cooke now to Burgess. Burgess pushes out again, trying to find the gap, doesn't find it. That's cut off. That's the end of the over. And they did get that slightly fortuitous 4 that over, so 6 runs off it in total. Warwickshire 99 for 3 from 20.
Yeah, Warwickshire a consistent, solid, if unspectacular start to this innings. 99 for 3 off 20 overs. Chris Benjamin, top scorer with 50.
The river end, Lucas Kennedy.
You get the impression if Burgess can get going, there might be a fair bit yet to come in this Warwickshire innings. There's a change of bowling at the river end. It'll be Lucas Carey, who started the innings bowling from the Cathedral Road end. He's swapped and he's going to bowl from the river end now.
Callum Taylor 5 overs, 1 for 28. In his spell, still the 5 bowlers used by Glamorgan. Each bowler, of course, can bowl a maximum of 10 overs. If he only uses 5 bowlers, all have to bowl 10.
Carey in for his first ball of his second spell. Just back of a length, and Bethel blocks it for no run. Carey quite expensive in his first spell, conceding 33 runs from his 4 overs, but he did pick up the first wicket of the match. And he did look threatening at times, generating a bit of bounce and movement, but then losing his line and length on occasion as well and getting punished for it. So he'll be looking for a little more consistency from the river end. He's around the wicket to Bethel. It's wide and Bethel chops it into the ground for no run.
There's an opportunity to have a Bethel. It's quite wide, but he didn't time it. Ball not really coming onto the bat. Wonder what Warwickshire feel will be a good score here.
As Carey begins his run, knees pumping from the river end. He's in, and that's a better ball. A little straighter, still wide-ish, but angling into Bethel, who was beaten and looks at the pitch a little puzzled. I'm not quite sure what at. Did it keep a little low? Seemed to be a fairly straightforward delivery from Carey at first glance. Carey around the wicket again to Bethel, who tries to cut that ball, but the ball was just a little short for him. Bounces over the batsman's bat and through for no run.
Well, there was a bit of bounce there from Carey. Michael Burgess just having a word with Bethel.
Yeah, we saw Carey beat a couple of batsman early doors with his bounce and seam movement. As he comes around the wicket again to Bethel, that ball goes down the leg side for a wide.
Slightly spoils the over. You can see the wide, 5th wide now, this Warwickshire innings.
And that brings Warwickshire's 100 up. They're 100 for 3 in the 21st over. As Carey starts his run again at the river end. He's in, and it's another wide down the leg side. Oh no, it's flicked by Bethel. It's caught behind. Carey has his 2nd wicket. Warwickshire lose their 4th wicket, and Bethel departs for 2. They're 100 for 4.
Yeah, good catch by the wicket keeper. It's a little bit of an unfortunate wicket from Warwickshire's point of view, and a slightly fortunate one for Carey. But Bethel, the youngster, not able to prosper on this occasion. Caught behind, and Warwickshire not halfway through their overs yet, so
was caught by Tom Cullen.
it's becoming a concern. The wicket's falling.
And that really was a fair way down the leg side, a good yard wide of the leg stump, but Bethel rather chasing it, perhaps looking for some cheap runs to help him move his score on, but it was well taken by Cullen.
It's always easy to save them up here, but I'm puzzled sometimes why batters play at those balls when they know they'll get a wide for it, and they just let it go. Ethan Brooks, brother of Henry Brooks, who's the absolute Warwickshire's bowling attack is shorn because of injuries. Sam Hain, Dolby, Tim Bresnan both injured, and Henry Brooks out for the season. Ethan Brooks has played 1 championship match this season. And here comes a Warwickshire just... Well, they're 4 down, and this is only the 21st over. So the risk of them being bowled out before the end of the 50 overs is growing. The 100, by the way, just before that wicket, came in 125 balls, which meant the second 50 came in 58, a bit quicker than the first, which took 67 balls. They lost 1 wicket for the second 50.
Here comes Carey to Brooks, and he defends that onto the leg side, and that ends the over. Warwickshire 100 for 4, just 1 run off it, but crucially for Glamorgan, a wicket for Lucas Carey. Yeah,
the run was the wide. So nothing off the bat. Michael Burgess now will feel he has to anchor this innings through and also start scoring some runs, which he struggled to do a little bit. $100 for 4. And we're going to see Cooke continue from the Cathedral Road end, which is away from us, running away from us. A great view right over the pitch. We can call the LBWs here. Not that it's our job to do that. The umpires. That one's hit straight down the ground. It will be cut off, so it'll just be a single to Burgess, who's now on to 26, and brings Ethan Brooks out to the middle. He's seen as an all-rounder, Ethan Brooks. This is his white ball debut. So he hits that one out to the offside. There's no run. He's played 3 first-class matches so far. He's been in and around the squad for a while, so this competition may offer him opportunities to actually get a bit of first-team cricket. Still only 20 years of age. He turns that one off his hips for his first List A run. 102 for 4. the next one is defended. Back to the bowler for no run. Burgess on strike. 22nd over. Glamorgan with that wicket, just keeping a little bit of a grip on that Warwickshire now. Warwickshire may feel something around about the 240 mark would be competitive, but they've got an awful lot to do to get there. Cooke bowls, that's short and it's hit away hard. Interested in the fielder who's quite away in from the 30-yard circle at square leg, but it was wide of him and it's gone through for 4. Burgess will feel good about that. He moves on to 30. It's 106 for 4. Powerfully hit shot. Cooke in, just bowling on leg stump, and it's defended by Burgess. No run. And that's the end of the over. Well, the 4 made that a decent enough over for Warwickshire. A couple of singles in there as well. 106 for 4. Ethan Brooks getting one of the singles is on 1, and Michael Burgess is on 30.
The game quite evenly poised at this stage. Warwickshire 106 for 4 from 22 overs, but the majority of their experienced batsmen now gone. A lot rests on the shoulders of standing captain Michael Burgess, unbeaten on 30. It'll be Lucas Carey to continue from the river end, having taken a wicket for just 1 run in his previous over. He's in. And bowls back of a length, and Brooks works that down to backward square leg for just 1 run, taking Warwickshire's score on to 107 for 4. Burgess on strike now, very much the senior batsman in this partnership. Carey managing to bowl with a little more consistency in the previous over, albeit getting his wicket rather fortuitously with the leg side delivery, caught behind, but he's in, running in, and bowls again back of the length, and a similar shot to the previous one as Burgess pulls the ball to the square leg boundary where it's fielded. 1 run for Burgess. He moves on to 31. Warwickshire 108 for 4. In comes Carey for his 3rd ball, which Brooks blocks for no run. Glamorgan with a few more fielders inside the field at this, inside the ring at this stage. 6 inside the ring as they look to apply some pressure to this Warwickshire middle order. No slip in place for Carey, who turns around and begins his run for the 4th delivery of his over. It's in as a wider delivery, but not so wide as to be called a wide by the umpire on this occasion.
Yeah, it must be close. Ethan Brooks let it go. I was thinking it would be called wide. That little blue line, which is supposed to be a guide for the umpire, but he gave the bowler the benefit of the doubt on that occasion.
Another economical over so far from Carey, who's in, and bowls to Brooks, who plays the ball onto the leg side, driving the ball to mid-on, but for no run. Brooks rather playing himself in. Patient start from the 20-year-old. Here comes Carey. Final ball of his 6th over. It's on a good length. Brooks tries to chop it down to 3rd man, but it's cut off by the fielder, and that brings the over to a close. Just 2 runs from it. Warwickshire 108 for 4 after 23 overs.
Yeah, Carey tightening up, bowling from the river end. After a slightly inconsistent opening spell, which was during the power play from the Cathedral Road end. And Cooke continues, still just the 5 bowlers used. And he'll be bowling to Michael Burgess on 31. That's on leg stump. Burgess has placed it neatly around his pads for a single. Burgess onto 32, 109 for 4.
Yeah, that change of ends for Lucas Carey seems to have helped Glamorgan's cause, as well as the wicket. It's tightened things up in terms of the run rate. Good call from Kieran Carlson, captain in Glamorgan for the first time today. Still only 23 years old, but quite an established member of this team and enjoying his best season so far yet. 780 runs in the championship.
Cooke bowls, and it's Ethan Brooks playing it out to mid-on, but didn't make a particularly pleasing sound off the bat, and the ball rolls forward. There's no opportunity to add to the score, which is 109 for 4 on the 24th over. 50 over cricket. And that was a good delivery from Cooke that beats Brooks's tentative prod at it. Beats the outside edge and goes through to the wicket keeper. Brooks does a little bit of gardening. That one just nipped away from him. Cooke, right arm over. Oh, and there's bowled in. Brooks trying to pull out the onside. That one may have kept low again. He's played all over it. And as seen as off stump knocked over. Ethan Brooks goes for 2. And Warwickshire in some trouble now with 109 for 5.
It's the kind of ball we've seen a few batsmen struggle with today, isn't it? Michael Burgess missed a few pull shots from these deliveries just back of a length, and as we watch the replay now, it did seem to keep low a little, but it was only slightly back of a length from Joe Cooke. Moved a little bit in, perhaps off the seam, just a little jagged move inwards onto the off stump, but perhaps Ethan Brooks will be a little bit disappointed by his shot selection. Perhaps that wasn't quite there to be bowled.
Was bowled by Joe Cooke.
So, a couple of the fringe players, the sort of familiar fringe players so far, not able to take advantage of their opportunities. And Warwickshire still have some work to do to get to 200. Just misjudged that one, Brooks. And I think we can see Manraj Johal come on for his debut, 19 years of age. Can't tell you what number it is because he ain't got a number. So, but
the incoming batter for Warwickshire is Ashish Chakrabarti.
Chakrapani is actually the next batter in. He's come through the academy, 17 years of age. Ball spin. He's been with the club since under 10 level. Plays in the Birmingham League for Dorridge. So it was an opportunity for him.
And a good opportunity for Glamorgan here as well to exert a bit more pressure. Warwickshire now 109 for 5 with 2 balls to come from this Joe Cooke over.
Chakrapani just adjusting his pads. He's been signed along with 2 other players on a 3-week contract. To see Warwickshire through this competition. It's short. He's pulled that one. He's off the mark straight away. He'll get 2. It's well stopped down the long leg boundary with a short delivery. He pulled it nicely. And Ashish Chakrapani has his first team runs.
And a very accomplished shot to bring them up as well. Look very in control of his pull shot there. Got over the ball well, rolled his wrists over it, and worked it nicely down to fine leg.
Cooke in again. The ball again, pitches it short. Chakrapani plays that into the ground for no run. Well, the end of the over. The 3 runs off it plus the wicket. It's 111 for 5. Burgess got a single that over. He's on to 32, and Chakrapani's on 2. The man out of that over. Ethan Brooks bowled for 2. Hearty round of applause for bowler Carey as he takes his place in the field.
Yeah, very much the nature of this competition now with the withdrawals because of the 100 that will see so many counties field young players as Warwickshire are doing today. 2 17-year-olds in the team, 3-week contracts, a novel setup as Carey runs in from the river end to Burgess, who blocks for no run. Yeah, Burgess, Warwickshire's last remaining recognised batsman of any considerable experience, but he's surrounded by a number of promising young players. Burgess 32 off 49 now. As Carey runs back in for his second delivery. It's worked onto the leg side by Burgess, who's looking for a second run but thinks better of it. Settles for a single. And Chakrapani will have his first look at Lucas Carey, bowling from the river end. Another switch from right-handed batsman to left-handed now, and Carey will change the angle of attack. He's going to come around the wicket. Glamorgan still opting for a relatively containing field. Nobody in that close. Captain Kieran Carlson is on the shorter side at mid-wicket. As Carey comes in around the wicket, bowls, veers down the leg side, and it's called a wide by the umpire.
Well, Carey doesn't look too happy, but I think it was definitely a wide unless it hit something. Maybe, I don't know whether the bowler's suggesting it clipped the thigh pad.
Yeah, seemed to be that kind of aborted half an appeal from some of the players, which suggest it may well have brushed something on its way through. As Carey begins his run up again from the mark, he's in. It's wider to the offside this time, and Chakrapani chops it down. It's fielded at third man by Nick Selman, and there'll be 1 run to Chakrapani, taking Warwickshire on to 114 for 5 in this 25th over. Burgess back on strike. Quite a patient innings from him so far. Keen to glue this Warwickshire innings together as Carey is in and bowls straight at Burgess, who blocks for no run. You get the impression Burgess won't be trying anything too rash for now. Still not quite even at the midway point of this innings, so plenty of time on his and Warwickshire's side as they try to rebuild. 5 wickets down. As Carey gets his legs pumping on his run-up, and he bowls on a nice line in length just outside off stump, which Burgess pushes onto the offside for no run. 1 ball left in this 25th over. Carey enjoying himself from the river end. far more economical than he was at the Cathedral Road end. His economy now from 8.5 down to 5.7 as he comes in for his final ball of his 7th over. It's a short ball which Burgess pulls down towards backward square leg. Nick Selman fields, keeps it down to 1 run. Burgess moves on to 34, and at the end of the 25th over, Warwickshire are 115 for 5.
Yes, a lot of work still for Warwickshire to do. But I don't think it'll be an easy pitch to chase a big total on. So Warwickshire will still feel first aim to get to 200 on the board at least.
Returning to bowl, Michael Hogan.
Michael Hogan brought a really good spell from the river end at the start of the innings. He's returning to bowl. Looks like Kieran Carlson's going to settle for the 5 bowlers. Hogan 5 overs, 1 for 11 is both the only maiden of the innings. He comes into bowl and has looked a good shout for an LBW, but the finger doesn't go up. Burgess, the batter, might have been doing a bit too much. Hogan looks at the batter, looks at the umpire, but no reviews, of course. It is actually going down the leg side. You can see the replay. Not sure he would even have reviewed that if it had reviews.
Hogan doing his best impression of somebody who feels wronged, though, after that decision, as all good bowlers should be.
He comes in to bowl Hogan, and that's off an inside edge, down the back of square for a single. Umpires are Ben Debenham and James Middlebrook. 12 players are making their List A debuts in this game. George Garrett is another one for Warwickshire, who's played in red ball cricket and not in the 50 over cricket. Remember, of course, there was no 50 over competition last season, so some of the players might conceivably have played in that, but it didn't happen. So you go back to 2019 for the last 50 over competition. Quite a lot has happened since then. That one is guided out to point for no run. 116 for 5.
Yeah, it does seem like Carlson seems content to keep it to these 5 bowlers for the time being.
So here's Hogan. Presumably bowl a couple of overs spell and then save 2 or 3 for the end of the innings. That's played down to third man for a single by Chak Rapani. One of the 12 players listed. It's making their List A debut, but in his case it's actually a first team debut. Comes in now, does Hogan to bowl, and Burgess opens the face of the bat and plays that to point for no run. He's 35 off 56 balls. He's found it hard work out there, Michael Burgess, but crucial from a Warwickshire point of view that he's still there. 50 earlier for Chris Benjamin. And Hogan to Burgess. That's accurate again, and Burgess can just defend it back to the bowler. It's the end of the over. Decent over from Hogan, and it's 117 for 5. Warwickshire, who won the toss and elected to bat first. And just 2 runs coming off that last over.
Yeah, it's tough going for the batsman out there on occasion, but it might not take that many runs to win a game on this surface. Earlier this week, Glamorgan losing to the Wales Minor Counties team, having been bowled out for 202. Wales Minor Counties managing 205 for 7 from their overs. So that does suggest that many teams might find scoring difficult on their surface.
And that was a 50 over game, was it? Yeah.
Carey is in. His first ball is blocked by Chakrapani for no run. Yeah, Warwickshire going at 4.5 runs and over. They've still got time to play at a sensible pace and maybe look to accelerate in the latter overs of their innings. As Carey comes in around the wicket, Chakrapani, who lets a bouncer go over his head. He went a fair distance over his head, surprised that...
I was about to say the same thing, but the umpire has now signalled no ball.
So it is a no ball, yes, yeah.
And this is the one that's not a free hit. This is where they got confused on the 100 yesterday, both the umpire and commentators. But the one type of no ball that's not a free hit is the one that bounces over head height.
And you'll sometimes see them given as a wide if they're so far overhead.
That's the difference. I'll come back to that in a second.
As Carey comes around the wicket once more to Chakrapani, who plays that over to the leg side for a single.
That is the difference with domestic. I have no idea why it's different really, but domestic one-day cricket deems it a no ball, whereas in international cricket it would be a wide. And I remember a batter in an international match, actually England batter, edged one and then looked at the umpire, and the umpire said, well, I can't give it a wide, you hit it. And if it had been a domestic game, so Ravi Papali was a batter, it would have been given no ball.
As Carey comes in to Burgess, who tries to work it over to the leg side but can't get it away for no run.
So it's a little confusing. We're also, I think, the only country that gives 2 for no balls.
Yeah, it takes a little adjustment for some of those fans following this game who have been watching international cricket recently. England's women against India, the men playing against Pakistan. As Carey begins his run up from the river end, over the wicket to the right-handed Burgess, who blocks for no run. Carey once again faring much better from the river end, bowling a tight line, making scoring difficult for Warwickshire's batsmen. Burgess is now 35 from 58 balls. Not at his fluent best, but determined not to give his wicket away. As the remaining senior batsman in this lineup, Carey is in. It's wide of the off stump, and Burgess rather throws his arms through the ball, drives out to the offside for 1 run, taking Warwickshire's score on to 121 for 5. And this will be the final ball of the 27th over. Carey to Chakrapani, and it looks like the Glamorgan bowler will come back around the wicket to the left-handed batsman. Carey, the last ball of his 8th over. He's in. It's on to Chakrapani's legs, and he hits it straight to a fielder on the bounce. No run. That is the end of the 27th over. Warwickshire 121 for 5.
Yes, a no ball helped a little bit there for Warwickshire, gives them 4 off the over in total. And Warwickshire building a total. This return of the Royal Under One Day Cup, which didn't make it last year. There's 2 groups of 9 which have been randomly drawn, which I think is a good thing. For a while they were making them regional, so you end up playing the same teams that you played in the T20. It's nice. I mean, I know it's easy for us to say because we're in the middle of the country, so it doesn't really matter, but it's nice, I think, they get the opportunity to play other teams. As Hogan bowls, that unusually gives a little bit of width to Burgess, who is only able to take advantage to the tune of 1 run as he plays it to the boundary rider. He's on to 37, 122 for 5. So 2 groups of 9. You play everyone in your group once, so you get 4 home games, 4 away. You have to finish in the top 3 to qualify. So you're probably looking at a minimum of 5 wins out of the 8 games. Group winners go straight to the semi-finals, and the second and third places play each other in a quarter-final, and the final, somewhat controversially, is midweek rather than a weekend, as round the wicket comes Hogan. That's just going down the leg side. It's been helped on its way by Chakrapani. He didn't get bat on it, but it did come off his pad, so it's 4 leg byes. And useful runs for Warwickshire. Just as he came round the wicket to the left-hander, straight down the leg side there, Hogan. So the final is at Trent Bridge, no Lord's final these days, on the 19th of August. And in comes Hogan, bowls. Chakrapani hits that into the ground, straight to a fielder. The other teams in this group, which is Group B for the record, are Leicestershire, Derbyshire, Yorkshire, Surrey, Nottinghamshire, Northamptonshire and Somerset.
Yeah, even with 100 players away, a few of those counties will pose a considerable threat, you'd think, the likes of Somerset in particular, with their record in this competition.
That's pushed out to the onside, there's no run. Somerset are the defending champions, having won it in 2019.
Yeah, it's as exciting as the 100 is, and I think we're all looking forward to new competition and a new audience for cricket. You can see why some of the counties are
looking forward to it.
Yeah, in the way that their calendar has been rather sacrificed in its name.
And in comes Hogan, and that's played out to the offside. There's no run. Of course, although it's just the 8 teams in the 100, the theory is all the counties will benefit financially. But this competition was always going to be a little bit different. The players involved in the 100, I think that obviously COVID hasn't helped, because that's stretched the 100 squads a bit, which means more players perhaps have been taken out of this competition than would have been normally. Hogan round the wicket, bowls, and it's driven to mid-off. There's no run. Warwickshire's team will, as Hogan gets a round of applause. That'll probably be his last over for a while, but 5 off it, although only 1 to his name, because 4 came from leg byes, 126 for 5. Burgess on 37, Chakrapani on 5. So yeah, Warwickshire's team will get a bit stronger. Certainly Will Rose and Rob Yates will be back in it, all being well, after the current county select 11. And the bowlers, although I'm told they may not play every game, Warwickshire have got a good eye on the championship. They actually are top of the county championship as we speak. So they will protect possibly the likes of Craig Miles, who's played in almost every game this season, but he'll play in some of these games, we think. Some of the other sort of bowlers coming back from injuries may be protected.
Callum Taylor is back at the river end with his off spin to Burgess, who tickles the ball very fine with an edge, and that will run all the way to the boundary. And the umpire signals for Burgess playing that ball very fine, not cutting the ball, just dabbing it down in between where a slip and the wicketkeeper would have been.
Well, it's actually got a nice shot in the end. It maybe a little finer than he intended. I think it was a deliberate shot, though.
As Taylor is back in over the wicket to Burgess, who's back and defends for no run. Yeah, Burgess making the most of the fact of third man not only being short but quite wide as well. As Taylor is in once again. Burgess back on the back foot, no run this time. Only Burgess's third boundary of his innings. He's on to 41 from 63 balls. As Taylor comes over the wicket, Burgess strides forward to defend for no run.
Just looking at elsewhere, the big ones have been scored at Beckenham.
As Taylor is in, and balls to Burgess, who flicks it onto the leg side, but no run.
Durham actually look a pretty strong side looking at their team. 222 without loss in the 33rd over against Kent.
Taylor bowls to Burgess, who once again just prods the ball, this time to the offside, and gets a single from it. So that's the end of that over. 5 runs from it. Warwickshire 131 for 5.
Graham Clark's 123 not out in that game. Kent's Harry Podmore and Darren Stevens in the attack. One or two lesser known names as well, but Durham prospering in the Beckenham sunshine there. India by 113 for 2. Game against the County Select 11. Hampshire 158 for 4 against Essex or Southampton. Yorkshire find it tough at Scarborough against Surrey. They're 154 4-8, 4 wickets to Gus Atkinson there. And we're going to see Hogan actually bowl one more over. Now this will be his 8th, so perhaps will hold him back his last 2, you would think. And that one is played back to the bowler, and there's no run. And it's 131 for 5.
Yeah, Hogan into his 8th over now. Walker and Cooke have each only bowled 4, so you can imagine they'll be called back into action soon.
Hogan is played to point for no run. And it's 131 for 5. Still the sun baking down on Cardiff as Hogan bowls a good straight delivery, which is defended very correctly by Burgess to mid-off for no run. Playing to Rutherford. And what was the umpire doing there again? Was he suggesting the front foot was getting close? Anyway, in comes Hogan. Again, good accurate delivery, which pushed into the ground for no run. Just wondering, yeah, I think he's asking the ground staff to the front mark of the crease has faded, I think, so he's asking the ground staff to replenish the markings there. Hogan to Burgess. Burgess strides that straight, and that's a good, lovely shot. 2 straight for mid on to reach, and that's gone through for 4. And taken Warwickshire to 135 for 5. Really good classic straight drive there from Burgess. And he's on to 46.
Yeah, one of the nicer shots of the day, certainly from Burgess there. Beautifully timed punchy on drive.
Hogan bowling to Burgess, who drives that again. This time it's in the V, and it's being chased, but the ball is going to get there in the corner of the boundary for 4 more, and it brings up a half century for Michael Burgess, Warwickshire's acting captain and one of our most senior players in this team. And Michael Burgess's
half century came off 73 balls, included 5 fours.
73 balls, 5 fours. It's his 3rd list day 50, and he's actually not that far off his career best. He's only his 20th list day game, slightly surprisingly. And 58 is his highest list day score, so you'll have an eye on that at 139 for 5 as we have a little sanitisation break.
Beautiful way for Burgess to bring up his half century, having driven Hogan for 4 the previous ball with a lovely on drive. He then showed a bit more of his repertoire, driving through the covers for his back-to-back boundaries to bring up his 50. And Hogan rather kicked the turf in disgust afterwards. He's still only conceded 22 runs from his 8 overs so far, but he's a very proud bowler. He won't have enjoyed going for 8 runs in a single over. Callum Taylor, the off-spinner, will continue from the river end. He'll be bowling around the wicket to Chakrapani. The field is in close for Chakrapani as Taylor comes around the wicket, and Chakrapani flicks the ball off his legs for a single. That takes the 17-year-old on to 6 runs. Warwickshire 140 for 5 in the 31st over. And the fielders, some of them retreating to the boundary now as Taylor comes over the wicket to Burgess, who's forward. Defensive stroke. There's a slight mix-up between him and Chakrapani, and there will be no run. Bit of a misfield.
Yes, could have got the run in the end, but didn't anticipate the misfield.
Taylor is in, bowling wide of the off stump. Burgess hits it firmly. It did look like it might have been at catchable height, but the ball races away to the boundary for 4. Burgess now moving on to 54. Warwickshire 144 for 5. It was one of those shots just tantalisingly out of reach for the fielder. Change of tack from Taylor, who's going to come around the wicket to the right-handed Burgess. He works the ball through to the leg side. There's 1 run at least there. A slight misfield, and Burgess will come back for a 2nd run.
I had an email from Nige the Bexhill Bear. He says, I'm struggling with the City franchise concept. Birmingham Phoenix will never mean the same to me as Warwickshire. Is the 50 over format now the poor relation along with the county championship?
Taylor bowls and Burgess drives down to long on for a single.
I mean, I wouldn't regard the county championship as a poor relation, although I know where you're coming from. Clearly this competition has been downgraded. Something had to give to fit the new competition in the 100. And it is this competition, so I suppose in that sense you could call it the poor relation.
Taylor is around the wicket, down the leg side to Chakrapani, and that is a wide.
As far as the City franchise is concerned, and we've had to put up with the Birmingham, well, some of us have, I don't bother putting up with it, but we had to put up with the Birmingham Bears in the T20 for long enough.
Taylor bowls to Chakrapani off the back foot, and he drives to the offside for a single.
But of course, the 100 team is not. Isn't Warwickshire. The T20 team is Warwickshire. I've just chosen to give them a different name. But the 100 team isn't. Of course, the 800 teams and Worcestershire are involved in the, at least formally, in the Birmingham Phoenix team. It's interesting they have gone for a city name, which was the original intention for the 8 teams. That got changed, but they, I think there's about 3 city names among the 8 teams, and we were told they went for Birmingham because they didn't feel that any other name was one that people would identify with. Obviously you've got Welsh here, that's easy enough, but they felt if they call themselves something like, the women's T20 team are the Central Sparks, but and 50 over team, but they felt that people didn't really identify with being central or on those lines, so that's why they opted for Birmingham. There we are. 149 for 5 here. Still 19 overs to go. You have to get used to this longer format. Well, they took 10 off that last over, and that's pushed out to the onside for no run. So, in fact, they have got going a bit. 18 off the last 2, 28 off the last 4. Warwickshire, who are playing Warwickshire in the 50 over competition. And the bowler's Cooke has come back in to the attack to replace Hogan, and that's played onto the onside for no run. Good opening spell from Cooke, 4 overs, 1 for 16. Hogan's now 8 overs, 1 for 22. He's been the most economic bowler by some distance, so he'll presumably bowl the last 2 overs of the innings if it gets that far. A few more wickets might bring him in earlier. So that one was a bottom edge almost onto his stumps there from Chakrapani, onto his pads and rolled away. Michael Burgess comes down the pitch to have a little word. Not too convincing, Ashish Chakrapani, with that one.
Yeah, he doesn't need to do anything too complicated, Chakrapani. Burgess is just starting to find his touch. His scoring rate has increased, so Chakrapani's okay just to keep things ticking over.
On the other hand, he could launch one high in the air. Is he going to get away with that? Yes, he is. It just goes over the fielder running from outside the circle, Billy Root, and he gets 2 runs for that. Didn't quite get hold of it, but he placed it in the right place. No boundary fielder there, so he got enough on it to clear the fielder, and he moves on to 9, and it brings up the 150 for Warwickshire. And this next one is clipped away. Oh, it could have been run out there, Chakrapani. That was a run out chance. He hit it out to the offside, then went in search of a single that Burgess was not interested in and sent him back, and had the throw from about 6 or 7 strips away hit the stumps, then Chakrapani would have been run out.
Yeah, just looking slightly jittery at the moment, Chakrapani. Couple of missteps. Burgess trying to calm his partner.
Last ball of the over, and he's placed that to back a square leg, which means he'll keep the strike. 3 runs off that over, so Glamorgan pulling it back a little bit, that over. 152 for 5. Bearing in mind, I think we've had 2 no balls, so the 150 came in 192 balls, which means that the third 50 came in 67 balls, which was actually the same as the first 50. The second took 58, so a similar sort of scoring rate throughout.
Returning to bowl at the river end, Roman Walker.
And a change of hands for Roman Walker. 4 overs, none for 20 in his first spell. He replaces Carey, 2 for 44 off 8. So he's bowled the 5 overs, David, so presumably what you guess it'll be Hogan and Carey who open the bowling to bowl the last 4 overs of the innings, assuming it gets that far, of course. It could be bowled out before then.
You'd think so, yeah. Hogan has a bit of experience of bowling those death overs, whereas Walker, one of the less experienced members of this squad, they'll look to get through his overs in this middle period. He's coming around the wicket to Chakrapani. It's wide of the off stump. Chakrapani rather wafts at it and misses. Walker just tempting Chakrapani with enough width to throw his bat at it, but couldn't connect. Chakrapani is on 10 as Walker comes around the wicket to him on a good length, and Chakrapani rather wafting at it again outside the off stump. He practices his shot afterwards with a bit more conviction, but when the ball actually went past the off stump, he didn't seem all too convincing there. Still only 17 years old on debut. Big moment for Chakrapani as he waits to face a ball from Walker around the wicket. This time Chakrapani does connect with the ball outside off stump. He cuts it out to the fielder on the boundary for a single, moving Warwickshire on to 153 for 5. Yeah, if Chakrapani can stick around and get a few runs to his name, he could yet get quite a bit more experience in this competition. As Walker comes over the wicket to Burgess, who defends for no run.
Yes, so there will be some players returning for the game against Notts on Sunday. Should be at least 2 back, Will Rhodes and Rob Yates, depending on whether they want to play Craig Miles or give him a rest.
Walker is in. Burgess flicks the ball down to the leg side. At least 1 run. They're coming back for 2 and they'll make it. Cullen flicks the stumps off, but to no avail. Burgess moves on to 59. Warwickshire 155 for 5.
So if Warwickshire were to go to run a ball from here, that would get them to around about 250, 260. So I think that would be quite a competitive total if they can manage that.
Walker is in over the wicket. Burgess rather dead bats it, considers a single but thinks better of it, and that's the end of the 33rd over, and Warwickshire are 155 for 5.
So they only got 3 from that over, in fairness. Last 2 overs have both gone for 3. They had a little spurt before then, taking 28 off 4 overs. And Burgess well set there now. They have another little, well, having drinks breaks as well. It's hot work out there. And these two have been out there since the 24th over. So they've added 46 in 57 balls between them. Elsewhere, it's lunch at Chester Street, India 113 for 2. Hampshire 180 for 5 in the 36th over. Durham now 264 for 1 in the 37th over against Kent. Yorkshire being bowled out for 165 by Surrey in the 35th over. Derbyshire 160 for 3 against Leicestershire in the 36th over. As Cooke continues to bowl, and that's on middle stump. It's turned round as powers by Chakrapani to a fielder. He's on 11, the young man, with Burgess at the other end on 59. Norwich's current scoring rate is 4.67. So even if they can continued at that rate, you're looking at around about 230, 240. Provided they don't get bowled out. Cooke bowls, Chakrapani defends that, back to the bowler, no run. Looking to get off to a good start in this competition. Warwickshire have managed to get through in the other two competitions. They slightly unexpected in the end, really, got through in the T20 Blast. In comes Cooke to bowl, and that's played to backward point for no run. They won their last two group games, but they were relying on one other result going their way after a particularly insipid performance by Yorkshire the day before, which didn't help the Bears' cause. Leicestershire proved to be made of sterner stuff than the Yorkies when producing an outstanding performance to beat Worcestershire, which got the Bears through in the T20 Blast, so they've got a quarter-final to look forward to there. Cooke comes in to bowl. That's hit in the air. It's going to be safe. Two fielders converging on it. It won't go all the way to the boundary. Didn't really pick it up, Chakrapani. He'll get 2. Moves on to 13. And then, of course, Warwickshire qualifying in the county championship, which they look pretty much on course to for a while. 2 excellent wins against Notts. Very good win against Essex as well. So if they could qualify in this, that would make it a decent season, and certainly an advancement on the last couple of seasons. That one is a Yorker length delivery, which is dug out by Chakrapani to mid-off for no run.
He's starting to look comfortable now, Chakrapani, isn't he? He's scoring steadily, but it looks like he's working himself into a position where he feels fairly comfortable. Promising signs for the 17-year-old.
Yeah, he's a senior debut. He's been, as I said before, he's been with the club since the under-10s. It's short, next one, and he's managed to pull that. Didn't go quite where he intended, but it's gone for 4 down to fine leg. Just swiveled round and got something on that short delivery, and it's earned him a 4 and made that a decent over for Warwickshire. 6 off it, 161 for 5, and Chakrapani scoring those 6 runs is now on 17.
Yeah, it's the first boundary of the innings for Chakrapani. As you say, not exactly how he would have envisaged it. Bottom of the bat, or perhaps a little bit of glove, as it ran down fine, down to the fine leg boundary, but perhaps he's earned a bit of that luck. He's stuck around now for 31 balls, he's on the 17, and he's keeping Michael Burgess company here. And it'll be Burgess to face Roman Walker from the River End at the start of this 35th over. Walker is in over the wicket. Burgess pulls it firmly in front of square onto the leg side for an excellent boundary. That's 4 runs to Burgess, and it takes Warwickshire on to 165 for 5.
Well, been rewarded for his patience. Michael Burgess didn't find it easy initially, but crucially stuck at it, still out there.
Walker is in to Burgess, who pulls again, this time in the air and nowhere near as firmly as his previous boundary, but he still will pick up a couple of runs. Yeah, the ball seemed to, as they say, get big on him a little bit. He just couldn't quite time it. Didn't hit the middle of the bat, but still another couple of runs. He's on 63 from 81 now, Burgess. Accelerated quite a bit. Strike rate up to 79 as Walker is in. Fuller length this time, forcing Burgess to defend. Yeah, Burgess a bit like Chris Benjamin earlier. Patient to start with, having got himself in, now starting to motor. Walker runs in over the wicket. Burgess drives firmly to mid-wicket where the ball is fielded for no run. Glamorgan with 5 fielders inside the ring for Burgess. Boundary riders, 2 of them on the leg side, 1 at square leg, 1 deep backward square, and 1 covering on the offside. As Walker comes in, ball's full and Burgess drives for a single. That moves Warwickshire on to 168 for 5 with 1 ball left in the 35th over. Walker coming to the end of his 6th over, his 2nd spell. Here comes the big 20-year-old, elbow strapped, powerfully built. It's a full delivery and Chakrapani drives it through to the offside for a single. That's the end of the 35th over and Warwickshire have moved on to 169 for 5.
So another 8 runs that over. This is proving a good partnership for Warwickshire. Just lost a couple of wickets in fairly quick succession and losing Bethel and Brooks. But they've recovered it well. And Cooke is to continue. Bowling to Chakrapani, who's just taking his time to get ready. Cooke wants to start running in, so he does so now. 5 fielders inside the circle, 2 on the offside, 2 on the onside. Chakrapani hits the ball, tries to get it away from the fielder at backward point, but couldn't quite beat him. The cut-off time is 2:36. It's I don't think they're going to be in trouble, but it's not going to be much before then when they finish. The 15 overs to go. As in comes Cooke. That's a low full toss, which Chakrapani is unable to take advantage of. Hits it into the ground, back to the bowler. Chakrapani, in his excitement, comes a fair way down the pitch. Bowler throws at the stumps, misses. I think the batter was probably back anyway. At the end of all that, nothing's changed apart from 1 more ball being bowled. 169 for 5. If they did, they won't, I don't think, but if they did fall behind that cut-off time, as that one is short, and then Chakrapani has launched it in the air, but there's a fielder out there, and the catch is taken, and Ashish Chakrapani's innings comes to an end. He beats the ground in frustration, but he's played a role in a good partnership. He's gone for 18, but on that occasion he picked out the fielder, and the catch taken there by Walker. And Chakrapani goes, it's 169 for 6.
Yes, very useful 60-run partnership between Chakrapani and Burgess.
Chakrapani was caught by Roman Walker off the bowling of Joe Cooke.
It was a brave shot from Chakrapani, pulling to the longest boundary of all. You really have to connect with your shots if you're going to clear the ropes there. And he just didn't manage it. It was a good few yards inside the rope and a relatively comfortable catch for Walker.
Just going back to what I was saying about the over 8 penalty in this competition is not quite as severe as it is in T20, where you get a penalty of 5 runs. Here you basically lose one of your boundary fielders. You have to bring one of your boundary fielders inside the 30-yard circle if you're not ready to bowl the last over in time. But I don't think that's going to be an issue here. 3.5 hours given for bowling to bowl the 50 overs. It should be plenty. I think it's Kyle van Vollenhoven who is the new man in, the older of the 3 some emergency signings for this competition. He's actually 23, played a big part in second 11 T20 finals day, helped them win that at Arundel. Bowls a bit as well. So 6 wickets down. He has played out in. He's born in South Africa. I think he has played out. He played one first-class match, which was for Western Province, and that one, the batter's cross, and this is something that is different in the 100. One rule change is that it doesn't matter the batter's cross. You go back to how it was before the man who's out played his shot, which I actually think makes some sense, to be perfectly honest. But anyway, in this form of cricket, because the batter's crossed, it was Burgess a face up ball. He got a single. He's on to 67, 170 for 6. Took the catch. He's now running in to come into the 30-yard circle. So that's hit off his toes by Vollenhoven, and he thought he had a run there, thought he had his maiden white ball run, and in the end got close to being run out as he went back to get back to his mark.
Classic first ball nerves there from Van Vollenhoven. Anxious to get off the mark. But it didn't look like there was a run there.
That one first-class match he played was only back in March. He was playing for Northerns against Western Province. As he pushes that one onto the offside, there's no run. I think he's been on the MCC staff. End of the over, successful over from a Glamorgan point of view. Just one run and the wicket, 170 for 6. A man out that over was Ashish Chakrapani, caught Walker, bowled Cooke for 18.
Yeah, you mentioned there the batsman crossing and the difference in the 100. As you alluded to earlier, the rule changes are pretty minor, aren't they?
Yeah.
With 100, if you like the 100, you'll like most forms of cricket, I'd say.
Yeah, I suppose that rule change is to try and simplify things. We all get caught out, don't we, when batters are crossed and you realise the new man's not facing. So yeah, but I don't think it's a change, to be honest, that's going to make or break that competition. However, so 170 for 6 here. So can Warwickshire get up to 230, 250?
Walker to continue from the river end. He's over the wicket to Burgess, who pulls straight to a fielder at square leg. It's Nick Selman who collects and throws in, so just a single to Burgess, which moves his score on to 68.
Which is a career best in white ball cricket. So slightly surprising. It's only his 20th List A match, but I suppose the amount of List A cricket's been played, even before last year, has been somewhat reduced of late.
Walker over the wicket. It's down the leg side this time, and that'll be a wide called by the umpire, adding another extra to Warwickshire's total, which now stands at 172 for 6.
Yeah, it's fancy Glamorgan will feel they've got just a few too many wides. That's the 8th of the innings, plus 2 no balls as well.
As Walker is in. Van Vollenhoven drives, there's a slight misfield, and he'll benefit with a single to the offside. Yeah, a combination of Glamorgan's extras and the fact that they've only got one spinner, probably not helping the over rate. It's been a little on the slow side, perhaps. As Walker turns and begins his forceful run up through to Burgess, who defends almost an appeal from the fielders as the ball seemed to crash into his pads, but there seemed to be a fair bit of bat involved as well. Burgess still looking very well set. He's on 68 runs from 88 balls. Warwickshire's hopes of posting a competitive total really do seem to rest on his shoulders. And the captain so far seems to have relished that responsibility as Walker is in to him. Burgess drives to the offside. There's a single there and collected by the outfielder. Warwickshire now on to 174 for 6. And Vollenhoven will take guard for the final 2 balls of the 37th over. Here comes Roman Walker. He bowls short of a length. Van Vollenhoven just opens the face of the bat and runs the ball down to the third man, where Billy Root fields for 1 run. After that early scare for Van Vollenhoven with the near run out, he's moved on to 2 runs from 4 balls as Walker retreats to the starting point of his run up over the wicket to Burgess, who pulls well in front of square on the leg side, and that's another boundary for the captain. A fine shot by Michael Burgess. He moves on to 73, and Warwickshire are 179 for 6 at the end of the 37th over.
Playing well, Burgess came in at number 4, the Warwickshire card. Ed Pollock was caught Cooke, very good low catch off the bowling of Lucas Carey for 15. That was 21 for 1 in the 6th over. And then Matt Lamb, bowled by Hogan, has played on for 1. That was 30 for 2 in the 7th over. Then a standard 60 for the 3rd wicket before Chris Benjamin, who played splendidly again, made exactly 50, 57 balls. But he was caught by Selman off the bowling of Taylor. And that was 90 for 3 in the 19th over. Jacob Bethel followed soon after, caught behind, a little unlucky, caught behind, just glancing one down the leg side. Very good catch taken by the wicketkeeper Cullen. That was off Carey. Bethel gone for 2, 100 for 4 in the 21st over, and 3 wickets had fallen for 19 runs when Ethan Brooks was bowled by Cooke for 2. But then another standard 60 for the 6th wicket before Ashish Chakrapani, the last man out so far, as that one's pushed out to the offside for no run. Chakrapani caught Walker, bowled Cooke for 18. 179 for 6 in the 38th over. Cooke continuing to bowl. He's 2 for 26. This is his 8th over. Just the 5 bowlers used. Hogan 1 for 22 off 8. Carey 2 for 44 off 8. Walker none for this next one is that one reared up a little bit at Van Vollenhoven, and he played it from quite high on his bat into the ground. Walker 7 overs, none for 40. Callum Taylor 7 overs, 1 for 43, and Joe Cooke is in his 8th over, 2 for 26. It's a little bit of variable bounce in this end, hasn't there? 1 or 2 have kept low, and 1 or 2 have just reared up a little bit.
Burgess earlier in his innings did struggle with a couple that kept low from this end.
Next one from Cooke. Again, that one rears up a little bit. He plays it off the face of his bat as Van Vollenhoven to take a single and to third man.
And I think it was Ethan Brooks who was bowled by Cooke from this end with one that appeared to keep low a little.
Yeah, played over at 180 for 6 now, Warwickshire. This opening game of the Royal London One Day Cup. That one is driven in the air and very well course. That's a very good low catch taken by Carlson, the Glamorgan captain, and that's a crucial wicket because it's the end of Michael Burgess for 73.
Yeah, Cooke really pitched that up, almost Yorker length. Burgess rather scooped his drive But it was a very difficult catch for Carlson, diving full stretch with both hands and just clutching the ball before it fell to the ground.
Burgess was caught by Carlson.
Decent captures in for Michael Burgess, but he'll be disappointed he's not able to see it through and take this inexperienced side through to the close. But a very good 73 nonetheless for Burgess. So sure that Warwickshire certainly got something on the board. Question now is whether the tail can, or the lower order I should say, can eke out some more. 91 balls for a 73, 8 fours for Michael Burgess. And well, Warwickshire still work to do to get to 200. Let's see who's going to come out next. Might be Ryan Sidebottom. From the way he's walking, looks a bit like him, but we'll get confirmation in a moment.
The incoming batter for Warwickshire is George Garrett.
No, George Garrett, I do beg his pardon, George Garrett. It is. Who's played first-class cricket for Warwickshire, but not List A cricket. George Garrett has played a couple of T20 matches and 3 first-class matches. So 180 for 7. Can Glamorgan polish this innings off now fairly quickly? Garrett on strike, and first ball he pushes out to the offside for no run. Cooke's bowled well. Got 3 wickets now.
Yeah, bowled economically as well, going for less than 4 runs and over into his 8th over. Only conceded 27 runs so far and picked up 3 wickets.
Cooke in again, and that's gone past the outside edge of Garrett, taken by the wicket-keeper. Hasn't featured at all this season, George Garrett, and applause there for a successful over from Cooke. It's 180 for 7 is the total after 38 overs, so 12 to go. And, just one run off that over.
There's another change of bowling for Glamorgan from the River End. Big breakthrough for them to get rid of the captain, Michael Burgess, who really was the anchor of this Warwickshire innings, really holding things together. So to have removed him and to have 2 new batsmen at the crease is an opportunity for Glamorgan with Taylor. Van Vollenhoven blocks his first delivery. Taylor walks in and bowls over the wicket and draws another defensive stroke from Van Vollenhoven. Taylor with 3 overs left, including this one. As he turns his arm over once again, Van Vollenhoven whips this ball through to the leg side for 1 run to move Warwickshire on to 181 for 7.
First time Garrett's batted in white ball cricket's 2 T20 matches he didn't get to bat. He didn't play any first team cricket last season. All his first team appearances were in 2019 up to now.
Yeah, a lot of firsts today for players on both sides. First time captains, first time List A players and debutants in general. on both teams as well, as Taylor comes around the wicket to Garrett, who flicks that ball away nicely to the leg side for a single, and he's off the mark. Taylor will come back over the wicket for the right-handed Van Vollenhoven, who tries a reverse sweep. Not sure if he got anything on that, but the ball will squirm away for 1 run, and the umpire doesn't signal a bye, so he may well have trapped it under his bat. Unconventional from Van Vollenhoven, but runs nonetheless.
Well, it gave it a bit of air, and it was a good length, Yorker length, that made the shot difficult to play.
Taylor's around the wicket to Garrett, who plays and misses just outside off stump. He was only offering a defensive stroke, but the ball straightened and left him, and that's the end of the 39th over. Only 3 from it. Warwickshire 183 for 7.
Yeah, so just 4 runs in the last 2 overs. So that's the impact of the wicket, particularly it's the senior batter that's out. So they've got, if they can last that long, they have got 11 overs to go. Well, even 4 and over would take him to 225. So it might take right now. Cooke comes in the ball, right arm over to Van Vollenhoven. Plays that straight to a fielder. There's no run. He's on 5. .183 for 7.
Yeah, Warwickshire may well look at anything over 200 as defendable, considering how Glamorgan failed to chase down 205 just a couple of days ago.
Yeah, next one is a driven straight delivery back to the bowler, no run. Well, I feel that would give him a chance at least. Didn't get the sense before the start of this game that it was likely to be a high scoring match. Comes Cooke to bowl, and that's driven. That was uppish and close to being a return catch for Cooke. It sort of went underneath him in the end. It's cut off by Hogan, so there's no chance of any runs. Just a hint of a caught and ball. I don't think it was quite a chance. I think it bounced underneath his hand as he stretched his hand towards it. Cooke keeping it tight. Balls of Van Vollenhoven, who moves his feet out of the way, and he's going to take a risk here to get a single. He was desperate to get that run. He hit it to mid-on and decided he was going to go for it, and he gets the throw misses. I think he probably would have just about have made it anyway, so it was good running. 184 for 7.
Yeah, good run, good pick up by Billy Root at mid-on. Couldn't quite get his throw away as he would have liked, but yeah, good run taken by Van Vollenhoven, putting pressure on the Glamorgan fielders.
Cooke in again to ball, that's defended, and there's no runs. Garrett on strike.
Yeah, bowling on a good length there, Cooke, and when he has pitched it up, he seems to have got a bit of movement in the air. That seemed to be what did for Burgess with his wicket. Just seemed a little bit flummoxed by that added movement from the full delivery.
Next one, he's just flicked round his pads. I don't know whether he got bat on it or not. Should be a couple of runs here. Garrett turns and takes the second run, and they will be awarded to him. Just a little glance onto it down the leg side. So I got 3 off the over in the end. 186 for 7. 10 overs to go. If they want to get 3 and over from here, that would take him to about 216. So it's all about what they can eke out at the end of the innings here. Michael Burgess 73 and Chris Benjamin 50, the main contributors thus far.
Yeah, and it does very much feel like eking out with these two at the crease at this stage. Not getting much to work with from Glamorgan's bowlers, Cooke and Taylor, have been keeping it tight these past few overs. Cooke in particular, 9 overs, 3 for 30. Excellent return from the young man making his list day debut for Glamorgan today. At the other end, at the river end, it'll be Callum Taylor to continue with his off spin. He'll be coming around the wicket to the right-handed Kiel van Vollenhoven. He just takes his guard and marks it. Has a look at the field and gets ready to face Taylor, who comes around the wicket, bowls towards the off stump and fields off his own bowling. That was hit pretty firmly, and he gets up slightly gingerly, but he looks okay to continue. That ball was hit pretty hard back at him. Taylor is back up to bowl, throws it quite wide to the offside, and Van Vollenhoven helps himself to a single through the covers. Garrett on strike now, the left-hander, so Taylor will stay around the wicket. Not much change to the field as Taylor is in. Ball's on a length and Garrett drives, but for no run. The ball is fielded at mid-off. Taylor skips and is in. Garrett drives once again, but for no run. Struggling to time the ball there as Taylor looks to get on with things in his 8th over. 2 balls left. He bowls wide. Garrett rather chops at it. Is that going to be a scramble? But Van Vollenhoven makes it. If that was a direct hit, he could have been struggling there, Van Vollenhoven, but the shot at the stumps was just wide and he survives. So Warwickshire 188 for 7 with 1 ball remaining in this over. Taylor to come around the wicket to Van Vollenhoven, who steps back and works the ball over to the leg side for 1 run. 3 runs from the 41st over, and Warwickshire are 189 for 7.
3 overs in a row that yielded 3 runs. They've taken 10 off the last 4. So it's been slow going, but they're just accumulating. 189 for 7. We have got 9 overs to go if Warwickshire lasts that long. We've just got 3 wickets left. And we're going to see Cooke continue. So for the captain, Carlson, do you want Hogan to bowl his full 10 overs? Does he leave him for the last 2, or does he think, well, we need 3 more wickets, so maybe get him in now to try and see this innings off? Cooke came running in, and then Hogan wanted to change the field, said something. Cooke had to stop him mid-stride. Not quite sure what adjustment he made in the end, other than maybe wicket to go slightly deeper. The fielder is about 6 strips away from the middle, so he'll try again. Cooke, right arm over, and it's driven straight to Hogan. This will be tight. If it was a hit, it would have been close, but he misses, and once again Van Vollenhoven gambled on getting through for the 1, which he has done, and he moves on to 990 for 7.
Yeah, the slight hold-up seemed to be with Hamish Rutherford and Kieran Carlson were having a discussion about Glamorgan's tactics for the last few overs, and he was just perhaps just taking his time to get back to his spot.
That one's on the leg stump. It's turned round by Garrett for a single. Garrett onto 5, 191 for 7.
Yeah, Carlson perhaps just leaning on one of his more experienced players in his first game as captain. Rutherford, of course, a seasoned international with New Zealand and well accustomed to the county game, having had spells with a few others.
Cooke bowls, and that's pushed out to the onside. for no run by Van Vollenhoven. Yes, Rutherford's presence will be a worry for Warwickshire. They're going to be defending a relatively modest total. Sort of batter who can get them all on himself. But I'll be anxious to get him out early. It is a pretty inexperienced bowling attack, this Warwickshire one. That one is carved away to the offside for a single by Van Vollenhoven. I mean, there's really almost, well, Ryan Sidebottom really is the only bowler who's got any real frontline experience.
Yeah, Glamorgan's fans will be keen to see Rutherford anyway, but in particular because COVID has meant they've been without Marnus Labuschagne for so much of this season.
Drive into the offside for a single by Garrett, claiming his 6th run and taking the score to 193 for 7.
As has been the case for many counties, lots of coronavirus disruptions for Glamorgan, but perhaps most frustratingly was having Labuschagne with them in South Wales, but having to isolate on occasion, and Rutherford's been signed as cover for him.
Last ball of the over, and that's squirted out onto the leg side. Will just be 1 run for Van Vollenhoven. 194 for 7. I'll just have to leave you for a mo.
Joe Cooke finishes with figures of 10 overs, no maidens.
And that is the end of Joe Cooke's spell. An excellent spell it was as well. 10 overs, no maidens, 3 wickets for 35 runs. And considering that comes on his first List A appearance for Glamorgan, Cooke can be very pleased with his day's work in the field. Cooke, one of several debutants playing for Glamorgan in this format. 24-year-old from Hertfordshire. 2nd year in the first team with Glamorgan, but his first game in this format. Another bowler coming to the end of his spell. Callum Taylor will continue from the river end. He's bowling over the wicket to Van Vollenhoven, who sweeps straight to Michael Hogan, who denies him a run. Taylor once again over the wicket to Van Vollenhoven, who clips the ball through mid-wicket for a single, taking Warwickshire's total to 196 for 7. 195 for 7, sorry. That'll put Garrett back on strike, the left-hander. Callum Taylor will come around the wicket to the left-hander, and he's in, bowling a straight line, which Garrett drives down to the long-on boundary where there's a fielder to pick up the ball. Another run to Warwickshire. They're 196 for 7. Garrett's on 7. Van Vollenhoven is on strike and is 12. He tries a reverse sweep. It doesn't work out. The ball rather just plugs in the pitch. And no run. Taylor with 2 balls left in his spell. He's over the wicket. Van Vollenhoven comes down the pitch to play it. There could be a run out here. And he's gone. That is Garrett. He's dismissed. He was a little slow off the mark. Good work from Captain Carlson. Glamorgan have their 8th wicket. Warwickshire are 196 for 8. Yes, it was Taylor bowling to Van Vollenhoven. He worked the ball over to the mid-wicket where Kieran Carlson was onto it quickly, threw it to Cullen, the wicket-keeper, who dislodged the bails, and Garrett was well short of his ground. So George Garrett's innings comes to an end. He scored 7 runs off 12 balls. Warwickshire down to their final 2 wickets now in the 43rd over. Callum Taylor has 1 ball left in his spell. So far he is 9.5 overs 1 wicket for 51 runs, but his latest over did account for a run out as well for captain Kieran Carlson.
The incoming batter for Warwickshire is Manraj Johal.
Yet another debutant at the crease for Warwickshire. Manraj Johal is the latest. The 19-year-old is from Birmingham, another teenager in this very youthful Warwickshire team today. He'll join Van Vollenhoven at the crease. Warwickshire looking to just claw their way past the 200 mark. They've got time on their side, but they're running out of wickets. They're 196 for 8, 1 ball left in the 43rd over, and it will be the new man Johal to face from Callum Taylor, who is bowling over the wicket, and Johal plays the ball straight back to him. That's the end of the over. Warwickshire 196 for 8, and that's the end of Callum Taylor's spell. 10 overs, no maiden, 1 wicket for 51 runs.
Down largely to Michael Burgess, an acting captain who worked hard for his 73, and Chris Benjamin earlier, who made his debut in the T20 last week, he scored 50. It is a pretty
So Kieran Carlson, the Glamorgan captain, surveys the field as we enter the final stages of this Warwickshire innings. And back for his 3rd spell is seam bowler Lucas Carey. He's going to bowl from the Cathedral Road end. He has a quick chat with Carlson and goes through his warm-up routine with Billy Root, who's fielding at mid-on. Carey, who from his first 8 overs has 2 wickets for 44 runs. He's at the start of his run-up, and we're joined again by Clive. Welcome back.
Thank you. So, Carey then. Try and wrap up this innings. Van Vollenhoven is got a top edge on that. He'll get a run. Wicketkeeper runs around Colin to field it, and he's on to 13. Manraj Johal, 17 years of age, sorry, 19 years of age, I should say, born in Birmingham. Is a new man in. He's not batted a lot for the second 11. In the last 5 second 11 games, he's batted once and got 1 not out. That was in the T20 finals day. He's taken a few wickets with the ball. So, can he score a maiden list day run? Or he doesn't there. He chops at one wide of off stump and misses it. And there is no run. And Warwickshire just trying to get to at least 200 here. At one stage, they would have had hopes of getting towards the 240 mark, but with Michael Burgess out, and not really a lot in terms of experience to come after that. We'll just try and get what they can. But that's a nice shot from Johal. Just runs it down to 3rd man quite deliberately. Has actually got a squad number, I see. He was signed in October of last year. Plays for West Bromwich Dartmouth, new ball bowler with them. He's been with the club since under 11s. So I have high hopes for him. It's really with the ball rather than the bat. But this one is Van Vollenhoven pulls that. It bounces just short of long leg. He gets another single. All valuable runs being added here by Warwickshire. Don't know, I'm going to make the biggest score of the day. 372 for 4 with 2.4 overs left against Kent at Beckenham. Carey into bowl, and that's a good delivery which Johan just pushes back to the bowler for no run. Last ball of the over, of the 44th over. 6 to go after this if they're not bowled out. Carey in, and that's an edge from Johan. You'll get a run for it down to third man, and it brings a 200 up for Warwickshire at the end of the 44th over. There have been 2 no balls, so it's 266 balls for the 200. So the fourth 50 has taken 74 balls, so it is the slowest of the 450s. And the second 100 taking 141 balls, the first took 125. Haven't been able to accelerate.
Yeah, it's been quite old school one-day cricket, hasn't it, this? Run rate of 4.5. As Walker returns from the river end. Bowls, and Johal swashes eerily at the ball outside off stump for no run.
Yeah, must have been close to being a wide that, but not given. I thought he might bring Hogan back in now with 2 wickets to get, but holding him back.
Here comes Walker charging in from the river end. Just back of a length, and Johal drives it back for a single to mid-on where Carey fields.
He's slightly falling forward there, Johal, so he might as well continue with the momentum and try and take the single, which he does.
Yeah, that's his 3rd run now, the 19-year-old. Yeah, very young Warwickshire team. And Vollenhoven prepares to face the latest delivery from Walker, which is full and driven, but for no run.
One thing about having such an inexperienced bowling attack is, for all the analysis they do, I mean, Hamish Rutherford won't have a clue what he's going to be facing from most of these bowlers.
Indeed, yeah, that is a plus. You do find with younger players in their first seasons that you do get quite a bit of joy if the analysts haven't managed to compile hours of data on them. As Walker comes in again, back of a length, Van Vollenhoven drops it and goes. Walker has a shy at the stumps, he misses. His reaction, his head in his hand, suggests that it was close.
Yeah, I think it might well have been out if he'd hit. Good backing up though, because that could easily have gone through for overthrows. I think it's the captain, isn't it, Carlson, who backed that up really well.
Yeah, he's had a good day in the field, Carlson. His first game as Glamorgan captain, taking a fine catch to dismiss his opposite skipper, Michael Burgess, getting a run out as well. As Walker is in, bowl's full, and Johal tries to get away for a single, but opts against it. It's a dot ball. There'll be one more ball to come in this 45th over. Walker's 8th. As he turns and begins his run-up once again, and he's in and bowls a bouncer, which went quite wide as well, but the umpire's happy to let it go. No run, just 2 runs from the 45th over, and Warwickshire are 202 for 8.
Yeah, feels almost like every run now is a bonus, which his innings almost done. Vollenhoven, he's got 28 not out in the second 11 T20 final, so he can He can bat. He's there on 15. And Carey to continue. This will be Carey's final over. And you'll bowl to Van Vollenhoven, who works that out onto the leg side and goes through for a well-judged single onto 16, 203 for 8. So this is over 46. It's the last over for Carey, so I guess Hogan will have to bowl now overs 47 and 49, and Walker will have to come back and bowl the last over if we get that far. From this end, that's a single to Johal, moves on to 4. $204 for 8.
Yeah, Carlson seems to have managed the bowling changes, the workload of his bowlers, and from which end they've been bowling from pretty well in his first game as captain.
Good line and length up. Oh, there could be a run-out opportunity here. The batter who has got through, Johal, he was slightly impeded by the bowler. Had to run around him and was left a little bit gasping for air as he raced to the end, but he got there. It's another single. Van Vollenhoven is just trying to keep the scoreboard ticking over with singles here. Edge him up towards 210 perhaps. And this one is a good lifting delivery which goes past the gloves of Johal to the wicket keeper for no run.
Yeah, Carey's managed to do that a few times in this innings. Just generate that little bit more bounce, a little bit more movement off the seam that makes it tricky to handle for the batsman on occasion.
2 more balls of the 46th over to go. And that was another good delivery. Goes past the outside edge of Johal. 2 dot balls, 3 off the over so far with 1 to go. And good finish from Carey. He presumes will be his last ball. He comes in to bowl, and it's hit swished away really for a single. Johal wants a second, but there isn't one to be had. So they got 4 off the over in the end, 2 for 52 in his 10 overs for Lucas Carey, and Warwickshire with 4 overs to go are 206 for 8.
Yeah, good comeback from Carey, having gone for more than 8 and over in his first few overs. He was a little erratic with his line on occasion, but second and third spells were anything but very consistent. Picked up 2 wickets. I think he can be reasonably happy with his return to the Glamorgan setup.
Just 27 runs from the last 9 overs, so should only be able to go at 3 and over. We are among the lower order, very inexperienced lower order. And Michael Hogan is back to bowl from the river end.
And here comes the tall and wiry Hogan. He's in straight to Johal, and it looks like he's been caught behind. Johal didn't quite seem to know what had hit him. Hogan was a little slow to appeal, but the ball bounced, seemed to catch perhaps a little of Johal's glove, and is caught behind by Cullen. Warwickshire 206 for 9.
Yeah, Ryan Sidebottom will be last man in. Thought he might come in a little bit early just because he's got a bit more experience than The other players, however,
Manraj Shohal was caught by Tom Cullen off the bowling.
it was a good delivery. Looking at it again, he had to fend the ball away from his body, got the edge, and he goes for 5. So just the 1 wicket left. Easy to be critical. It's slightly puzzled as why Michael Hogan has not come back into the attack now. He could end up only bowling 8.2 overs. Has been the pick of the bowlers. However, Ryan Sidebottom will march out as the last man in for Warwickshire.
Yeah, perhaps if there is one lesson Carlson might take in terms of his first game as captain, it is maybe to have been a little more aggressive, as you suggest, maybe bringing Hogan in earlier, because as you'd mentioned, Warwickshire were going at 3 runs and over, but they were slowly accumulating runs. Glamorgan perhaps happy to have kept the run rate down to 3 and over at the time, but they were allowing Warwickshire maybe to get away with a few runs that Hogan might not have allowed them to. So yeah, the Australian 40-year-old into the attack, and just with a bit more pace and bounce than Johal had encountered from the other bowlers.
So Ryan Sidebottom came over from Australia. English parents, not the Ryan Sidebottom used to play for England in Yorkshire and Nottinghamshire. Different player altogether. He hits that one off his toes and he's off the mark with a single. It is actually his list A debut, somewhat surprisingly. He's played 23 first-class matches and just the 1 T20, that was this season. He scored 1 against Worcestershire, so Van Hoeven might. Well, he's just going to continue the policy of just pushing the ball around and accumulating singles. He's on to 18, 208 for 9.
Yeah, Hogan might yet have to bowl his full allocation of overs here. As he comes in from the river end to Sidebottom, who just defends.
So I stole your over there, didn't I? Sorry.
Not at all.
That. It's a long old day, isn't it? These 50 over games.
Yeah, funny to think of Sidebottom as well making his List A debut. As you say, a more familiar face on this county circuit. As Hogan is into him. Bowls and fields off his own bowling.
Of course, we forget that there was no List A last season, so didn't have any opportunities to play last season. 31 years of age now.
Hogan racing in from the river end. Bowls full length, Sidebottom blocks for no run. And that's the end of the over. 2 runs from it and a wicket. Warwickshire are 208 for 9.
Potentially 3 more overs to go. But I'll do really well to get to 220 now. Doesn't look on first sight like enough, but this is a difficult pitch. It's a bit too pace. It's a bit worn, and staff, as we mentioned, Glamorgan didn't have a particularly happy match on here. A warm-up match when they played the Welsh minor counties. So Warwickshire will feel they got something to bowl out. Could be the key. Could be making sure that Rutherford doesn't get into his stride. So Walker, in fact, will bowl the last 2 overs. And this centre, that's turned round to mid-wicket, and almost a run out as Sidebottom was backing up a bit too keenly. So Roman Walker bowling his 9th over, so he's got 1 more left as well, if need be. 5 bowlers is all that Glamorgan have required to use. That's short. That could be it is. It's a no ball for going over head height. That's a little careless at this stage of the innings. It's not a free hit, but nonetheless, it's 2 free runs for Warwickshire. You'll have to bowl the ball again. 210 for 9.
Yeah, the kind of delivery you'd want to bowl at this stage, perhaps in a red ball game, but not when no balls are precious.
Next one, shortish. It's turned round to a square leg for a single by Van Vollenhoven. He's on to 19 off 36 balls. Hasn't been easy, but he's contributed something. Warwickshire have got to that 210 landmark now. $211 for 9. Walker trying to finish the innings off. Bowls to Sidebottom. It'll tip and run by Ryan Sidebottom. Takes him to 2. 212 for 9.
Yeah, usually in these games we discuss the middle over periods where both teams are happy for the game to go at 5 or 6 runs and over. It seems like the last 10 overs both teams have been happy for Warwickshire just to eke out 3 runs or so and over.
Walker bowls, and that's hit uppishly but safely. They'll have to hurry with the run. Sidebottom was struggling a little bit there, the striking end, and he gets there. Here's another run for Van Vollenhoven, who's on to 20. 213 for 9. Throw came in from Billy Root, but he spotted that although on the surface it's Van Vollenhoven going to the danger end, Sidebottom was struggling, so he bowled through to the wicketkeeper's end. That's edged by Sidebottom for 4. I think it will be 4 precious runs. Just off an edge, too fine for the third man, who's quite wide to cut off. And Sidebottom moves on to 6 and takes the score to 217 for 9.
Yes, as you say, precious runs at this stage. Anything over 200 could be competitive on this pitch.
So, Michael Hogan just having a word with the bowler. He's got one more ball this over to bowl. The most expensive over since the 37th over the innings. 9 runs off it so far. And it will be 10 as that's pushed out to the offside for a single by Sidebottom. And that is the first double figure over since the 31st over of the innings, and Warwickshire 218 for 9 after 48.
Hogan throws his cap away as he gets ready to bowl his final over, the penultimate over of the Warwickshire innings. As we'll often see in T20 cricket, teams will want their best death bowler to bowl the penultimate over in a chase. It's not quite those high stakes yet at this stage, but Hogan runs in from the river end to Sidebottom, and it's just drifted down the leg side, so that's a wide. Warwickshire now 219 for 9.
A tad unlucky, just moved away late, didn't it? Warwickshire will gratefully accept it. It's 15 runs now in wides and no balls.
Sidebottom blocks from Hogan, no run. Yeah, it's been a typically miserly spell from Hogan. That wide taking him to 26 runs conceded. And this is 10th over. He's picked up 2 wickets so far. As he turns and begins his run at once again. He's in and Sidebottom's in the air. And he's dropped. Hogan's delivery was straight. maybe slightly back of the length, and side bottom tried to work it into the leg side. It popped up in the air, and it was a sprawling effort from Callum Taylor. He just couldn't hold on.
A very difficult chance. Can't quite understand why the batters didn't run there. Could have got a single. A decent effort from Taylor, just couldn't quite hang on to it.
Here comes Hogan, hearing in. Straight again as side bottom blocks once more for no run.
Nine balls to go. They got the target to 220 at any rate.
Perhaps side bottom content to block out the rest of Hogan's over and to give Van Vollenhoven a go against Walker in the final over. Here is Hogan. It's just wide of the off stump, and side bottom chops on, but not onto his own wicket. No run. Again, side bottom seems happy just to try and navigate this over without losing his wicket. Here is Hogan, penultimate ball of his spell. He's in it straight to the side bottom, blocks onto the offside, no run. Van Vollenhoven was looking for one. One ball left in the 49th over. And it looks like Glamorgan will finish their overs before the cut-off time. They've got 8 overs to spare, with 1 over after this delivery from Hogan. Here comes the Australian. He's bowls straight. Full toss, which side bottom drives. It's long on, it's fielded, and side bottom will have the strike for the final over. Hogan's spell is over, and a very fine one it was.
His spell, his final figures 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 26.
And as you'll have heard from the announcer, Hogan's spell, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 wickets for 26 runs. The pick of the Glamorgan bowlers.
Boundaries haven't been easy for Warwickshire to come by. Just 15 fours in the innings, 8 of them hit by Michael Burgess. They also hit 4 sixes, 3 of those by Chris Benjamin. But found boundaries easy to come by as Walker comes in for the final over. The ball to side bottom. Side bottom pushes it to the onside, quite a lot of space there, so it's a comfortable single for him. He's on to 9, 221 for 9. 5 balls to go. Morgan only had to be ready to start their final over by the cut-off time, so they managed that comfortably enough. Usually a bit ahead of that, but of course we have the hand sanitisation breaks these days, so everything taking that just that little bit longer. Walker bowls. Oh, that's a long time by Van Vollenhoven. There's a fielder out there though, and he'll be caught, and that is the end of the Warwickshire innings. Van Vollenhoven looking to add at the end, but he's caught in the deep, and he goes for 20. I think it's Cooke has taken the catch, and Warwickshire are all out for 221. So Glamorgan will require 222 to win. Van Vollenhoven out for 21. Side bottom finishing at 9 not out, and Walker finishes with a wicket. He finishes 1 for 53 in this 9.2 overs. Glamorgan will be reasonably happy with that, but Warwickshire will feel they have a chance. All out for 221. So we'll take a break. It's a half-hour lunch break, so we'll be back in just under half an hour to bring you the Glamorgan reply.
Anyway, go again. I swear that's the quickest part of the day.
Leading Warwickshire into the field, the captain Michael Burgess.
Welcome back to the live BBC radio commentary of Glamorgan and Warwickshire's one-day cup game here at Sophia Gardens in Cardiff. My name is David Pritchard. I'm joined by Clive Eakin. He'll be with us shortly after his latest radio update. Glamorgan are chasing Warwickshire's total of 221 to win as the Glamorgan batsmen make their way to the crease. Warwickshire, in their innings, scored steadily as the innings went on. Top scorer Michael Burgess, captain, scoring 73 from 91. Chris Benjamin was the next best scorer with 50. The pick of the Glamorgan bowlers included Michael Hogan, 10 overs, 2 for 26, and Joe Cooke on List A debut, 10 overs, 3 for 35.
The Cathedral Road End, Ryan Southern.
With a number of players unavailable because of the 100, which started last night. Both these sides are fielding several players making their senior debuts or List A debuts. One of the more experienced players in the Warwickshire ranks, Ryan Sidebottom, not to be confused with the former England Test player. He'll open the bowling from the Cathedral Road end. And it will be Sidebottom to Hamish Rutherford, who has a go at that outside off stump, straight off Glamorgan's new signing, and he gets his first runs from his first ball. Glamorgan off the mark after their first ball, they're one without loss. Sidebottom makes his way back to his mark, playing in his first List A game for Warwickshire. Now 31, playing in this format for his county for the first time. He's in over the wicket. There's a shout for LBW. The umpire is not interested and turns that one down. Looked a little high perhaps. Nick Selman, the batsman, struggling to get his bat on that one, but he managed to scamper through for a single, a leg by. Glamorgan moving on to 2 without loss. Glamorgan's supporters here scattered around the Sophia Gardens stadium. Rutherford, their new signing, the New Zealand international, ready to face up from Sidebottom, the right-arm seam bowler who bowls. Rutherford with a leading edge, but finding more runs. Just the one on this occasion. Glamorgan now 3 without loss. Going at a runner ball so far. Rutherford making his competitive debut for Glamorgan today. He's a vastly experienced player. He's got 28 appearances for New Zealand across all forms of the game. And he's a fairly experienced county player as well, as Sidebottom comes in over the wicket to Selman, who plays and misses outside off stump. Rather wafty effort there from Selman. Yes, Rutherford, before joining Glamorgan, had stints at Worcestershire, Derbyshire and Essex. And he's signed with Glamorgan for this one-day cup, as well as 4 county championship matches. A vastly experienced player and a dangerous batsman at the top of the order. He'll be key to Glamorgan's hopes of chasing down their target as Sidebottom comes in over the wicket. Selman defends. Half considers a run, but thinks better of it. Sidebottom starts again at the very long run up. A wiry figure running in, knees pumping over the wicket to Selman. It's a full delivery, and the ball rather squirts over to the leg side. There's at least one run in here for the batsmen, and they'll return safely for 2 runs. And that was the final ball of the first over. A solid start from Glamorgan. They're 5 without loss. We could welcome back Clive for the start of this Glamorgan innings.
Yeah, so 221 the Warwickshire total. How defendable will that be? Decent enough start for Glamorgan to take 5 off the first over.
With Glamorgan 5 without loss.
Which Rutherford could be the key. George Garrett then. The ball from the river end. It's very, very inexperienced bowling lineup, in particular for Warwickshire. Missing players partly because of the 100, but for other reasons as well. Craig Miles away with the county select 11, and they've got injuries to Ollie Hine-Dolby, to Tim Bresnan, to Henry Brooks. Obviously Ollie Stoner, though, he'd probably be out of the equation anyway. So they are very inexperienced, and the first delivery from Garrett is signalled a wide. Umpire took his time, but does signal it a wide as it goes past the pads of Rutherford. Yeah, scoreboard away to left-hand corner. Whether whoever operates that didn't realise lunch was only half an hour long, because it's still got the Warwickshire total on there. But both the scoreboards out on the ground are still showing what Warwickshire are on. That one is pushed out to point for no run. Luckily we have got the benefit of the stream pictures with the score on it. 6 without loss, Glamorgan looking for 222 to open their 50 over campaign with a victory. Still glorious sunshine here. In comes Garrett, and a little bit of width. That's played by Rutherford down to third man. It'll just be a single. O'Hall fields it there, and it's 1 run, 7 without loss. So elsewhere, Essex are chasing 274 to beat Hampshire, and they've not got off to the best of starts. 8 for 2. The big score of the day, Durham's 405 for 4 against Kent at Beckenham. With 2 centuries in that. Graham Clark 141, Alex Lees 100. Garrett into bowl, and that's pushed out to the offside by Selman for no run. Kent are 30 for 1 in the 4th over in reply, so they're off to a fire. India have set up some sort of run chase in the game at Chester Street. Good for them. 192 for 3 they've declared. So the county select 11 will be chasing 283 to win. Not sure how many overs. Only 35 overs left of the day, so probably not a realistic run chase for them. That'll give the Indian bowlers another little bowl out. That's played out into the onside for a single. Anuma Fahari was 43 not out, who started the season as Warwickshire's temporary overseas player. There's some suggestion he could be a candidate. They will be looking for an overseas player for the final phase of the championship, as it's unlikely they'll be able to get Peter Milan back. He's returned home where his partner's giving birth, and just the difficulty of getting him back may prevent that from happening. A good accurate delivery by Garrett, hit into the ground by Rutherford. Garrett fields as no run. Other scores, Derbyshire made 275 for 7 in their 50 overs. Leicestershire 11 without loss. That's at Leicester. And Surrey 85 for 2 after 19 overs, chasing 166 to beat Yorkshire. Here, Glamorgan 8 without loss in the second over. Comfortably enough start, chasing a relatively modest 222 to win. Rutherford hits that one into the ground, beats the dive of the fielder at backward point, and that's going to go all the way for 4. Nicely timed shot by Rutherford. A good end to the over for Glamorgan. 12 without loss. It took 7 off the over.
Yes, a positive start from Rutherford, and you'd think he'd have a big say in this Glamorgan chase. Their top order batting has in the last few years been something of a weakness, and Rutherford, with his experience across all formats internationally as well as in the county game, he's a fine signing, so you'd think that will really shore things up for Glamorgan. He'll be side bottom to continue from the Cathedral Road end. Elbows out as he runs in and pitches it full, and Selman flicks it off his pads. He runs at least one, and I think again when they considered a second, so Glamorgan move on to 13 without loss.
It was in the air for a bit. Matt Lamb, the fielder there at mid-wicket, didn't quite go to hand for him.
Side bottom starts off on his long run up again. He's in just short of a length, and Rutherford just prods that back to the bowler. No run. Quite a busy batsman at the crease, Rutherford. Quite a lot of movement. Side bottom, quite a wiry figure of a fast bowler. All arms and legs as he begins again at the back of his long run up. It's full, and Rutherford gets an inside edge, and he's chopped on. Rutherford is gone for 7 on his Glamorgan debut. Ryan Sidebottom gets the breakthrough. Glamorgan a 13 for 1 in the 3rd over.
Well, a big wicket for Warwickshire again. Maybe just that slowness of the pitch doing for Rutherford, and that is massive and a great success for Sidebottom. It was wide-ish, but he seemed to go around a little bit. Rutherford got an inside edge onto his stumps, and 13 for 1. That will make Warwickshire have much more belief on getting the 220, defending this 221.
You could see Rutherford was keen to get bat on ball as much as he could in those early stages, and just rather chased one which was just a little wide of the off stump, and he got a thick inside edge on it, and then that cannoned into his stumps. So an unfortunate end to Hamish Rutherford's Glamorgan debut. As he walks off to the pavilion, he slaps his pads with his bat in frustration.
Yeah, it wasn't a great one to get out to looking at it again, was it? He'll be disappointed with that. Possibly again, maybe the lack of bounce deceived him a little bit.
So in this game of debutants, the next man in for Glamorgan at number 3 is a debutant, Stephen Reingold. Big chance for him on debut. He's one of those who has played for Wales minor counties, who had that memorable win over Glamorgan just on Wednesday. Reingold was their 2nd top scorer with 44 on that occasion, and he's in now for his first appearance for Glamorgan.
A couple of first-class games for the Cardiff students, a South African-born player.
Here comes Sidebottom to Reingold, who plays and misses just outside the off stump. It moved quite a lot there, and it did look just for a second as if he might have feathered that, but there was no touch, and yeah, Reingold lives to fight another day. But Sidebottom starting well here.
Yeah, that's a good ball, and drifted away.
Sidebottom runs in. He has a slip in place in this power play. He's in. Bowls on a length. Reingold pushes it to the offside for no run. Glamorgan 13 for 1 in this 3rd over, with 1 ball to come from it. Yeah, Glamorgan less affected than some teams by the 100, but fair few withdrawals, meaning that the likes of Reingold get their opportunity. As side bottom runs in and bowls on a good length. Reingold works it to the leg side, but it's stopped. There'll be no run there, and that's the end of the third over. A wicket from it, and just one run. Glamorgan 13 for 1.
Yeah, that's George Garrett making a good stop there, and he'll now bowl. Warwickshire certainly needing to take wickets at regular intervals, defending this 221. 73 to Michael Burgess, 50 to Chris Benjamin. And Garrett will bowl to Nick Selman, one slip in place. Remember, they do have to have a couple of fielders a bit closer in what's quote catching positions inside edge to make a square leg for a single. So like Glamorgan have for the power play, they've got a slip in place and then a fielder just inside. But you can see some mini markers making sure that he's within the right distance at mid wicket. 2 men allowed on the boundary. And at the moment they're at third man and on the mid-wicket boundary. Next one is pushed back onto the offside for no run. By Salmon. Garrett way number 44. Comes into bowl. Well, he doesn't. He runs in and then decides he's not happy with his run up. I think it was just his run up. I don't think anything actually put him off as such. He just wasn't happy with the way he came running in. So he'll start again. Bowling to Reingold. Smooths across his stump slightly, gets a little bit of an inside of the bat onto that and plays it to Matt Lamb at mid-wicket. To another dot ball.
Yeah, it's a good opportunity this for Reingold. Glamorgan's dangerous batsmen do look to be at the top of the order. Rutherford, Carlson, Root.
In comes Garrett. That's just on leg stump. He tries to turn it around his pass. A little unlucky there. The Patty's found the fielder, looking to glance it down towards fine leg. He hits it straight to Johal, who fields it cleanly. Garrett, because he's just the one run of the over so far. Into boys appealing for an LBW there. He's not going to get it. The appeal started off confident, but then rather petered out. I've got the benefit of a replay of going down the leg side fairly clearly. But can he finish the over off, Garrett, having gone for just one run so far? He comes to bowl, and it's just turned around a square leg. They will think about a second, it's not there. But Reinhold has his first run, and Glamorgan are 15 for 1 after 4 overs.
Yeah, Warwickshire managing to put the brakes on Glamorgan's innings. They were 12 without loss after 2 overs, quite a positive start, but that Rutherford wicket has rather halted any momentum they look to be gathering early on. So Reingold on debut and Nick Selman looking to rebuild a little now. It's been a patient start from those two as they look to solidify things for Glamorgan's top order as side bottom continues. And ball's in. It's on a good length, and rather seemed to jump up at Reingold a bit. He took one of his hands off the bat as he dabbed it down for no run.
Yeah, again, the bounce proving hard to judge.
Yeah, it has been from this end, hasn't it? All game, Lucas Carey and Joe Cooke getting a bit of extra bounce from the Cathedral Road end during the Warwickshire innings. Ryan's side bottom looking to do the same for Warwickshire as he comes in over the wicket. Bowls wide and short, and Reingold goes after it, but wafts at thin air. Doesn't get really anywhere near the ball, but it was there to be hit. As Sidebottom retreats once more to the start of his long run-up, as he bounds back in and bowls on a good length. Stephen Reingold, inside edge, manages to scamper through for a single, which takes Glamorgan on to 16 for 1. Nick Selman to face the next ball from Ryan Sidebottom. 3 to come in this 4th over. And he's in. And it's full, and Selman flicks it off his pads nicely through to the square leg boundary where a covering fielder will throw in just 1 run to Glamorgan's total. Fair to say quite a lot rests on the shoulders of Sidebottom in this inexperienced side.
Well, yeah, it is actually his list A debut, bizarrely enough, but obviously he's bowled a lot in a fair amount in Championship cricket. So, yeah, he is, I guess, the senior bowler in the team.
There he is once again, over the wicket. Bowls on a good length, just outside off stump, and Stephen Reingold punches it through for a single on the offside. It is a strange position, 31-year-old making his list A debut for the county. But
yeah, I mean, he came 4 years ago, having they played one first-class game in Australia, had some injury problems there. Decided to take advantage of the fact that his mother's from Devon and sorted out a British passport and came over, played club cricket initially.
And he's in over the wicket to get into Selman, and that's a fine delivery. Just leaves him outside the off stump. Selman offered a defensive stroke, but missed the ball, and it carried through to Michael Burgess, keeping wicket. That's the end of the over. A good end to it from Ryan Sidebottom. Glamorgan 18 for 1.
He played for Berkswell in the Birmingham League initially, and sorted out some trials, and eventually got into the Warwickshire set up. I think I'm right in saying his debut was actually at Lord's in the county championship. It was a poor season for Warwickshire, but that was the only game that season they actually won and earned a contract. He's had some injury problems, as so many bowlers do while he's been here. Got a bit of a delay here, by the way, because it's Reingold is walking off to exchange his bat. He has to come most of the way to the boundary before someone runs on with a new bat for him. So yeah, he's a bit frustrated this season, Sidebottom. He hasn't been able to break into the Championship team. Did play. He played in the last Championship match when they had a lot of injuries. That was the first time he played in the Championship this season. And just got a T20 game in as well. So Garrett comes into bowl, and Reingold gets behind that and plays it to mid on for no run. $18 for 1. Glamorgan chasing, just 222 in the 50 overs to win. But key man Hamish Rutherford is the man out as Garrett comes into Boston. Will that slip in place? And that's guided nicely by Reingold. That's going to go. It has gone for 4. There was a decent attempt by Chakrapani there, but unfortunately ended up rolling over the rope with the ball. It was a good shot for 4 by Reingold, and it's 22 for 1. That's got Glamorgan going a bit, and Reingold on to 7. And he moves across the stumps and turns that next one into a wide. Going past leg side.
Yeah, first boundary for Reingold on his Glamorgan debut. Judging by his innings here for Wales minor counties on Wednesday, he seems to be a pretty good judge of this pitch. Scoring 44 off 70 deliveries. No mean feat on what can be quite a tricky surface.
Second wide by George Garrett. He comes into bowl. It's into the toes of Reingold, who digs it out but can't get it past mid-on. So Glamorgan bowled 9 wides, but they also bowled 3 no balls. 1 for overstepping, 2 for being above head height. So that's added 6 runs. They didn't lose anything on the free hit. There was just 1 free hit among that lot. So 15 runs effectively coming off no balls and wides from Glamorgan. 2 so far in this innings, but a little tentative prod at one there from Reingold outside off stump. He misses it. Michael Burgess behind the stumps, captaining the side, taking on the Alex Stewart role. Probably made the tea as well.
Yeah, busy all day for Burgess. Probably collecting the match fees in the changing room afterwards and making sure that they're all available next week. Or that's how it worked when I used to have to captain my club.
Well, in comes Garrett to bowl. See Reingold, who moves across the stumps, tries to get it away. That's a good stop by Johal. A tumbling stop inside the circle on the leg side to prevent any runs. Well, you might wonder who's available for the next game on Sunday. There should be 2 or 3 more players. George Garrett into bowl to Selman, who pushes that one to backward point, but can't get it past Ethan Brooks. And there's no run, and 1-4 there. A really good shot in that over, meaning 6 off the over in total. 24 for 1 after 6. 222 is the target.
Yeah, quite a composed start to his debut from Stephen Reingold, batting at 3 for Glamorgan, the Wales minor counties player. From Cape Town originally, but has played for Neath as well as Glamorgan seconds and Cardiff MCCU. As he gets ready to face Ryan Sidebottom, who's in and bowls a short delivery, which Reingold pulls. It looks to be going towards the boundary, but it'll be covered by the fielder out there, and he'll come back for 2 runs.
Yeah, Ethan Brooks, decent stop to make up a little bit of ground. He saves a couple of runs.
Yeah, Reingold didn't quite connect perfectly with it. Firmly enough hit, but in the air and probably not quite off the middle, but 2 runs more to his total nonetheless. He's on 10. Glamorgan 26 for 1 as Sidebottom comes in. Ball slightly fuller, and Reingold with an inside edge. Doesn't chop on this time, but it wasn't far. That's how Rutherford fell for the first wicket. Reingold wasn't far from succumbing to that same fate.
There's been quite a few of those, haven't there, in the match, and again playing over the ball, almost dragging it onto his stumps.
And it does seem to have been when the bowlers have come from the Cathedral Road end where that bounce has been a little more unpredictable. As Sidebottom comes in here and bowls on a length, Selman just flicking it to the leg side, but for no run.
I think Selman was slightly put out to see Reingold running halfway down the pitch to look for a run. A very loud shout of no. Might have added, where do you think you're going? But
seniority rules.
Back. Well, it's never a run there, but we've seen it in the Warwickshire team as well. Some of the young players perhaps getting a little over enthusiastic at times.
Here comes side bottom once again over the wicket. And a good looking ball on a good length just outside off, which Selman punches through the covers for a single.
Warwickshire played their last championship match of last season here. Nearly won it, couldn't get the last wicket. Glamorgan were 9 down by the close, which meant that Warwickshire had finished a 5-match campaign without a win. Bob with his trophy, of course, not championship.
Here is side bottom to Reingold, who drives. The ball is stopped at mid-off by Johal. Yeah, well, it's obviously an opportunity for Reingold, the debutant. Selman will be keen to make some runs as well. Tends to have been in and out of Glamorgan's teams, red and white ball cricket, during his time at the county. Still only 25 years old though, as side bottom comes over the wicket to Reingold, who drives. Full delivery for no run. And that's the end of the over. After 7 overs, Glamorgan are 28 for 1.
So, plodding along unspectacular. He took 7 from the second over. That's been the most lucrative over so far, but they're averaging 4 and over. Slightly below the required rate, but not too far below it. Surrey look like they're going to win the race to get the first win in the season's competition. They're 100 for 2. Need another 66 to beat Yorkshire. That's in this group. It's a group of 9 teams. You need a top 3 place to progress. Still the same 2 bowlers used by Michael Burgess as Garrett comes in. It's played into the ground by Selman. There's no run. I think George Garrett wearing number 44, double the number of Ryan Sidebottom. I don't know if that makes him double the bowler, but he turns the River Taff behind him. Nothing's gone in there yet in this game. Been a few sixes, we haven't gone that far. And that one is pushed out onto the onside, certainly for 1 for Selman. They both batters look at the possibility of a second and conclude that there isn't any possibility.
Yeah, we have seen destructive batters come to Sophia Gardens and launch a few big hits towards the river, endangering a few cyclists and runners on their way.
So Garrett bowls, and that's hit uppishly, but short of mid-on. And it's fielded there by side bottom, no run. Going through a fairly quiet phase. Garrett running towards us. Pollock's going down the leg side. It's going to be a 3rd wide by George Garrett. Just losing his line slightly. An extra goes on to the score. 30 for 1 with that wide. Garrett will have to bowl it again. Hot work out there for the bowlers. He runs in and it's pushed out onto the onside. It's a misfield by Matt Lamb, but it doesn't cost anything because Ryan Sidebottom's behind him and feels interesting to see whether Matt Lamb gets a little bowl. He's worked on a bit of leg spin, which he bowled in the county championship match last one at the end of the first group phase. Garrett into bowl. That's a fairly ugly swish from Reingold. It was a short delivery, just over waist height, horizontal bat, swings and misses, and then rather sheepishly leans on his bat afterwards.
Yeah, sheepish is the word. He didn't seem too pleased with that effort.
And comes into bowl side bottom, and he's appealing for an LBW, but he did move across his stumps a bit. That was worth a shout, but not out is the call, and it is the end of the over. Couple from it, including the wide, and it's 30 for 1.
Yeah, Reingold did shuffle across his stumps there, didn't he? But perhaps he was forward enough to make height an issue. The appeal seemed to be limited to Garrett for that particular one. Not a great deal of interest from his teammates in the field. It'll be Ryan Sidebottom to continue as the sun beats down on the Cathedral Road end. Just a few clouds in the sky. Haven't seen many of those in Cardiff over the last week, but the temperature is still scorching. Sidebottom is in. Bowls fullish. Salmon defends for no run. Yeah, much better cricket weather than the start of this county championship season, when I think I saw a few players in woolly hats at some stages. Sidebottom sets off on another delivery, which is short, and Selman pulls it deep into the leg side for 1 run. Batsmen do seem to be keen to attack whenever the bowlers bring their length back. It has brought them some joy, but these are long square boundaries, so if you're going to clear the ropes or score a boundary, you have to hit it pretty well. Sidebottom is in once again. And Reingold, it seemed to hit him rather than his bat as he attempted a pull. It wasn't quite as short as the previous delivery to Selman. No run. Both batsmen scoring on the slower side at the moment. Reingold is 11 off 27. As he faces the latest ball from Sidebottom, which is full. Reingold drives it, but straight at Sidebottom's foot. That could be a sore one. Yeah,
he did stick his foot out to stop that, but it was travelling a bit. It seems to be okay. Might have hit him where he's got a bit of padding on the boot.
You see some cricketers enjoy their football. Mark Wood in particular seems to enjoy trying to run out batsmen by booting the ball at the wickets and shouting different Newcastle players' names as he does it. Always entertaining. Sidebottom is in and bowls short, and Reingold pulls firmly, well hit, but straight to Brooks at the square leg boundary, so just 1 run to Stephen Reingold.
Yeah, good shot for 1. Game just ticking along. Feel Warwickshire will feel they do need wickets because it's quite a low total they're defending, and although they're keeping Glamorgan quiet, there's no great urgency for need for urgency for Glamorgan at the moment. But Warwickshire can get a couple of wickets. I'll put the pressure on.
Sidebottom in over the wicket to Selman, who just prods that to the offside for no run. That brings the 9th over to a close. Glamorgan are 32 for 1.
And this is a very good final over. Warwickshire are going to win the power play, and they got to 47 in the 10 over power play. Glamorgan with an over to go on 32. See, overs 21 to there was the over 31 to 40 that were the most lucrative in terms of runs for Warwickshire. They also lost a couple of wickets at that time. The first 10 and 47 for 2. The second 10 was 52 for 1, and the third 10 they managed 40 for 2, and then 55 for 2 in the fourth 10, and then they limped rather at the end, 35 for 3 in just under 10 overs before they were bowled out. So sometimes you look at comparisons, it can be deceptive if a team has scored heavily towards the end of their innings, batting first, but that hasn't happened here, so Glamorgan will feel as long as they're reasonably close to parity, they'll be okay. George Garrett to continue after that break. And he'll be bowling to Reingold. Garrett, the dark blue of Warwickshire, bowls. Oh, that's going down the leg side. That's his fourth wide. George Garrett. He's bowled pretty well for the most part, but just been guilty of spraying a few down the leg side.
Yeah, it could be a lonely place for a bowler when they lose their line a bit, strays and a few wides. Nothing too serious at this stage, no. Not quite Scott Boswell territory yet. He's okay, Garrett.
Into bowl, it's turned round onto the onside for a single. 34 for 1. Reingold onto 13. Garrett. Got a tall figure, comes into bowl, and it's guided by Selman, but he doesn't guide it where he wanted it. Plays it straight to Ethan Brooks at backward point. So there's no addition to the score.
Yeah, quite a conservative start to this innings from Glamorgan. Not really looking to make the most of this power play, although the run rate is still well under control.
Garrett in and give him a bit of width there, but a good goalkeeper's type save there from Ethan Brooks. That was a terrific stop. If that's gone past him, it might not have gone all the way for 4 because there is a fielder down there, but it was travelling pretty quick, so it might have got there. But a very good stop by Ethan Brooks prevents Selman from adding to his score.
Yeah, it looked like Garrett might have just rolled his fingers over that one. A bit of variation from the bowler.
He's in again, and this time that is guided past Brooks, so that will go for 4. Third attempt at that shot is successful from Selman. And Glamorgan move on to 38 for 1.
Yes, although the run rate is not an issue for Glamorgan, you do feel Selman rather needed a shot like that just to release a little pressure which might have been building.
Garrett into him, he's pulled it onto the leg side this time. There is a sweeper out there, it'll be 1 run. 39 for 1. And, Garrett will turn ball, the last ball of the over, which has gone for 7 runs so far, and that's driven out to the offside. It will be 1. Van Hooven diving to make the stop. So that was the most lucrative over of the power play for Glamorgan. 40 for 1 at the end of it. So Warwickshire were 47 for 2. So in terms of runs scored, they did win the power play by 7 runs. Well, they had lost 1 more wicket. The man out in the Glamorgan innings, Hamish Rutherford, who was bowled by Ryan Sidebottom for 7.
Yes, a steady start from Nick Selman and debutant Stephen Reingold, who's starting to look quite comfortable in his new surroundings.
Young Jacob Bethel to have a bowl. Well, a bit of spin.
One of the two 17-year-olds in the Warwickshire setup.
Places Ryan Sidebottom, took 1 for 14 in his 5 overs.
Yeah, Warwickshire a little quicker to turn to spin than Glamorgan were.
He's had a couple of T20 games. Gets his opportunity in the 50 over competition.
Here he is, slow left arm around the wicket. Reingold drives straight back to Bethel, who fields off his own bowling. And Bethel is back around the wicket. Bowling a little shorter this time when Reingold rocks back and plays it onto the offside for 1 run. Yeah, Bethel seems to have quite a tidy, slow left arm action. They have high hopes of him at Warwickshire.
Yeah, so he's been at rugby school where former Warwickshire captain Michael Powell is one of the cricket coaches. He recommended him.
Here he is for his 3rd delivery, Bethel. It's on a length. Selman on the back foot, cuts it behind, but for no run.
He is a home player now, but presumably at some point he will have to make a decision as to whether he wants to be England qualified or West Indies qualified.
Bethel bowls again. And he bowls Selman. A first wicket for Jacob Bethel, the Warwickshire 17-year-old spinner. And it's Nick Selman who has to go. Glamorgan, 41 for 2.
Oh, good delivery from Bethel. Just knocks over the bails. Turned into the batter a little bit.
Bethel seemed to set up that wicket quite well. He had Reingold and Selman both going back for a few deliveries beforehand. Selman moved back for that delivery as well, but it was just that little bit fuller. It straightened as opposed to the orthodox spinning delivery, and the ball clattered into his stumps.
Well, it's his first wicket in first team cricket in 3 T20 games. He didn't yield any wickets. So Warwickshire's captain was dominant in their innings, Michael Burgess, and now it's over to the Glamorgan captain, Kieran Carlson.
Carlson enjoying an excellent season in red ball cricket, 780 runs in a county championship, but he struggled a little in T20, averaging only 13. But this is a format he's excelled in the past. An aggressive stroke player, captaining Glamorgan for the first time today at the age of 23. So he'll face Bethel, who'll continue around the wicket. The left arm spinner has a slip in place for Carlson. Bethel is in, and bowls full. Carlson blocks it for no run. Very encouraging first over this from Bethel. Just 1 run from it and a wicket. Here is his final delivery of the 11th over of Glamorgan's innings. He's in. And again Carlson just defends. Decides against a run, and that's the over. A very good one for Warwickshire. Only 1 run conceded. And the wicket of Nick Selman, bowled by Jacob Bethel.
So an impressive start then from Jacob Bethel. And felt they probably needed that wicket, Warwickshire. Things were just drifting a little bit. I'm going to see
To bowl for Warwickshire.
young Manraj Johal, 19-year-old pace bowler. Will be bowling first to Rheingold. So he'll be bowling from the river end. And bowling to Rheingold. He's in now. And Rheingold defends solidly behind that. Good accurate start from Johal. Gets plenty of encouragement from his fellow fielders. "41 for 2, Glamorgan." Johal to bowl. It's just pushed out to the offside for no run by Rheingold.
Yeah, it seems a marginally shorter run up from Johal, but it seems like a quick, compact run up with a quick arm.
Yeah, turns from the river, a very straight run up. Into ball to Rheingold. Hits that into the ground, out into the offside for no run.
He does seem like one of those bowlers who's set up to bowl wicket to wicket. Perhaps won't give away much width.
Just 5 men in the circle for him. No slips. Got 3 on the offside, 2 on the onside. As he comes into bowl, that's hit to Brooks on the bounce by Rheingold. So it stays 41 for 2. Duckworth Lewis par score, which, unless things change very dramatically, won't come into the equation, but just to give you a good guide, Duckworth Lewis Stern, I think we're supposed to call it now, aren't we? It's next one is hit in the air, and it's going to be caught. Didn't get hold of that one, Rheingold, and didn't manage to clear the field at mid-on. And it's a wicket. It is first team over for Johal, Manraj Johal, and Glamorgan are 41 for 3.
Yeah, that pressure building seemed to get to Rheingold. Johal's spell, very accurate, no width, wicket to wicket, and that build-up of dot balls paid off, because after 4 dot balls, Rheingold, the impatience rather got the better of him, and he tried driving over the top, but he didn't get hold of his shot, and it was quite a comfortable catch at mid-off.
Yeah, Ed Pollock taking it. It did well. He was comfortable. He did well to get himself in the right position, Pollock, because he was running back to get to it, but the ball just never really gathered any pace, and it was a decent catch. So Billy Root is a new man in, and you feel on him quite a lot now depends as far as Glamorgan's ambitions in this game are concerned.
Absolutely, these are the 2 batsmen who they'll look to in this chase now. Carlson in fine form this season. Billy Root, who's been one of Glamorgan's better batsmen in recent seasons, but they're up against a Warwickshire team with their tails up now, with two players picking up wickets in their first overs, Johal and Bethel.
Yeah, and 2 wickets going with a score on 41. Never quite happened for Warwickshire, but they did lose 3 wickets for 19 at one spell. So here's Johal with a spring in his step now as he bowls. It's played into the ground to mid-off by Root. And Maharaj Johal has started his senior career with a wicket maiden. And it is 41 for 3 after 12.
That is the way to start your senior first team career. Dream start for Johal, as it was for Bethel the over before. The two of them combining to take 2 for 1 between them in 2 overs. Bethel will continue from the Cathedral Road end.
It is the second wicket maiden of the match, because Michael Hogan bowled one during the Warwickshire innings. So a long way for Glamorgan to go from here. Need a partnership.
And it will be the captain Carlson to face Bethel's first delivery as he comes in over around the wicket. Carlson just squirts that down to his third man. There's a chase on for the fielder, but the ball wins, and it's 4 runs to Carlson. Much needed for Glamorgan, those 4 runs. Takes them on to 45 for 3 at the beginning of this 13th over. Bethel rather floated it up, and Carlson jammed his bat down on it and ran the ball down to the third man boundary. As Bethel comes around the wicket once more. Carlson drives this time for no run. Bethel once again bowls full, and Carlson dabs it into the offside and adds a single to his tally. Carlson on to 5 runs now, and Glamorgan 46 for 3. Bethel now moving over the wicket to the left-handed Root, who takes guard. No slip in place now for Bethel, who comes in over the wicket and bowls full, and Root just defends that ball, smothering it into the leg side.
So a decent start this by Warwickshire. I'm going to go and tell folks about it.
As Bethel comes over the wicket, and Root rocks back and plays the ball down the leg side for a single. 1 ball left in this 13th over, as Warwickshire's fielders move around for this switch from left to right-handed batsman. Kieran Carlson to face. Bethel is in around the wicket. Carlson drops the ball for another quick single in the offside. Moves Glamorgan on to 47 for 3. 48 for 3, I should say, at the end of the 13th over. So 7 runs from that over from Bethel. Carlson's first boundary contributing to that. And Johal will continue from the river end after his wicket maiden to begin his life as a senior first team cricketer for Warwickshire. Teenagers bowling at both ends as Warwickshire make do without a number of first team players because of various call-ups. Here is Johal. Oh, and that goes through Carlson. A little bit of movement, jagging back in from just outside off and leaving Carlson and through to Burgess behind the stumps. Yes, Warwickshire without several players because of the 100. and the county select 11 and their match against the touring Indian team, as Johal turns and begins on his quick and straight run up and bowls accurately once more. 8 deliveries now for the debutant, yet to concede a run. Yeah, just 19 years old, from Birmingham, local boy playing for his county. As he turns and embarks on his latest run up, arms pumping, and he bowls a slower ball wide, and that's called a no ball by the umpire. He's overstepped, Johal, attempting that slower ball. It rather floated wide, but he's overstepped as well. So this will be a free hit for Kieran Carlson. A first blemish for Johal on debut, after a wicket maiden to start and then another 2 dots. The 19-year-old oversteps, concedes 2 runs, and this will be a free hit for the Glamorgan captain. Johal runs in over the wicket. It's wide again. The umpire signals a wide, and Carlson will get another go at the free hit. By the way, the first no ball that brought up the 50 for Glamorgan. They're 50 for 3 in this 14th over, and Johal, after a perfect start to life as a senior cricketer, just encountered a couple of difficulties here. Overstepped and then a wide ball, so this is a second go at the free hit for Kieran Carlson, who smashes it through the covers. A sumptuous shot from the Glamorgan captain, his second boundary, and he moves Glamorgan on to 55 for 3 in the 14th over. Yeah, Johal has been very accurate so far, bowling to a precise line and length, bowling wicket to wicket, but he offered Carlson too much width on that occasion. It was full as well, so Carlson was able to slap the ball wide of off stump on the half volley through the covers along the ground for 4. Johal is back in now, straighter, but Carlson's able to drive again onto the offside. There's a sweeping fielder out there on the boundary, and Carlson will come back for 2. Well run by the Glamorgan batsman, and that moves them on to 57 for 3. A productive over this so far for the home team.
This is Colin Ingram at Cardiff, where Warwickshire have made a pretty decent start in defence of their total of 200.
Here comes Johal, penultimate ball of the over, and he's back on the money. Straight, defended by Carlson for no run. Good comeback from the 19-year-old after a difficult few balls there, but you do get the impression that Carlson is starting to get his eye in. He's had a very productive season for Glamorgan so far, and he's on to 12 runs from 12 balls now, the 23-year-old, as Johal again turns and comes through, and it's full once again with a little bit of width, and Carlson drives that out for a single, and that's the end of the over. A very good one for Glamorgan, 10 runs from it. That moves the Welsh county to 58 for 3 after 14 overs. Johal takes his cap and will field a little unhappy perhaps after that second over. Bit of a contrast from his dream first over, a wicket maiden. That one went for 10 runs, included a no ball and a wide. Jacob Bethel, the 17-year-old slow left arm spinner, will continue from the Cathedral Road end. And he's around the wicket to Carlson, who hits a full toss rather uppishly into the offside for 1. As Clive rejoins us.
Yeah, unfortunate. He probably thought this Senior cricket was easy, Marnus Johal, till that last over.
Yeah, pretty harsh reminder of cricket's realities as Bethel is over the wicket to Billy Root, who drives quite expansively through to the offside. And Matt Lamb is out there on the boundary to field and keep it down to 1 run as Glamorgan move on to 60 for 3.
Yeah, I mentioned the Duckworth Lewis earlier. It just gives you a guide of where the match is. Every time you use a wicket, you fall a bit behind. Glamorgan are 20 runs behind where they need to be at the moment.
Bethel drops his length a little shorter, and Carlson hits it out to the point boundary for a single.
So if those thunderstorms were to suddenly arrive rather early and out of the blue, then Warwickshire would win. But I think we should get the full innings here from Glamorgan.
And here is Bethel over the wicket to Root, who's forward to defend but misses the ball.
Yeah, I trust he missed the ball because Michael Burgess, who's standing up, didn't take it cleanly. I don't think he touched that, did he? But
yeah, seemed to spit up a little from the surface there from Bethel, and yeah, Burgess wasn't able to hold on to it.
There was no great reaction.
And Root defends the next delivery from Bethel. One more delivery to come in this 15th over. Glamorgan 61 for 3. As Bethel trots in and turns his left arm over. Root is forward with a defensive stroke and manages to run through for a single. So at the end of that over, 4 from it, Glamorgan move on to 62 for 3.
So, since the wicket fell, they've actually taken 21 in 3 overs, Glamorgan, having a decent spell. Their first 50 came in 78 balls. Warwickshire's first 50 came in 67, so a little bit quicker, and Warwickshire had lost 2 wickets at that point. Glamorgan had lost 3. But the runs are beginning to come now. These 2 senior batters could be the key figures now that Hamish Rutherford wasn't able to prosper. And Johal will come into bowl to Root. Oh, he misses that one. I think he went past his inside edge to the wicket keeper. Managing to get it to drift away a little bit, Johal. As he comes in, these 2 batters have got 41 list A games between them, which is a pretty heavy experience compared to most in this match, and that's turned round onto the onside by Root. He'll get a single. I think he's dispensing with the Root 66 number, and I think he's decided that little gag had run its course.
I think his brother's continuing it, isn't he, for England?
Indeed.
Yeah, squad numbers are mixed bunch these days, aren't they? I think Joss Butler 63, Joe Root 66.
Johal into bowl. Oh, that one spits up good, and that's from the river end this time, and Carlson just fends that away from the top of his bat. Didn't know much about that. And good delivery from Johal. Do have high hopes for him, to say. He's been around for a while, but earned a contract in October. It's not one player who's been drafted in just for this competition. He actually earned his contract in October. So there was always a likelihood he would get some sort of appearance this season as he comes into bowl. It's played the backward point for no run. Good tumbling stop. He just looked to have a bit of pace about him. And Johal.
He does. And he seems to have a very good correct action as well, which seems to help generate that pace.
Straight run up. He comes in now to bowl, and that's clipped away. That's beautifully timed by Carlson. Goes for 4. He's on to 19, and this Little lucrative spell for Glamorgan is continuing, 67 for 3.
Yeah, he's a player in form and a player who does seem to have quite a range of shots in his armoury, Kieran Carlson.
Well, he's on to 19 of just 18 balls. Johal Bolson into his toes, he digs it out and will get a single onto the leg side. 68 for 3. End of the over, which yielded 6 runs. And Glamorgan chasing 222 to win. 68 for 3. They have lost Hamish Rutherford, crucially, for 7, but also Nick Selman for 14 and Steve Reingold for 15. Ireland playing South Africa in a T20 match in Belfast. Ireland won one of the one-day internationals and they got off to a good start at Belfast. They've reduced South Africa to 14 for 2.
As Bethel continues around the wicket from the Cathedral Road end, and Carlson defends for no run.
Paul Sterling has taken 2 of the wickets there. Or both the wickets, I should say.
Bethel again to Carlson, who blocks once more. Bethel in once again to Carlson, who drives through to the offside for 1 run. Yeah, we've seen Paul Sterling score plenty in T20 internationals and the county game, and good to see him in the wickets as well. Bethel now over the wicket to Billy Root, the left-handed batsman, who is forward to defend. It appears to miss his bat, or a combination of bat and pad, and it runs down to third man, and he'll come back for 2 runs.
Well, that came off the bat. Certainly that's how the umpires ruled it, so that might go down as a sharp chance. Missed there by Michael Burgess.
Yeah, it did seem to kind of squirm in between bat and pad, so there must have been a combination of both on its way through, as Bethel is back over the wicket to Root, who reverse sweeps and gets in a bit of a mess and doesn't get anything on the ball.
It didn't quite go to plan, did it, that shot?
Bethel to Root, who's forward this time and drives into the offside for 1 run. That's the 4th run from the 17th over, which ends with Glamorgan 72 for 3.
So it could be a tight game, this. 151 required to win. Required rate still under 5 and over. 7 wickets required by Warwickshire. These two have steadied the ship well. Johal continuing from the river end. Bowls and beats the outside edge of Root. And it goes to the wicket keeper. It's getting a little bit of lateral movement, Johal.
Yeah, interesting to see how he fares against Billy Root. Mainly bowled to the right-handers so far and kept it very tight. Now he's got the chance to angle it across the left-handed Root.
In again to bowl again. He's beating the outside edge. Just wonder whether Michael Burgess might consider gambling and putting a slip in place. Billy Root missing 2 outside off stump in a row.
Yeah, Johal doesn't need to move it much with this angle, but it does seem to be just a hint of outswing for him as well. And Root seems to want to go after it.
Johal in again. He's missed that one again. Seemed to make a late decision to play it. I don't think that one got up. Bit of variable bounce on the river end now as well. He's struggling here, Root, but he's surviving. Again, he goes down the pitch, has a chat with Carlson. Let me ask him what did that do there. Good over from Johal. Just wants to find the edge and hope it goes to hand. 72 for 3. So he's in again, bowls. This time Root does get a bat onto it and he'll get a single. Be relieved by that. First 3 ball of the overs he played a miss, but he gets a single there to move on to 8 and take the score to 73 for 3 in the 18th.
He's got a remarkable record in this form of the game, Billy Root, averaging almost 50. He's on 48.8 average at the moment in List A cricket.
Johal to Carlson, who stabs that out to the onside for a single. 74 for 3.
Yeah, Carlson looking very settled at the moment, isn't he? Looks like a man who's been in good form this season. Root a little less fluent so far, but finding his way.
In comes Johal to bowl, and Root drops a bat on that, looks for a quick single. There isn't one there, so just the 2 singles good over from Johal. 74 for 3. They are only 10 behind on Duckworth Lewis now. Take another sanitisation break. Warwickshire used the 4 bowlers so far. South Africa now, by the way, 24 for 3. And Mark Adair, popular former Warwickshire player, in his first over he struck.
Ladies and gentlemen.
County Select 11 clearly making no effort to chase an unlikely target. They're 21 without loss against India. And in the other 50 over games, Essex recovered after losing a couple of early wickets, 127 for 3 in the 21st over, chasing 274 to beat Hampshire. Kent likewise have recovered a bit, but got an awful lot to do. They're 141 for 3 after 21 overs, chasing a massive 406 to beat Durham. Leicestershire going quite well, 97 for 1 in the 18th over, needing 276 to beat Derbyshire. And Surrey look like they're going to be the first winners today. They need just 25 more runs. 141 for 4 against Yorkshire Scarborough. Gosh, the locals at Scarborough are going to be chuntering there. As, particularly with it being Surrey. There's a bit of history between Surrey and Yorkshire at Scarborough. And the championship match, Surrey got to 30 for 8 at the end of the first day, and Yorkshire had points docked for a dodgy pitch, which didn't go down very well at the time.
Bethel is in, and Carlson drives for 1 run at the start of the 19th over. Puts Root back on strike, and Bethel comes over the wicket and flights it up. Root just defends for no run. 6 fielders in the circle for Warwickshire. 3 on the offside, 3 on the leg side. As Bethel closes it, and Root goes to reverse sweep again, but the ball just thuds into his pad.
Yeah. Might have to go back into the nets and practice this shot, because it's not really coming off at the moment.
Bethel in once again. Root flicks that into the leg side for 1 run.
It was a well-called single, that well called by Carlson.
Yeah, Bethel seemed to dart that in a little more than his others. Looked a little lower and quicker. He's back around the wicket now for Carlson. Lights it up and Carlson drives into the offside, where the ball is fielded and kept to 1 run. Glamorgan edge their way to 77 for 3. There's 1 ball to come in this 19th over. Bethel is in, bowls and Root works that ball square of the wicket on the leg side for 1 run. It's the 4th run of the over and ends with Glamorgan 78 for 3.
37 they've added now, these two. Steadied the ship nicely. And it looks like Warwickshire are going to bring in their 5th bowler in Ethan Brooks. I mentioned the bowler's been injured because I missed out Dan Mosley, who's predominantly a batter but would undoubtedly have been used in these circumstances quite extensively as a bowler. He's not too far away, I gather, so we may see him later in this competition. So Ethan Brooks hasn't quite managed to get a championship wicket yet in a couple of games that he's played. He comes into bowl to Root, who drives that to mid-off, and there's no run. .78 for 3. Opening spell by Manraj Johar, 1 for 18 in 4 overs. Brooks bowls a little bit too much width, and it's played away by Root. Good diving stop. Restricts them to 2. He had Pollock down there. No, it's Jacob Bethel, I should say, down there making an excellent stop, saving 2 runs. So in comes Brooks. It's worked away to point, but there'll be no run there. It's 80 for 3. Brooks. Right arm over, bowls. That's an accurate delivery, which Root just defends. He's played 3 first-class matches now, not managed to get a wicket. Hasn't played any white ball games either in the 2020 or this format.
Sir, are you in the media? Sir?
He comes into bowl. And that's played out into the offside. Straight to field, and there's no run. I think he did play in the championship actually last season. I think that would have been his debut actually. Well, no, what wasn't his debut? So he made his debut against Essex September 2019. But from memory, I think he did play final game of the season last season. Played in the championship match against Durham this season. So sort of won a season. That's pushed back to him. There's no run. That's the end of the over. A very good piece of fielding by Jacob Bethel, helping to restrict them to 2 that over, and it means after 20 overs, 80 for 3. So the first 10 yielded 40 for 1. The second 10 yielded 40 runs, although this time they lost 2 wickets, so scoring at a steady pace.
Bowling as well at the Cathedral Road end, because coming on to bowl for Warwickshire is Kyle van Vollenhoven.
So Kyle van Vollenhoven will become the 6th bowler used. So Michael Burgess is giving himself options in terms of rotating the bowling.
Yeah, a chance to see a bit of leg spin.
Well, that's the other one, because Jake Lintop was a rather impressive call up to the 100. A tremendous effort from him to get into the 100, but without him.
Yeah, English cricket enjoying quite a spell of leg spinners around the county game at the moment. As Van Vollenhoven is in, it's short. Carlson on the back foot pulls it out to the boundary where Matt Lamb is fielding and restricts him to 1 run. A little short first up from Van Vollenhoven, but that's always a risk of the job as a leg spinner. He's in over the wicket to Root, who just dabs that down onto the leg side for a single. That brings Carlson back on strike. The field adjusts accordingly. Van Vollenhoven over the wicket. Oh, and he beats Carlson there. That spun sharply.
Well, Burgess was convinced he got a stomping there. Of course, there's no third umpire here, but he looks very disappointed that's been given not out.
It was sharp work by Burgess, wasn't it? Van Vollenhoven pitched it around middle and off, and it just left Carlson. And as he lunged forward, Burgess whipped off the bails, appealed for a stumping, but not given.
Very difficult for the umpire. We get a bit spoilt these days with the TV replays, but none available to the umpire on this occasion.
Here's Van Vollenhoven again, a bit wider this time. Carlson, the wide bat, kind of flat bats it to the fielder. Certainly giving it a lot of flight. Van Vollenhoven, not scared to get hit. And he does the same again. It's flighted just wide of the off stump, and Carlson can't get it away. Good start here from Van Vollenhoven. He has one ball left in his over. One more. Arms and legs akimbo as Carlson hits that shorter ball into the covers for a single. 3 runs off the over. Glamorgan are 83 for 3.
A good first over from Carl Van Vollenhoven. Someone's taking, is that Michael Burgess? Yeah, seems to be taking some sort of tablet maybe, or was it just a drink? I wonder whether he had to pop a pill of some sort there. Anyway, standing up to the bowling of Ethan Brooks. Brooks bowls, and it's pushed out to the offside by Carlson for no run. Warwickshire just keeping a good grip on the scoring at this moment in time. I may not get to the end of this over before I have to nip off and do a report, but so we get a couple of deliveries in as Brooks balls. That's going down that leg side, very well taken by Burgess, but it will be a wide.
He's kept well today, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Burgess, a few have gone down the leg side and looked to have taken a smart stumping earlier.
Well, wicket keeping's been good. I wouldn't think the signing of Alex Davis reflects on Burgess. I suspect Davis, while Burgess is around at any rate, will play predominantly as a batter. He signed for Lancashire. That's played to mid-on. There's no run. 84 for 3. And I think I better leave you with it now, actually, if that's all right, David.
No problem. Ethan Brooks to continue over the wicket. Carlson drives, but it's stopped well at mid-on, and there'll be no run there. So still half of Ethan Brooks's over to go, with Glamorgan 84 for 3. Warwickshire captain Michael Burgess still standing up to the wicket as Brooks comes in, and Carlson drives. Again he finds a fielder, this time on the offside. So again no run for the Glamorgan captain. Carlson now on 26 of 34 as he gets ready to face Brooks, who is over the wicket and bowls full, and Carlson drives with a sliced effort. It just went over Yohal's head behind point. A little streaky from Carlson, but he returns for 2 runs. Brooks did invite the shot, bowling a little wider than he has done of the off stump. Carlson went for the drive fully, but was a little fortunate to have sliced it safely. As Brooks is in again, and Carlson hits it in almost exactly the same spot. This time cutting it, but again slicing it a little, and once again the result is the same, and he comes back for a second run. So those last 2 balls, running 2 off each, helped Glamorgan record 5 runs from the 22nd over. They're now 88 for 3. Those 4 runs also take Carlson to 30 runs from 36 balls. He's scoring at a strike rate of 83.3. Billy Root with him, a little slower. He's on 13 from 28, going at 46.42. But now he's played himself in. The Yorkshireman will be looking to push on. Yeah, Glamorgan scoring steadily at the moment. Still 4 runs and over precisely. Warwickshire had been going marginally faster at this rate during their innings. They were 106 for 4 at the same stage. Glamorgan will be hoping to build on this partnership between Root and Carlson. And Vollenhoven will continue from the Cathedral Road end. His leg spin over the wicket to the left-handed Root, who plays the ball to the leg side and gets through for a run. There is a direct hit, but Root was well in his ground by the time the ball hit the stumps. That single moves him on to 14, and Glamorgan on to 89 for 3. As Van Vollenhoven gets ready to bowl to Carlson. It's flighted up, and Carlson drives into the offside for a single. Van Vollenhoven really giving the ball some flight in the early stages of his spell here, looking to tempt the batsmen into playing their shots and come driving forward at the ball. Here he is again over the wicket to Root, who steps back and plays the ball defensively for no run. Here's Van Vollenhoven over the wicket once more to Root, who drives into the onside for 1 run. Ball fielded by George Garrett, moving Glamorgan to 91 for 3. 2 balls left in the over for Van Vollenhoven, who's in over the wicket to Carlson, and again he takes a single into the offside. Glamorgan happy to keep things ticking along steadily with this flow of singles, and Warwickshire don't seem too concerned to be conceding at a rate of 4 runs and over. Root will face the final ball of this over, and he drives onto the onside for a single as well. That takes Glamorgan on to 93 for 3, 5 runs from the 23rd over. a little like we saw during the Warwickshire innings. It seems like both sides are pretty content to allow scoring to proceed at 4 or 5 runs and over. Glamorgan rebuilding after losing their 3rd wicket for 41. So in that over, they did pass 50, so a 50 partnership is up between Kieran Carlson and Billy Root. Carlson on 32, Root on 16. It will be Root to face the first ball of the 24th over. Ethan Brooks continuing his seam bowling from the River End. Captain Michael Burgess still standing up to the wicket. Brooks is in over the wicket to Root, who plays and misses wide of off stump. This 52-run partnership between Carlson and Root coming at a good time for Glamorgan. They'll need these two to press on if they are to chase down the 222 they need to win. Brooks is in, ball's full, and Root flicks the ball square of the wicket on the leg side for a single, taking his score on to 17 and Glamorgan's to 94 for 3. Just a gentle hum of noise from the scattered crowd here at Sophia Gardens in Cardiff, and the glorious sunshine as Brooks is in, and that one rises sharply. Carlson having to drop his hands there to avoid an edge behind to Burgess standing up to him. In fact, the Glamorgan captain's taken his gloves off. He might have been struck on the hand or the arm there. He's just shaking his hands after what might have been a painful little hit from that ball from Brooks, which did rise quite sharply off the surface, bounced a little more than Carlson was expecting it to. So that might be a little stinger for the Glamorgan captain. He seems okay to continue though. His gloves are back on, he's taken his guard, and he's ready to place a 4th ball from Ethan Brooks in this over. And Carlson drives off the back foot this time for a single. Comfortably fielded by Matt Lamb in the deep. The 2nd run of the over moves Glamorgan on to 95 for 3. All rather gentle at the moment. A few fans making their way back to their seats with a couple of pints in the sunshine here, enjoying themselves as Brooks bowls full to Root, who drives, and it's well stopped. Short extra cover, no run. Yeah, if you're able to get the day off on this Friday afternoon, seems like a very nice way to spend the day, as quite a few are doing here at Sophia Gardens. Restrictions still in place to some extent, but good to see fans back in here as Brooks bowls to Root, who drives but for no run, and that's the end of the 24th over. Glamorgan 95 for 3. Just 2 runs from that over. Tight stuff from Ethan Brooks, who has figures of 3 overs, no maidens, no wickets, but just 9 runs conceded so far. Very economical spell so far from Brooks, and it will be Kiel van Vollenhoven to continue from the Cathedral Road end. His leg spin so far proving quite tricky for Carlson and Root. The 23-year-old's really given the ball a rip. A few balls have turned. He's bowling it full and straight and making the batsman play. He'll be bowling over the wicket to the right-handed Carlson, who's forward and driving and taking on the fielder. It's Ryan side bottom at mid-on. And Carlson is comfortably through for a single. The left-handed route on strike now, but Van Vollenhoven will continue over the wicket. And it's floated wide. Now Root either got an inside edge or it might have gone through him and Burgess. We'll wait to see what the umpire's call is, but they've run two, and indeed the umpire signals a bye. So, yeah, no touch from Root. Burgess, the wicket-keeper and captain, couldn't collect either. Van Vollenhoven has his hand on his head in frustration. Glamorgan now 98 for 3 as Van Vollenhoven continues over the wicket to Root, who steps back and drives. And the ball is stopped by Johal. Van Vollenhoven in and bowls full to Root, to traps the ball on the leg side and eases himself through for a single. 4 runs off the over so far with 2 balls to come. Kieran Carlson on strike. And he blocks that latest delivery from Van Vollenhoven. No run there. The Glamorgan captain now on 34 runs from 42 balls. He steps back for this one, rocks onto the back foot and cuts the ball to point. And that brings up Glamorgan's 100. They are 100 for 3 at the end of the 25th over. And back with us is Clive.
Yes, so game still looking quite well balanced. For 3 then in 25 overs. Has been 1 no ball, so it's 151 balls for the 100. So 84 balls for the second 50. Correction, I'm looking at the wrong. It is 73 balls for the second 50. The first took 78. And this next one is carved down to third man. It will be stopped. Ethan Brooks the bowler. It's 2 runs for Carlson. It's 102 for 3. And Brooks bowls the a no ball. He's overstepped again. It's an edge down to third man. It wasn't a bad delivery, just got the outside edge. These inexperienced players are really overstepping in a white ball game. It's not clever, and it means a free hit. Any good news for Warwickshire is because they got a single of that ball, they can move the field around. But you cannot afford to be doing that.
I think for the first time in a while, certainly for the last few 15 overs or so, Glamorgan are ahead of the DLS par score as well now.
Comes in the bowl to Root. It's a swing and a miss, so he gets away with it. Brooks, give him some credit for the delivery, but the damage limited in the end to the 2 runs he conceded for the no ball. But let's give him a little chat, maybe a little bit of advice about where he feels he's getting close to the front line, or one case over it. That one lifted sharply. Well taken by Michael Burgess behind the stumps.
Yeah, that left Root at chest height, and it was off what seemed a pretty standard good length. Seeing a lot more variable bounce in this Glamorgan innings than we did when Warwickshire were batting, certainly from the river end.
Oh, plaintive Warwickshire voice sounds from the crowd as that one's hit into the ground straight to the fielder. There's no run. The crowd beginning to get vocal.
It's 4:45 on a Friday afternoon.
I'm not going to cast any aspersions as to why they're suddenly getting vocal, but
the ultras are out in force.
Brooks comes in to bowl, and that's played out to mid-off for no run by Root. $105 for 3. 26th over. Yeah, thanks. Root on 18, Carlson on 38. It's a good partnership this, as Brooks comes in to bowl to Root, who turns it around to square leg for a single. Brooks frustrated. It actually wasn't a bad over, apart from overstepping that one time, which in the end didn't cost him as much as it might have done. 106 for 3. Then at the end of 26 overs, Warwickshire in need of a wicket. 65 now added for this wicket.
I'm clearly enjoying the game too much because I mistakenly said Friday, but Nick Webb, our colleague who sadly can't be with us today, is listening and points out that it's in fact Thirsty Thursday.
Yeah.
So thanks for the correction, Nick. My mind must be elsewhere thinking that it's Friday afternoon. It's just got that kind of, it's sunny and people have got a kind of sunny demeanour about them as well. They're enjoying themselves as if it's the weekend. Van Vollenhoven continues from the Cathedral Road end, and that's well driven by Billy Root through the covers for 4. A lovely shot. Van Vollenhoven has been flighting the ball up, inviting those front foot shots from the batsman, and this time Root gets the better of him. Lovely shot along the floor.
Yeah, these two now beginning to steer Glamorgan nicely. Warwickshire need to break them up.
Here is Van Vollenhoven to Root, who defends this time for no run. Root drives once again, but to no avail, no run there.
There's a case of maybe bringing Ryan Sidebottom back for a couple of overs, see if they can break up this partnership.
And Vollenhoven flights another one up and almost does the splits as he tries to field off his own bowling, but Root only picks up a single for that shot. Glamorgan now 111 for 3. Van Vollenhoven to Carlson, who drives straight down the ground. It's going to be a chase on for the fielders here, and the ball's going to win it. Another sumptuous shot from Kieran Carlson. He moves on to 42, and Glamorgan move on to 115 for 3.
Well, we said these two are likely to be key, certainly once Rutherford got out, and so far they are steering the Glamorgan ship nicely.
Van Vollenhoven with his final ball of the over, and Carlson just nudges it onto the offside for a single. That was the 10th run from the 27th over, and off the final ball of it, Glamorgan 116 for 3.
Root and Carlson looking pretty much in command at the moment. Ethan Brooks to continue from the river end. Desperately needing a breakthrough here for Warwickshire. A couple of quick wickets will get them right back in it. At the moment, Glamorgan are looking reasonably comfortable. Brooks then to Carlson, runs it down to third man for a single. Think about a second, but it's not to be had. There's a helicopter flying over us. It's all over the river. Next one is pushed out to the onside for a single. It's 118 for 3. The target member 221 to win. Elsewhere, Ireland now, South Africa at 60 for 5. Next one from Brooks is driven down the ground. Brooks gets a hand to it. To be harsh to call it a chance, but he did get a hand to it. He's smiling as he gets up. It was an instinctive attempt, and in the end it's a good stop, but he couldn't quite grab hold of it to make the catch.
Yeah, that feels more like 4 runs saved rather than a chance of a wicket gone, doesn't it? That was a fine reaction, and they either just stick or they just don't, and unfortunately for Brooks it was a case of the latter there.
He's in again to bowl. It's pushed out to backward point, just beats the field there, so it'll be a single from Carlson, who's on to 45, 119 for 3. Elsewhere, 672 for 5, need 102 from 21 overs to beat Hampshire. Those wickets down, Hampshire possibly favourites there. Kent 191 for 4 to 29 overs, still need 215 from 21 to beat Durham. Doesn't look likely there at Beckenham. Leicestershire are looking pretty good, 147 for 2, need another 129 to beat Derbyshire. So the next one comes into the batter a bit, Root, and he plays out to mid-on. There's no run, and sorry, the first winners in the competition this season. They've beaten Yorkshire by 5 wickets, making 168 for 5 in the 39.1 overs, so very comfortable win for them. And the County Select 11 match against India has been, well, not abandoned, but has ended in a draw with the County Select 11 31 without loss in their second innings. Next one is played to mid-on for no run. It's the end of the over, so I've got 3 in that over. 119 for 3 is the Glamorgan total.
Yes, and as you've mentioned earlier, of course it doesn't look like there's any chance of rain with this perfectly blue sky and just a couple of clouds in there, but it is useful to know that the Duckworth-Lewis-Stern method has the par score is 109 at the moment, and Glamorgan are 10 ahead of it, so this period for Root and Carlson does seem to have Glamorgan just ahead of the game at this midway point.
And we are going to see, we're going to see a bit of Matt Lamb with his newly acquired leg spin bowling.
And it will be Carlson to face Lamb's first delivery. It's just wide of the off stump, full length, and Carlson drives, but it's fielded just behind point on the offside. Lamb revving himself up at the start of his run-up. And he's into Carlson, who places the ball in more or less the same place. Once again, no run.
Jay Dernbach has just announced he's leaving Surrey.
As Lamb bowls to Carlson, who drives yet again behind square on the offside to no avail. Still no run. Carlson ready to face Lamb again over the wicket. And with remarkable consistency for the 4th time out of 4 balls, Carlson hits it to the fielder backward of point. Here comes Lamb over the wicket. Carlson manages to drive in front of square this time, but yet again straight to the fielder. Frustrating over so far for the Glamorgan captain.
I was going to say, can he finish the over now, Matt Lamb? How often does the last ball go for 4 in a circumstance like this?
Here is Lamb. And he does manage to join the dots and bowl a maiden with his first over. So Glamorgan remain 119 for 3 after 29 overs.
Well, a good effort from Matt Lamb. Still, Glamorgan feel are in a decent position. A couple of wickets would change that quickly.
Yeah, it's important, as you say, that he finished it off
Return
well
to bowl.
and sealed the maiden. I was listening to Stuart Broad on commentary earlier this week, and he made the point that bowlers really make an effort to start an over well and to finish it well, because you could bowl 5 dot balls and to concede a boundary off the final ball feels like a let-off for the batsman. So it's important for Lamb to keep that pressure on Carlson and Root, to know that Warwickshire won't let them go lightly.
And Ryan Sidebottom back into the attacks. Bowled 5 overs so far, taken 1 for 14. So you have 2 or 3 overs to try and make a breakthrough. Comes in the bowl to Root, who runs him down to 3rd man for a single. Root's coming back for a second, and that's a well judged second. 121 for 3. And Sidebottom from the River End. He bowled his first spell from his Cathedral City end and the Cathedral Road end, and that one beats the outside edge of the batter. Michael Burgess standing back, but standing almost at slip he was there. So that one beats the bat. So no run. And he's in again. Bowls and strangled shout there as that hits the thigh pad of Root, moving across his stumps. No run. Sidebottom marches back. Turns to run towards us. To Root, who plays that one-handed onto the leg side. Don't think he got any bat on it. The umpire's preparing to signal leg by. She does now. 122 for 3. So allow Sidebottom to bowl to Carlson. Two balls of the over to go. He's in. Carlson hits that in the air but safely. He's going to get 4 runs for it. Matt Lamb won't be able to cut it off. It was a good shot. It was a little aerial but well struck by Carlson. That just takes the pressure off.
Yeah, 1 run short of his half-century now, Carlson. Captain's innings, much like Michael Burgess for Warwickshire, top scoring, 73 in their innings.
126 for 3 of the 30th. Side bottom into bowl, and it's just dabbed forward by Carlson for no runs. So chasing 222 to win in 50 overs. Glamorgan are 126 for 3 after 30.
And the players will have a break now for a drink and to sanitise. Root and Carlson leading the charge for the home team, who are 126 for 3. They need 96 runs to win from 20 overs. Carlson on 49, Root 27, and it looks like they're well set to mount a winning bid here from Glamorgan. Warwickshire's players in a huddle, letting the game slip away from them slightly in the last 10 overs or so. This partnership is now worth 85 runs for Glamorgan.
Starting at 6 o'clock. Full details on the Glamorgan website, www.glamorgancricket.com.
As the time just ticks past 5 o'clock. Still glorious sunshine here in Cardiff. And you can tell it's making for hard work for the players as Billy Root asks for a towel to get rid of a bit of the sweat on his forearms and his head. He's not been at his fluent best yet, the Yorkshireman, but he's playing an able supporting role for Kieran Carlson, the man who is captaining Glamorgan for the first time today, and he seems to be enjoying the responsibility as well, with a very composed and measured innings here. He's 1 run short of his half-century, but it'll be Billy Root to face the first ball of the 31st over from Matt Lamb, the leg spinner, over the wicket from the Cathedral Road end. It's a full toss, but Root misses out and hits the ball straight to Ethan Brooks at mid-off. Now it's a bit of a freebie for Root, and he'll be disappointed to miss out on it as Lamb begins his stuttered run-up. He's in over the wicket, bowling just wide of the off stump, and Root rather drags it to the leg side. No run. Here is Lamb again. Another skips into the run, and then he begins to walk up to the wicket, and Root just prods it onto the offside for a quick single. The throw comes in, and Carlson, in a bid to get out of the way, actually almost catches the ball, but no harm done. Glamorgan through for a single. They're 127 for 3. Lamb again over the wicket to Carlson, who defends for no run. Lamb is in once again to Carlson, who drives past the bowler into the offside, and that will give the Glamorgan captain his half-century. A very well-made 50 from Kieran Carlson. Takes his team on to 128 for 3. They need 94 to win, with 1 ball left in this 31st over. Root to face the final ball of the over from Matt Lamb, who will stay over the wicket, and Root will block that one for no run. 2 runs from the over. Glamorgan 128 for 3, and Clive is back with us.
Well, Matt Lamb is resting a little bit of control back for Warwickshire. He's conceded just 2 runs from his 2 overs. But the required rate has now crept up for the first time to 5 and over, but with 7 wickets left. That shouldn't be too much of a worry, even on this slowish pitch. Warwickshire need wickets to start making that count. And Ryan Sidebottom will try again to get one of those wickets, bowling to Carlson. Yeah, runs in from the river end, right arm over, bowls, it's turned round, his pass are going to go for a tight single. This could be tight, but it's well judged. The throw misses and they make it. 129 for 3. Root 28, Carlson 51. Root on strike. Came together at 41 for 3, these two. I got it to 129 for 3. Sidebottom comes round the wicket to Root, and again it's a little tip and run. Again it's well judged. 130 for 3. Sidebottom took the wicket of Hamish Rutherford. First wicket to fall. He comes in now to bowl to Carlson, who's pulling that one in the air but safely for 4. Well placed shot by Carlson, who's on to 55. And Glamorgan, well, seem to be almost cruising now. Target of 222. So they've got it down to 88, the requirement now. Sidebottom into Carlson, who swings and misses at that. There have been a few of those. Which you might feel at times the breaks haven't gone for them. Carlson playing away from his body, misses. And Sidebottom, straight run up. And again, that one rears up at Carlson. He fends it away and comes to short third man. Did well to keep that down, Carlson.
Yeah, he did. That was quite a spiteful delivery, didn't it? Spat up. Carlson again takes his gloves off, and he seemed to feel that on his hand. But he played the shot with soft hands, dropped his hands, and managed to keep the ball down.
He's taking his glove off and back on again, ready to face the next ball. Sidebottom bowls at him in the block, although very well dug out by Carlson. And that's going to go all the way for 4 to wide, long on. Couple of 4s this over. And you feel that's really put Glamorgan in control at 138 for 3. They took 10 runs off that over.
Yeah, and that last boundary was probably the pick of Carlson's shots today. There was a short mid-wicket and a mid-on, and he managed to pierce the gap between the two fielders, and the ball really raced away to the boundary for 4. It does look in good touch at the moment, Carlson.
Asking for a fresh hand towel, something. It's Matt Lamb's going to continue. 2 runs conceded from his 12 deliveries so far. And he'll be bowling first to Root. Lamb with his legs apart as he prepares to come in, rocks backwards and forwards. He goes into a jog, then into a walk and back into a jog, and then bowls a high full toss, which is played straight back to him. There's no run.
It's a funny delivery action, isn't it? It's and like those penalty takers in football, and they stutter in an attempt to
and hit the post. He comes in again, stops, little run in, bowls on middle stump, and it's a turn round, and they go through for a quick single, which is well taken. Root on to 30, 139 for 3. And he comes to bowl, and that's played onto the leg side for a single. 60 to Carlson. That's you being Welsh, isn't it? Reminding people of penalty shootouts. 140 for 3. In comes Lamb to bowl, and it's prodded down. To think about a single, I don't think it was ever really there, but Carlson came a fair way down before Root persuaded him to turn around.
I'll be diplomatic and say I was thinking more of Jorginho's in the semi-final against Spain. A successful stutter. They can work sometimes.
Lamb into bowl, gives that a bit of air, it's played back to him. He's doing a really good job here, Matt Lamb. It may not be enough unless he can get wickets, but I certainly find him difficult to get away. And Lamb in again, that's guided away for should just be one, partly because Root slipped at the end of his run-up, which prevented him from coming back for the second run, but they have done enough to complete a century partnership, these two. 141 for 3. They've taken Glamorgan from a precarious looking position to being one of some control.
Yes, Lamb has put the brakes on them at his end effectively, but Glamorgan are in a pretty strong position here. They need 81 to win from the last 17 overs.
The river end, Jacob Bethel.
So Jacob Bethel was getting some turn, got a wicket. His first over, he's coming back into the attack.
Bethel is in, and Carlson tries a reverse. Root, tries a reverse sweep, but it's straight to the fielder. Spin at both ends now for Warwickshire, as Bethel is over the wicket from the river end, and Root dabs it down. Again, no run. Bethel turns his arm, and Root comes forward down the pitch and plays the ball into the leg side for a single, taking his score to 32 and Glamorgan's to 142. Carlson back on strike is on 60. Bethel adjusting his field. Johal is going into a deep mid-off position, mindful of that short straight boundary behind the bowler's arm. Here comes Bethel around the wicket to Carlson. Bowled. Similarly to Nick Selman earlier, Carlson moves onto the back foot, but Bethel's ball skids on and clatters into his middle stump. Glamorgan are 141 for 4.
Well, they certainly needed the breakthrough. They've got it. Good work from young Jacob Bethel. And good innings from Carlson, but he's gone for 60. And that will give Warwickshire a little bit of hope. Could do with at least one more fairly quickly. Good innings from Carlson. And gets applauded by the home supporters. 67 balls for his 60. And it's certainly got Glamorgan in a position from which they'll feel they're in a good position to win. But they're not quite there yet. Bethel's 2 for 21 in his 6th over.
Indeed, and that run rate might just creep back up as Callum Taylor is the new batsman in. He'll need to reset. Root has been scoring quite slowly so far, so it might be that the run rate just starts to creep up and a couple of doubts might come into Glamorgan minds. It was remarkable how similar that was to Bethel's first wicket to Selman. Carlson, like Selman, onto the back foot, trying to give himself some room, but the ball didn't spin as much as he expected. It was the straight one, and he went on and hit his middle stump. So Carlson is gone. Glamorgan's still in a good position, but still with work to do. They need 80 to win from 16.2 overs. Bethel has 2 balls left. He'll continue around the wicket to the right-handed Taylor. Who himself bowled some decent spin in the Warwickshire innings. Here is Bethel. Taylor is forward with a defensive stroke for no run. Bethel is over once again, and Taylor's happy to block that one out. A productive over from Jacob Bethel, just 1 run from it, and more importantly, a wicket. Glamorgan are 142 for 4.
Well, wickets change things, and Matt Lamb, who's been pretty miserly thus far, 5 runs from his 3 overs. He's going to continue to be bowling to Billy Root. He's in, and Root slaps him out to the offside. It's half stopped, but they get a single. 144 for 4. So Lamb get his first ball at Taylor. Callum Taylor. Lamb into him, turns it a bit, but Taylor pushes out to the sweeper on the offside for a single. 144 for 4. Lamb pulls that full toss, and it's punished. It's the first time Lamb's been hit, really. Just got that wrong. It was a knee-high full toss, which is dispatched for 4 by Root. Lifting the pressure somewhat. 148 for 4. Just 74 more required now for Glamorgan. Lamb to Root for defensive. Lamb gathers it. So he's the 6th bowler used. This is his 4th over. So options for Michael Burgess and how he rotates his remaining bowlers. Lamb bowls, Root skips down the pitch, plays it to long on for no run. Lamb sending mid-off back to the long-off boundary. Lamb surveys the field around him. Comes in to bowl and it's slapped out to the offside boundary rider for a single. Well, that 4 made that a good over for Glamorgan. They took 9 runs off it, 151 for 4. The 150 coming in 211 balls, which means that the third 50 took just 38 deliveries.
It's going to be Jacob Bethel to continue from the river end around the wicket to Callum Taylor, who blocks his first delivery for no run. Bethel is in and Taylor drives, but the ball is well fielded. As Taylor settles now, you get the impression the onus is on Billy Root to up the ante in terms of the scoring, as Taylor drives another Bethel delivery for no run. Yeah, Root happy to play a supporting role to Carlson, but now as the settled batsman, the responsibility is on him now. As Bethel is in, a quicker delivery, which Taylor slaps through the offside for a single. Bethel will come over the wicket to bowl to the left-handed Root. Root works it to the leg side, but straight to Ethan Brooks for no run.
They could get Root out and get 2 new batters at the crease, and I feel they've opened up an end.
Root tries a reverse sweep, but it goes in the air. It's fielded by George Garrett, who had a shot at the stumps as well, but Root gets in safely. Only 2 runs from the over, and Glamorgan are 153 for 4.
Yeah, within the air, that just short of Garrett. Score seems to be down to 152 for 4. 14 overs to go. Matt Lamb bowls, that's hit into the covers for no run. Bowling to Root. Square leg fielders coming in from the boundary. Root bowls, that's hit hard, but to the sweeper on the offside for a single. Root on to 40. And it's 153 for 4. Remember, the target is 222. Warwickshire bowl out for 221 in the final of their 50 overs. Lamb again tinkering with his field. Long on comes inside the circle. He puts an extra man on the square leg boundary. That's a push out to the offside. But shouts of no, there's no run.
Good bit of trivia from our colleague Edward Bevan, who points out to me on Twitter that Callum Taylor's middle name is Zinzan, named after a certain rugby player.
Next one is hit down the ground. We'll get a single. $154 for 4. Root onto 40. Taylor's on 4. Lamb in, and that was hit into the offside. Good stop by Ethan Brooks, preventing a run. Lamb in again to Root, who tries a reverse sweep and doesn't connect. It's taken by Michael Burgess, end of the over. Couple off that, 154 for 4.
I think that's about 6 or 7 attempts at the reverse sweep from Billy Root, and I think they've come to a grand total of no runs. But full marks for trying to be inventive.
Yes, you may have to go back to the drawing board on that one.
It's Callum Taylor on strike. He'll face the 8th over from Jacob Bethel, who's around the wicket. Bowling into the surface, and Taylor cuts well. He'll get at least 1 run. And in fact he will settle for that 1 run. Matt Lamb fielding well, deep on the offside. So Root is back on strike as Bethel switches the angle of attack to over the wicket with his left arm spin. Root comes down the wicket and tickles the ball onto the leg side for a single. Bethel back around the wicket. He darts it in, and Taylor really whacks that ball through the covers. It went along the ground and he really gave the ball a proper heave. That's a welcome boundary for Glamorgan, whose run rate was starting to stall a little, but that moves them on to 160 for 4.
Yes. Good shot from Taylor. He needs to support Billy Root now, make sure they don't make any silly mistakes. I feel they should be okay.
There's a big shout for LBW, Bethel to Taylor, and it's given. Callum Taylor is out for 9, and Glamorgan lose their 5th wicket. They're 160 for 5.
Well, Taylor didn't look too impressed with the decision, but the finger goes up. And he goes for 4. Every wicket just gives Warwickshire a little lifeline, a little glimmer. Did it pitch outside the leg stump? Obviously the umpire didn't think so.
Bethel, he made 9.
Bethel's 3rd wicket, and on each occasion players seem to have been a little uncertain on what to do in terms of length. He had Selman and Carlson going back onto their back foot and getting bowled, and Taylor there looked a little uncertain as well. The new batsman is Tom Cullen. Another making his List A debut for Glamorgan today, having kept wicket during the Warwickshire innings. Glamorgan need 62 to win. There are 74 balls remaining. Bethel, with 3 wickets to his name, will continue around the wicket. Cullen to face. And he's bowled! Jacob Bethel is on a hat-trick for Warwickshire. And things get bad to worse for Glamorgan in this period of the game. They're now 160 for 6. There's another fine delivery from Bethel, the slow left-arm bowler, around the wicket. Taylor didn't really move his feet, moved back, and the ball pitched on middle and just skidded on and hit the top of middle stump. Disappointing end to Tom Cullen's List A debut for Glamorgan. He goes for a golden duck, and Jacob Bethel, on debut for Warwickshire, is on a hat-trick.
Tom Cullen was bowled by Jacob Bethel. The incoming batter for Glamorgan is Joe Cooke.
And another of those many debutants today for Glamorgan. A List A debutant, Joe Cooke, Glamorgan's top wicket taker in the Warwickshire innings. He picked up 3. He comes to the crease now, and he'll face the hat-trick ball from Jacob Bethel. Bethel, remember, still only 17 years old. He's got 1 ball left in his 8th over, and he's got 4 wickets for 29 runs. This has been a dream debut for the youngster so far. 6 fielders in the ring, but no slips for the hat-trick ball. Bethel over the wicket to Cooke, who blocks. No run. So no hat-trick for Bethel, but an excellent over nonetheless for the young left-arm spinner. Glamorgan, at the end of the 38th over, are 160 for 6. Well, just a few overs ago, in the 34th over, Glamorgan were 141 for 3. They've lost their last 3 wickets for 19 runs, and you might say that Warwickshire have wrestled back momentum in this game, as Clive rejoins us with Matt Lamb continuing the bowling from the Cathedral Road end.
Yeah, great stuff from Jacob Bethel. Lamb's doing a pretty decent job as well. But Bethel's getting the wickets. That's driven out to the offside for no run, and it's putting pressure on these Glamorgan batters. Could go down to the wire this game. 62 required to win. Warwickshire need 4 wickets. That's a full toss. Just the one thing that Lamb has done at times is bowled, not pitched, and actually bowled quite high full tosses. He's largely got away. Only one of them has really been punished. Hit for a 4. That one was just a single. And it does bring Cooke onto strike, route onto 42. So Lamb to Cooke, who drives that into the ground, back to the bowler, no run. Required rate has crept up to 5.3 and over. I don't think it's particularly easy to score quickly on this pitch. They won't want it to go up much more than that. Lamb into Cooke, who comes down the pitch, works it away onto the onside for a single. 162 for 6. Good contest this now. Lamb bowls, that's pushed back to him as no run. I think Warwickshire will probably have to bowl Glamorgan out if they're to beat them. They're 4 wickets away from doing that. Once again, Lamb being pretty economical. 2 runs off the first 5 balls of the over. Can he finish it off? Bowls a short, flat delivery, but it's only played out to the sweeper and the offside for a single. And Cooke, Root gets a single, so he will keep the strike, Billy Root. He may feel he has to do a lot of this himself now. He's on to 43, 163 for 6, 59 required, with 11 overs to go and 4 wickets left.
Yeah, Glamorgan need less than a run a ball, but the way this innings has gone so far, and considering how relatively slow the scoring has been throughout the match, Warwickshire will fancy their chances now. Jacob Bethel, 2 wickets in his previous over to continue at the river end. He's over the wicket to Root, works the ball over to the leg side for a single to move on to 44.
Ireland will be chasing 160 in 20 overs to beat South Africa in Belfast. South Africa finishing 159 for 7.
That's a good recovery from the position they were in. As Bethel bowls to Cooke, who's down the wicket, but only to defend.
Bethel's penultimate over, he's on 4 for 30, so on a potential fifer.
He's around over the wicket to Cooke. Slightly different challenge for Bethel now. He's had some success against the right-handers, who he would be spinning away from usually. Now he's up against 2 left-handers, spinning into them. Cooke is down the wicket, tries to drive down the ground, but Brooks is equal to it, and the pressure continues to build for Glamorgan as Bethel come over the wicket, and Cooke sweeps this time, and it's well stopped by Chakrapani, but Cooke comes back for a second run. Well run between Cooke and Root, and Glamorgan add another couple to their total, and they're 166 for 6.
The crowd getting quite absorbed in this now, knowing every run is crucial.
Bethel is in, and Cooke comes down the wicket again, tickles it down to the leg side, where again Chakrapani is kept busy. He keeps it down to 1 run this time. 4 runs off the over. Glamorgan 167 for 6.
Interesting. Well, games elsewhere. It's certainly interesting at Southampton, where Essex only need 35 off just under 10 overs to win, but they're 7 wickets down. At 239 for 7. Durham are going to beat Kent. They need 157 from 9 overs with 2 wickets left, Kent, so Durham are going to win that one comfortably. And Leicester should look like they're going to beat Derbyshire, 211 for 3. They need 65 more from 12 overs. Earlier, Surrey comfortably beat Yorkshire. So Matt Lamb then to bowl. His 7th over, he's bowling to Cooke. And there's a delay. Why? Lamb started running in, then changed his mind, dries his hand on the surface, and will start again. Wearing number 7. He's into bowl, and gives that one a bit of air. It's played out to long off for a single by Cooke. Moves on to 5, he gets Root back on strike. George Garrett is limbering up as if he's going to come into the bowling shortly. Would imagine Bethel will bowl through. Moreover, Lamb bowls, and that's gone through. The batter hits wicketkeeper Michael Burgess. It was a testing delivery from Matt Lamb.
So it's like a spinning Yorker, isn't it?
Have another go, bowls, and that's a full toss which is driven straight to Ethan Brooks, so there's no run. 168 for 6. A little bit of pressure building on Billy Root. He's batted well, but he knows he can't afford to let that require rate creep up more. But he also probably feels he can't afford to get out. He pushes that one onto the onside for no run. Matt Lamb has gone for 19 runs in 40 deliveries now. Terrific effort from Lamb. He scored one with the bat, but he's contributing with the ball. He's gone for the reverse sweep there, Root, and again, as he has done every time he's tried that shot, he's missed it. I'm not sure whether he got bat on that, because if he did, it hit the chest of Burgess. No real time for the wicketkeeper to react. But anyway, there's no run. Last ball of the over. Lamb to try and finish it off. Root carves it. He hasn't finished it off. Root has carved it back square for 4. Big shot, you feel that, from Billy Root at the end of the over. He moves on to 48, and it's 172 for 6. He ends up getting 5 off the over.
And those cheers from the crowd, the loudest of the day so far, just tell you how important that boundary was from Billy Root, and just how absorbed this crowd is in the game now, because the atmosphere was a little sleepy this afternoon. Perhaps people were feeling a little tired in this searing heat, but they've really woken up now, because with 9 overs left, 54 balls to come, Glamorgan need 50 to win.
Well, I'm a little surprised he's taken Jacob Bethel off with an over still to go. Maybe he's going to use him if a partnership starts building, see if he can break it up. And George Garrett is coming back into the bowling. So a bit of pace on the ball now. 9 overs to go. And it's exactly 50 runs needed. It's quite a bit above 5 and over. Still less than a run on ball. Still, you'd think, very manageable. But has crept up. Garrett comes into bowl to Cooke. And wraps him on the pads. He's appealing there, Garrett, but the appeal doesn't really go through it, which makes me think that might have been inside edge onto pad. At any rate, it's not out. Could have pitched outside leg stump maybe, but it's a dot ball. 172 for 6, a target 222. In comes Garrett to bowl. That's hit into the ground, and it beats the dive. That should probably have been stopped, and it wasn't. 4 runs for Cooke. And Bethel dived over that. It's a difficult one to stop, but he'll be disappointed that he didn't stop it. And it's 4 valuable runs.
Yeah, that round of applause really is quite telling. The crowd has just grown as the day has gone on. Perhaps a few people treating themselves to a couple of hours of cricket after work.
Second ball of the over, that was damaging. This next one goes past the outside edge to the wicket-keeper. And no run. Cooke on to 9.
Does add to the drama of a run chase when you do have a crowd. After being without fans for so long over the last 18 months or so, it is great to have them back here at Sophia Gardens.
Garrett into bowl to Cooke, who hits that into the ground. It's well stopped by Lamb on the offside. Fair amount of effort into that shot from Cooke, but he couldn't get it away. It's a dot ball. He remains on 9. 176 for 6, 42nd over. 2 more balls of it to bowl. Garrett in his 6th over. Into bowl to Cooke, who runs that down to 3rd man. There's a man there, so it'll be a single. Last ball of the over. Even a single would make this a pretty decent over for Glamorgan. Dot ball will, well, I suppose, make it a fairly even sort of over. Warwickshire still need wickets. And that one is short from Garrett, and that's pulled away. It will be stopped short of the boundary. They'll certainly get 2. Don't run the 3rd. And it's a half century for Billy Root, who raises his bat. The Root chants around the stadium. It's a very important, as he knows the job is not yet done, but it could well be down to him with 43 required and 8 overs to get them in. 90 balls and 3 fours, so not the quickest, but this is a slowish pitch, and he knows, he's known all along, really he needs to stay there and try and steer Glamorgan to victory.
Yes, the responsibility really falls on Root's shoulders after Carlson was dismissed. Kieran Carlson looked like the man likeliest to lead Glamorgan to victory, but Root seems to have assumed that role now. It'll be Ethan Brooks to return. He'll be bowling from the Cathedral Road end this time. Michael Burgess stood up once again as Brooks comes over the wicket to Cooke, who steps back and pulls backwards behind square leg, and it goes for 4. Glamorgan now 183 for 6, and the crowd really getting behind their team now.
Interesting decision to take Matt Lamb off. Maybe Michael Burgess feels he needs wickets, which he does, but Lamb, even though the last ball, his last over went for 4, has maintained reasonable control.
Absolutely, and someone of Brooks' pace can't really afford to drag his length down as he did there to Cooke, who was quick to seize on it. Cooke looking very accomplished so far, having shone with the ball earlier, taking 3 wickets. The man on his list A debut, 24-year-old, now looking to impress with the bat as well. As Brooks come in over the wicket. Fuller, better, but Cooke is equal to it, and he flicks it off his pads for another boundary, this time down to the fine leg boundary, just flicking it off his feet. Back-to-back boundaries for Joe Cooke, and Glamorgan are starting to regain momentum in this run chase. It's 187 for 6. Yeah,
those 2 fours have really changed the complexion of the game. It now looks very much Glamorgan's game, with just 35 more runs required to win. Well, I guess it was a gamble to some extent for Michael Burgess, putting Brooks on, hope he might get a wicket, but he had a bowler that was keeping this end pretty tidy in Matt Lamb.
Brooks then to bowl his 3rd ball. His first 2 have gone for 4. Brooks to Cooke, who's back and flicks it off his pads. He'll get at least 1. They're going to turn back for a second. No, they decide not to. Root sends Cooke back. But a very productive over so far for Glamorgan. 9 runs off 3 balls. They need 34 more runs to win this game. 7.5 overs remain, so 45 balls to get those 34 runs.
Well, it's definitely wickets Warwickshire need now. It's their only chance now.
Brooks is around the wicket to Root, who hits uppishly, and he's caught. That is the breakthrough Warwickshire were looking for.
Well, it's a terrific catch. I think it's Ed Pollock. Very, very good catch. Actually in a very similar position, a similar catch to where he got out, and just gives Warwickshire a bit of hope again. They're 3 wickets away.
Yeah, Brooks bowling just outside off stump, And Root rather slicing his drive to point where Pollock takes a good catch low in front of him. So Glamorgan 188 for 7 now.
And it's a key wicket as well. Root out for 50 of 91 balls. He'll be disappointed he hasn't finished it off. He's got them to within 34 runs of a win. And well, I think I'm right in saying I'm going to have to look up the regulations now. I'm pretty sure a tie is a tie, irrespective of wickets down, but I will double check that.
Amazing how a cricket match can swing ball by ball. After 2 balls of this over, we were saying how the match had swung back in Glamorgan's favour, and then another ball, a wicket, Billy Root gone, and the complexion of the game changes completely once more. You wouldn't bet against a few more twists and turns in the remaining 7 and a bit overs, 44 balls left.
Yeah, I think Glamorgan probably still favourites, but well, Cooke's been there a while. He's on to 19, new batter in.
It's Roman Walker who joins Cooke at the crease, and it'll be the right-handed Walker on strike to face Ethan Brooks, who's in over the wicket. Fullish, and Walker edges it. This could run for 4. And it's excellently stopped right on the boundary. It looks like it might be Yohal down there on the boundary. It's a very good stop, stopping a certain boundary. Walker comes back for 2. Glamorgan move on to 190 for 7. There's 1 ball left in this over from Brooks.
I think actually it was Chakrapani with a stop.
Walker is happy to block out that final ball from Brooks, and at the end of the 43rd over, Glamorgan are 190 for 7.
So, well, that's it. It's a good game. It's a low-scoring game. We kind of thought it would be at the start. So, not the thrills and spills that some people like, with lots of sixes, but certainly an absorbing contest which has fluctuated.
Returning to bowl, Jacob Bethel.
Well, I held him back for 1 over. He's got only the 1 over left, and this will be it for Jacob Bethel. Just confirming, in case we do get to that stage, that a tie will be a tie, irrespective of wickets lost. Each team will get 1 point. Wickets lost do come into account when you get to the knockout stages, but at the group stages, if the scores are tied at the end, then for all that effort it'll be 1 point each. And Bethel is appealing for an LBW straight away. Umpire shook his head almost immediately. Cooke was sweeping. Bethel liked the look of that one. Thought he had his 5 foot. The umpire was very quick to give it not out. On the TV replay we sort of stuttered a bit, so it was a bit inconclusive. But anyway, it's not out. Bethel into Cooke, and Cooke nurdles it away for 1, and that will get the new man at the crease, Walker. Phil Warwickshire dearly love to get a wicket this over. Bethel's final over, 4 for 34 at the moment, 2 and 2 balls at one stage. If you could do that again, and Warwick should be almost there. Hat-trick would have been in the game. Michael Burgess has a chat as the 17-year-old rugby schoolboy.
Do you think Burgess was maybe waiting for another right-handed batsman to come?
Yeah, might have been.
To suit Bethel?
Yeah, could be. It looked like it hadn't paid off, and 2 boundaries at the start of the over, but fair play to Garrett, he got the wicket. Which keeps Warwickshire just about in it. Bethel bowls, has played out to the offside by Walker, there's no run. It was sunny to pour down with rain now. Glamorgan would have won by 1 run on Duckworth Lewis Stern. Bethel comes in to bowl quicker. Boy beats Walker. That's taken by Burgess. He's got just 2 more balls to try and get this 5th wicket as Bethel. That one is guided out to point, and Walker will get a run. 191 for 7. 31 required. 6 overs to go after this one, so that really shouldn't be an issue. It's more the 3 wickets that's potentially an issue. Bethel round the wicket, or rather over the wicket, comes into bowl, and he comes down the pitch as Cooke. Brave shot, he plays it to long off for a single, which means he will keep the strike. So a decent over from Bethel and a very good spell from him. 4 for 36 in his 10 overs, but he couldn't quite get that final wicket, and it leaves Glamorgan, as Bethel is applauded by the crowd, on 193 for 7, requiring 29 more to win. 6 overs to get them in, 3 wickets left.
That's a brilliant effort on his senior debut for Bethel. Just 17 years old, 4 for 36. No wonder the crowd appreciate his efforts with a warm round of applause.
Well, game to remember for Jacob Bethel.
So he's now fielding on the long off boundary just in front of us here in the commentary box as Ethan Brooks prepares to bowl around the wicket to Joe Cooke. And Cooke defends the first ball, no run.
Massive over this, really. Feel that Glamorgan will get a boundary in it and survive it. They would be very close, but can Brooks make a breakthrough?
Glamorgan now need 29 from 35 balls as Brooks comes around the wicket, and Cooke works that off his legs for 1 run. Glamorgan on to 194 for 7. Cooke on 22 from 22 balls.
Well, Walsh won't mind that too much. He gets the new man, relatively new man, Walker, on strike.
Yeah, 2 batsmen making their list day debuts for Glamorgan. Walker facing only his 6th ball of this innings so far from Brooks. And there's no run there as he flicks it off his pads, but straight to mid-wicket. Yeah, the way Cooke has batted so far, you'd imagine Warwickshire would be happy to keep Walker on strike. Cooke has played his shots and looked full of confidence, maybe taking confidence from his performance with the ball. As Brooks comes in over the wicket, right arm over, and Walker plays that well into the offside, off the back foot, just the single. And Cooke will get back on strike, and as he does that, the field adjusts. It's spread far and wide. Long on, long off. Deep cover. A couple of men on the leg side as well, as Brooks comes back around the wicket this time to Cooke, who's bowled. A huge breakthrough for Brooks. Warwickshire have that 8th wicket they wanted, and it's Joe Cooke, perhaps the last danger man for Glamorgan. He has to depart for 22, and Glamorgan are 195 for 8.
Wow, that's a big wicket. Said that was going to be a crucial over, and by making the breakthrough, just got that one through his defences there. Might again kept a little bit low. A big moment for Ethan Brooks. Now it's going to have to be the lower order to see Glamorgan home.
Was bowled by Ethan Brooks for 22.
And welcome to listeners on BBC 5 Live Sports Extra. With this game brewing very, very nicely towards the tense finish. Glamorgan looked like they were well on their way, but 2 wickets in 2 balls from the 17-year-old spinner Jacob Bethel have changed the complexion of the game. Very good innings played by the captain Kieran Carlson and by Billy Root, who got 60 and 50 respectively. But they've both gone. Ethan Brooks getting Root out, and now he's got Cooke out as well for 22. So Glamorgan are 195 for 8. They still need another 27 to win, dare I say it, 26 to tie now. The overs isn't really the issue. 5.1 overs left, but just 2 wickets remain now for Glamorgan, and it is their lower order batters who are at the crease.
Yes, Roman Walker, 4 not out of 7, and he's joined at the crease by Lucas Carey. Carey takes guard to face Ethan Brooks, bowling from the Cathedral Road end. His seam bowling accounting for Joe Cooke with the last wicket. Captain Michael Burgess, the wicketkeeper, is standing up once again to Brooks, who's in over the wicket to Carey, who drives and gets at least 1 run, and indeed they'll settle for that single, Glamorgan, and that is the end of the 45th over. Glamorgan are 196 for 8. So the batsmen left, Lucas Carey and Roman Walker, very much bowlers first, batsmen second. Glamorgan need 26 runs to win, and they have 30 balls with which to get them. So we're in for a grandstand finish here at Sophia Gardens. Glorious summer sunshine, still a touch under 30 degrees Celsius here in the Welsh capital, and a crowd scattered around this stadium, enjoying the entertainment they've seen so far. There's a little more tension in here than there was a few minutes ago. The crowd were roaring their encouragement for the home side when they seemed to have victory all but wrapped up. But a couple of late wickets for Warwickshire have swung the game back in their favour as Ryan Sidebottom bowls from the river end over the wicket. Walker flicks it down the leg side. They'll get at least 1 here. They're being encouraged to come back for a second. And they do eventually. The running wasn't convincing. They were a little slow getting off the mark for that second run. But the second run they do get. Glamorgan inch closer to that target. They're 198 for 8. Sidebottom makes his way back to his mark. His long run up, arms and legs pumping as he makes his way to the crease. He's over the wicket, and Walker, he hits him on the pads. There's an appeal. The umpire isn't interested. Walker, following up, ensures that Glamorgan run a leg by. Less than convincing from Lucas Carey, but he won't mind. Another run added to the Glamorgan total. They're on 199 for 8. They need 222, remember, to win. So they're down to 23 needed. The run rate isn't the issue here. They still have 28 balls from which to get these 23 runs. Walker on strike. There's a hesitation in the middle, but they do cross for a single. Walker working the ball to the leg side. He stopped halfway up the strip, but he beckoned Carey over for a single. Glamorgan's 200 is up now in the 46th over. They're 200 for 8. Carey is back on strike. Sidebottom, right arm over, and Carey hits it well through towards point near the boundary. It's fielded by Matt Lamb, who throws well, keeps it down to 1 run, but another precious run to the Glamorgan total as they eke out every run. The crowd getting back involved with this tie.
Ryan Sidebottom looking at a potential wicket taker, but also with the pace he's bowling at can go for a few runs. It's a real test for Michael Burgess' one-off captaincy here.
Sidebottom in, right arm over again, and Walker does well to squeeze it off his feet. The ball squirts to the leg side for 1 run. Glamorgan's target, 20 runs.
Well, they've played this over well, these two. Just dealing in singles, that's all they need to do. Keeping the ball out and keeping the scoreboard ticking.
Sidebottom at the start of his long run up. Elbows out. High action of his. Carey drives, but it's straight to Sidebottom, who fields off his own bowling, and that's the end of the 46th over. Glamorgan 202 for 8. They require 20 to win, with 4 overs remaining.
Well, it's a match in which I think we counted 12 players are making their List A debuts. But they're producing a really entertaining match, a low scoring one, not the sort of game necessarily that will always thrill crowds, but it's tense stuff, it's entertaining stuff. As David was saying, the crowd have got more and more engaged as the game's gone on, realising that this was going to go to a pretty close finish one way or another. Don't think, as I say, it'll be down to overs. Glamorgan will get there inside the 50 overs comfortably, I would think, provided they're not bowled out. And Ethan Brooks is now going to bowl from the Cathedral Road end, and Walker plays that one late but gets it away onto the leg side for a single. Another run ticked off by Glamorgan. They'll be counting them down in the changing room. 18 required to tie, 19 to win. Warwickshire all out for 221. They were dismissed in the final over of their 50 overs. Brooks into bowl to Carey. And Carey drives it in the air, but it's going to be safe. It won't go for 4 despite the crowd trying to urge it on. It'll be 2. It's picked up by Ryan Sidebottom, who gets the throw in, and it's 2 more runs.
And it's a story of this game, really. 2 shadow teams with so many players away with 100, an injury and other unavailabilities. But you've got 4 players here, both batsmen and the bowlers at both ends, all making their List A debuts, and they've all contributed to a great spectacle.
205 for 8, 17 required. That's a low full toss by Brooks. It dipped in front of the batter, but he got it away safely for a single. Carey, again, that run applauded. And Michael Burgess just having a little word with Ethan Brooks. It's another run ticked off, just 16 required now. Looks like Matt Lowndes preparing to bowl. He had a spell, a very economic spell, and got taken off, but didn't get wickets, but he did keep the batters tied down. It looks like Michael Burgess may turn to him towards the end of this innings. It's Brooks. Oh, that's gone down the leg side. It's brilliantly taken by Burgess to make it 1 wide instead of 5. But it is a wide, and it's 206 for 8.
And you can just sense the tension, can't you, when a wide is cheered, as it just was by the Glamorgan crowd here at Sophia Gardens.
Well, it could have been almost game over if Burgess had not made such a terrific tumbling stop there. Brooks will try and get the radar right this time. He's just outside off stump. It's hit straight to a fielder. It's a dot ball. So Warwickshire probably need a little bit more than dot balls now. They need wickets, and not likely to contain Glamorgan, who need 15 more to win and still got 20 deliveries left to get them. One result elsewhere. Kent have been thumped by 103 runs by Durham at Beckenham. Finished on 302 for 8. This next one is pushed out onto the onside for a single. Walker spotting the space. The fielder back at long on. Helps himself to another run. Now earlier Surrey beat Yorkshire. Elsewhere Hampshire have beaten Essex. There were 7 wickets down, but they got there with plenty of time to spare, chasing down 274 to win there. And looks like Leicestershire are going to beat Derbyshire. They've looked pretty much in control throughout. They need 13 more with 28 balls to go. This one is a little on a knife edge as Brooks comes in to bowl, and that's pushed away onto the offside. It's a dot ball. No run, end of the over. 3 overs to go. 14 runs required. 2 wickets left for Glamorgan, who are 208 for 8.
Glamorgan need 14 from 18 to win. 2 batsmen at the crease, relatively new. Roman Walker, 8 not out. Lucas Carey, 5. Neither of them really recognised batsmen, but they've battled well so far.
Well, it looks like Ryan Sidebottom is going to continue. And this could be a make or break over because he's gone for 33 in his 8 overs. If he were to go for 5 or 6 this over, then Glamorgan will be very close. But if he can get a wicket, well, it should be close. If he can get 2, they'll have won the game. But credit to these 2 teams. They've on a pitch which is not particularly conducive to entertaining cricket. They have given us a bit of a thriller.
There is Sidebottom over the wicket. Walker looks for a single on the leg side, but there isn't one there. He'll have to stay in his ground, and the balls tick away for Glamorgan.
So it's 14 and 17. As long as it's less than a runner ball, it's not too much of a problem. But if Warwickshire can get it to a runner ball, or even more than a runner ball, then suddenly that will add another dimension to the finish here.
Sidebottom, wiry figure, hearing in from the river end. It's a good ball that beats Walker outside the off stump. Gasp from the bowler as the ball beats the outside edge of the batsman.
I don't know how that missed the stumps. That was very close. I might have just gone just over the stumps from Sidebottom. Well, Walker would love an edge down to third man for 4 now, but that was a great delivery from Sidebottom. Give the batter a few jitters.
The run rate still manageable, but it's just starting to creep up now. 14 of 16 needed for Glamorgan. Sidebottom's in, and it's on the money once again. A straight ball, and Walker can only block it straight to Sidebottom.
Carey comes down the pitch, and what he's saying to Walker, look, don't worry, because he'll be getting anxious, the batter now. 3 dot balls, one of which beats his outside edge, but it's no panic time in terms of the number of runs needed compared to balls faced.
Sidebottom running in to Walker, who drives, but for no run. This is good, accurate bowling from Sidebottom.
Needs to finish the over off now. Obviously, Morris would either love him to get a wicket, but if he can't get a wicket, if he can at least keep him down to number 1 in the over, just crank up the pressure a little bit. It's his 9th over, so he can bowl the last over. Ryan Sidebottom, I imagine he will if we get that far.
There he comes from the river end, Sidebottom. And Walker tries to pull but misses it. Regardless, Carey's running through, and the players will scamper through for a bye, which the umpire signals. Glamorgan still need a runner ball. They need 13 runs from 13 balls. We're down to the final ball of this over.
Burgess a bit frustrated there. His throw wasn't a good one. If he got a decent throw in, there could have been a run-out chance there. But it was a fairly wild throw.
Lucas Carey is on strike. Sidebottom comes bounding in from the river end. Is one just wide of the off stump, and Walker swings his bat wildly but misses it, and Sidebottom ends his over having conceded just 1 from it. So Glamorgan end the 48th over 209 for 8. They need 13 to win from 12 balls.
Goes down as a maiden because the only run was a bye. It was a terrific over from Ryan Sidebottom. Unlucky not to get a wicket. Really good stuff from one of the most senior of the Warwickshire batters, but we were saying quite surprising. Maybe it shows how little 50 over cricket is played. Obviously none was last year, but before then it's in his 4th year with the club. He's actually walking. No, I thought he was walking off side bottom. It's not. He's just collecting his cap. It's actually his list day debut. Remarkably, Ryan Sidebottom. He's played something like 23 championship matches and a couple of T20s, but this is his list A debut. And it's going to be Ethan Brooks. So Michael Burgess is deciding it's going to be down to the seamers to try and get these last 2 wickets. He's bowling to Walker. It's a slower ball, it's a good delivery. That Walker just digs it out, pushes it out to the offside, and now it's 13 required from 11 balls.
Yes, with 2 bowlers at the crease for Glamorgan now, this is where they're out of their comfort zone. They need more than a runner ball.
Yeah. Looking for maybe a streaky shot somewhere. There is a 3rd man just to prevent the edges going down there. Maybe it'll glance down the leg side. As Brooks comes into bowl, he's launched out over the top. Has he got enough on it? He has. It's a 6. What a terrific shot from Walker. Brave one, because Bethel was out there on the long arm boundary, and that has taken Glamorgan to within 7 runs of victory. Picked it up superbly. A real gamble, could easily have holed out. He watched it anxiously, but he got enough on it, and that's got the home crowd singing. 2:15 for 8.
Well, talk about the run rate, taking the bowlers out of their comfort zone. Roman Walker leapt out of his there with that shot. That was a really risky shot to take on with Bethel on the boundary, but the risk has paid off handsomely. The game swings back in Glamorgan's favour. They now need 7 to win from 10.
Well, there's 2 wickets required by Warwickshire. I thought they might contain them, which after that side bottom over is just beginning to come into the equation. That looks like it's gone. It's about trying to get these 2 wickets. Will he try that shot again, Walker? And this time he drives straight to Matt Lamb in the cover, so there's no runs. Still 7 required. 9 balls to get them, 2 wickets left. To reiterate, just for clarification, if the scores end tied, it will be a tie. The wickets column is not taken into account. The mid-off fielders dropping back to long off. There's Garrett. Brooks will invite him to try and hit over the top again here, and he drives it into the ground again, straight to Lamb, who fields it well. It's another dot ball. 7 required from 8. 2:15 for 8. And the finish of the game. I'm sure both coaches will take something from this game at the end of it, but who will take the 2 points? Or will they share them even? In comes Brooks to bowl, and that's clipped away to square leg. They're through for a single. And Walker gets 1 and takes them, well, potentially 1 blow away from victory. 6 required. 7 balls left. Sidebottom, I'm sure, will bowl the last over. And bearing in mind his previous over and how good it was. Now Ethan Brooks is calling his 3rd man in. That's slightly dangerous. And Edge could go for 4. It comes into bowl to Carey, and Carey doesn't time that, but he'll get a single, and Glamorgan will need 5 off the final over with 2 wickets left. They are 2:17 for 8. And the singing around the ground, it wasn't always like this. David earlier described it as a pretty sleepy atmosphere at times today, but I think the sort of awareness about halfway through the Glamorgan innings that this might actually be very close has really got the crowd on the edge of their seats.
Absolutely, it's got the feeling of a T20 finish under the floodlights at the moment, but still the glorious sunshine beats down on Sophia Gardens for this grandstand finish. Glamorgan need 5 runs to win it, and it will be Ryan Sidebottom to bowl the final over. Now, our colleague Nick Webb has burnished me with a useful bit of information here. Roman Walker is 6. It's not the first time he's hit a 6 at a key time in a run chase. 2 years ago, when the Glamorgan were playing in a one-day cup against Sussex, Roman Walker actually hit the winning runs with a 6 as an 18-year-old, so he has got previous for delivering at the big moment. So he's actually on the non-striker's end at the moment. It'll be Lucas Carey to face the first ball from Ryan Sidebottom, who starts his long run up from the river end, right arm over, pace, and there's an appeal. He thinks there's a leg before wicket appeal there, Ryan Sidebottom, but there seemed to be a good deal of bat involved as well.
Yeah, it was a shout of anguish, really. I think he's quite relieved actually to hit the pads, because it wasn't far off being a wide, but it just hit the toe. It's a dot ball, 5 required off 5.
And at this stage, dot balls are almost as precious as wickets. 5 from 5 as Sidebottom turns again and comes herring in with his elbows pumping. Carey drives and misses. The ball not far from bowling the Glamorgan batsman. A matter of inches, really. But again, it's another valuable dot ball.
If I were Warwickshire, I'd be checking how wide those stumps are. They look like I could have almost gone through them. Incredible. I was just missing the stumps here, Sidebottom, but this has put Carey under real pressure. 4 off 5. Sorry, 5 off 4, I should say.
Here comes Sidebottom. Carey facing. He connects this time with a drive. There's at least 2 in here for the batsman. The ball races away. The fielder's got to chase on, but it makes its way to the boundary. That's a huge 4 for Lucas Carey and Glamorgan. They move on to 221 for 8. The score's a level with 3 balls left.
Yeah, Glamorgan can't lose now. Worst can happen is they could tie. And frustrating for Warwickshire, just went through 2 fielders. You thought they'd be able to stop it, but the ball just ran away on a fairly quick outfield. Carey had timed it well enough, and they are on the brink of a victory. Everyone comes in now to save the 1. Can Warwickshire force a tie? They can't win it.
Fine leg, the only fielder outside the circle, as Ryan Sidebottom charges in to Lucas Carey, who drives well. It goes all the way to the boundary for 4. What a way to bring up victory for Glamorgan. Lucas Carey ensures victory for Glamorgan by 2 wickets. What a thriller.
Yeah, it's been a great match. Tough on Warwickshire in the end to lose it. Having fought their way back, they'll take a lot of positives. Jacob Bethel's bowling in particular. Also Ethan Brooks as well, getting a couple of wickets later on, but Glamorgan in the end did enough, and well done to them. It was down to numbers 9 and 10 in the end, and they saw them home to win by 2 wickets. A really entertaining game. Warwick should be a little stronger for the next game on Sunday against Notts, as we expect Will Rose and Rob Yates certainly, and possibly Craig Miles, to return to the side. But both sets of players with 12 List A debutants have, well, they've entertained the crowd, haven't they? The crowd have enjoyed it. A competition which has been maligned for all the reasons we know, but they have produced a really entertaining game for those who've followed it and watched it. And in the end, Glamorgan just getting there to win by 2 wickets with a couple of balls to spare. Well, David, thank you very much indeed. I'm Clive Eakin. That's it from us then from Cardiff. 1 or 2 games, I think, still in progress, are they? Leicestershire now beaten Derbyshire. So no, actually all the games are now completed, but there'll be coverage. We've got the 100, of course, coming up, the 100 game. You can follow that on the BBC, and all the matches in the Royal London One Day Cup will be live online via your BBC local radio teams. The next Warwickshire game is on Sunday against Nottinghamshire. Do you know off the top of your head Glamorgan's next game? Sorry, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but
they're away at Northamptonshire.
Splendid.
So we'll have coverage of that one as well.
Excellent stuff. So thank you very much indeed as ever for being with us. Glamorgan victorious, as the scoreboard says. Glamorgan win. They win by 2 wickets with 2 balls to spare from us all. It's almost a weekend now, isn't it? So we can say have a very good weekend.